Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June quarterly meeting of the Board of Regents. First item will be roll call. Carrie?
Chair Carvalho.
Here.
Vice Chair Downs.
Here.
Regent Ariscata. Regent Boylan.
Here.
Regent Brager.
Here.
Regent Brooks.
Here.
Regent Brown.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
Regent McMichael.
Here.
Regent Perkins.
Here.
Regent Tarkanian.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is public comment. Public comment will be taken during this agenda item. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item until the matter is included on an agenda as an item on which action may be taken. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes per person. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record and to spell their last name. The board chair may elect to allow additional public comment on a specific agenda item when that agenda item is being considered. In accordance with Attorney General Opinion 00-047, as restated in the Attorney General's Open Meeting Law Manual, the board chair may prohibit comment if the content of that comment is a topic that is not relevant to or within the authority of the Board of Regents, or if the content is willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounting to personal attacks or interfering with the rights of other speakers. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 928-4944-5069 and passcode 555555. I will ask for public comment from the meeting sites first. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Las Vegas?
Yes, there is public comment.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Regents, Interim Chancellor Charlton. For the record, my name is Nathaniel Waugh, WAUGH, Government Relations Coordinator for the Clark County School District, and I want to comment on items 24, 25, and 33. On item 24, at this point, there needs to be a conversation about state investment on dual enrollment fees. Currently, CCSD leverages Title 4A funds to pay for students who have expressed a financial need. We have budgeted for 24-25 to support the students in these programs. However, increases will harm future access for students. When it comes to college level boot camps, we have concerns about the costs to students who are transitioning into higher ed and the lack of adequate support for those students. And it sounds very similar to remediation, which this body eliminated in 2021. There has been no clear discussion on the metrics for assessing college preparedness moving forward. While the role of institutions offering boot camps is more or less unclear, our efforts should prioritize high school dual enrollment programs if they have proper built-in supports to ensure students are adequately prepared for college. And finally, we're deeply troubled by if NSHE moves to service areas. Nevada does not possess the systems to support such a change. Our institutions are already grappling with significant access and equity issues, hindering many students from pursuing higher education. In 22-23, 80% of dual enrollment eligible high school juniors and seniors were unserved in Southern Nevada, and the focus should not be on how NSHE serves the 20%, but how we can bring the 80% and get them enrolled. The first we saw these proposals that you're being asked to approve today is when the agenda came out. Offering no real chance for your largest public education stakeholder to engage except for 2 minutes during public comment, which is really disappointing. So we look forward to having further conversations on these issues going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Board of Regents and Interim Chancellor. I'm Gia Moore, Director of College and Career Readiness and School Choice for the Clark County School District. Over the past couple of years, CCSD has expanded its dual enrollment programs thanks to incredible partnerships. These programs are vital for first-generation college students, providing crucial support to bridge the gap between high school and higher education, thereby enhancing their chances of graduation and future college enrollment. Collaboration is paramount to the district. Our partnership with UNR has been particularly beneficial for our students. UNR's presence in Southern Nevada has been instrumental in supporting some of our most disadvantaged students. Currently, over 38,000 students in the district are eligible yet unserved, but could greatly benefit from more dual enrollment partnerships like the one we have with UNR. Until recently, schools in our most impoverished zip codes had no higher education partnerships. Recruiting and retaining educators in the K-12 system is an ongoing challenge. Dual enrollment educators involved in the UNR partnership are often the first adults in their lives to encourage them to go to college. These committed educators remained focused on dual enrollment efforts despite reduced compensation by a decision that was made external to UNR. Principals and teachers will continue to seek partnerships with institutions and demonstrate a genuine willingness to collaborate. Focusing on the most underserved students in CCSD, we are eager for collaboration with any partner capable of supporting our students. Furthermore, I understand that there's a presentation regarding geographic service regions today. I hope that this will not restrict students in Southern Nevada. Over 4,000 students in 19 high schools are currently served by UNR and CCSD. Our request is to consider the underserved students in CCSD who are already experiencing success with UNR and the approximately 34,000 other eligible students who could greatly benefit from similar partnerships with all higher education partners. Excluding
Thank you.
our
Your
current
time is up.
options-
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Good morning. I'm County Commissioner Tick Segerblum, Segerblom. I'm here to speak in support of Governor Sandoval and also in support of dual enrollment. When I was in the legislature, I had the privilege of working with Governor Sandoval, and he vetoed more of my bills than probably anybody else. So I have to hold that against him. But he supported the most important one, which was marijuana. So I'm forever indebted to him for that. As far as dual enrollment goes, I represent East Las Vegas, which is the poorest part of Las Vegas, heavily minority. Having dual enrollment there is so critical to us, and having the UNR in there, explaining to kids how they can go to Reno, how they can expand their horizons. Most everybody there is first generation, so if they go to college, it's the first generation in their family. So they said they are heavily Latino. It's just such a fantastic program. I cannot urge you enough to continue to support it and actually give more resources, because it's changing the lives of kids who otherwise would be stuck in poverty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Marilyn Kirkpatrick, and I too am a county commissioner in Clark County. I represent a very unique district, very rural components, very wealthy components, and also many of the poorest areas of the community. Several years ago, as I served in the legislature, dual credits were a very important thing to ensure that kids had opportunity to move faster, to get through the system, and to utilize their skills to get back into the workforce. CCSD does a great job when it comes to dual enrollment, affording those opportunities to all kids across our state. I would be saddened if we took away the UNR partnership. I asked on more than one occasion for others to step up and to help kids in my district in particular have that same opportunity to go to college. Nobody came to the table. Cooperative extension is a big part of what we do in Clark County. We support kids across the state in cooperative extension, but to go further, UNR stepped up to ensure that 5 schools that touch kids within my district have the opportunity to better themselves and their families. So I hope that when you have this discussion, that you really reach out to those kids that are benefiting today who otherwise might have not had the opportunity. But more importantly, every time we talk about education in this community, it appears that adults' feelings trump what we really need to do for opportunities for kids. So I hope that you'll take that into consideration. I hope that we too can be a partner when we do this. And moving forward, Governor Sandoval has stepped up. He has said he doesn't care what school kids end up going to, but every kid needs the opportunity to have the basics there. And if you start with an AA, you're likely to go farther. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. We look forward to working more closely with you, and Honestly, we're one state, one Nevada, and we have a job to ensure that all kids get the same opportunity, no matter what economic,
Thank you.
geographic
Thank
area.
you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, regarding item 26, my name is Jessica Bosch, and in approximately, BOSCH, in approximately 11 weeks, I will be graduating with a master's in social work from the University of Nevada at Reno. Before delving into the heart of my statement, I must express my profound dismay at the necessity of being present here today. If genuine concern exists regarding anti-Semitism on college campuses or within our nation, it would be prudent to direct such concerns towards those who support and perpetuate genocide. In the name of our Jewish brothers and sisters, what is truly reprehensible and egregious is the allowance of one of your esteemed board members to engage in the despicable acts of doxing, taunting, and harassing the students on our campuses. There is nothing more perilous than equating recent events with the Jewish people. We are all well aware of this truth, and I find it deeply troubling that such awareness appears to elude this esteemed board. It is perplexing that we can swiftly mobilize to muddle the waters with nebulous definitions intended to stifle student voices, yet remain inert when it comes to addressing critical issues, such as the exorbitant costs of higher education. When will this board address the predatory loans shackling students or the unjust denial of healthcare to graduate students who opt to complete their studies off campus? In light of the myriad challenges facing our state's higher education system, it is confounding that we find ourselves here today, compelled to fight for our only fundamental rights to free speech and peaceful assembly. You cannot boast of educational institutions while simultaneously burdening students with crippling financial debt and then express dismay when they apply their acquired knowledge to affect change in the world. For 76 years, the Palestinian people have endured colonization and oppression at the hands of a tyrannical government and political ideology, wholly disconnected from the Jewish faith. If combating anti-Semitism is truly the aim, then I implore each of you to reflect on your actions and recognizing that perpetuating this conflation is the
Thank
true
you.
threat
Your
to our
time is up.
campuses and our
Thank
country.
you.
Free Palestine.
My name is Karen Pettit, Pettit. As I said yesterday, I'm a longtime Las Vegas resident, parent, and educator, and I'm concerned about item 26 today. I also worked at the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, in their Rights for All campaign in 2019 as a lead volunteer for Northwest Las Vegas. Working with the ACLU, I realized the importance of discussing government policies. We need to have conversations about human rights and politics, or people are not going to notice when our democracy starts failing and the people start losing their rights. We have the rights that we do because people and groups like the ACLU spoke up when our rights were in danger. In the 1920s, when Americans were being beaten, imprisoned, and deported for having radical views, that is why the ACLU started. And the U.S. needed the ACLU in the 1920s to defend our constitutional rights. Unfortunately, right now, Americans expressing the radical view that the U.S. should not support Israel are being discriminated against, beaten, killed, arrested. We have bills being filed by politicians now and presidential candidates now making threats that they should deport all pro-Palestinian protesters. The need to protect rights for all now is as urgent as it was in the 1920s. So we need to listen to the ACLU. So please listen to the ACLU when they say adopting the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism would lead to more censorship on campus and change the nature of universities, which exist to promote the free flow of information and marketplace of ideas. Please do not adopt the IHRA definition. I'm asking as a parent who wants her children to receive an education that can help them become engaged citizens and participate in political discourse. And I'm asking you as an American who wants
Thank
free
you. Your
speech
time is
and
up.
rights for all in our
Thank
country.
you.
Thank you.
My name is Isaac Hawkins. That's Hawkins. I would like to address some of the statements Regent Goodman made yesterday. She stated she received over 2,000 emails in support of this resolution. I would like to ask who exactly is supporting this resolution. Are these individuals morally reprehensible, or are they people who uphold the virtues of promoting equality, justice, and human rights, actively working to end discrimination and oppression? Appeals to popularity such as this isn't something that can trump ethical reasoning. For example, if we take a look at history, supporting slavery was a popular appeal in the Americas for quite some time during the colonial period. So the board should be upholding virtues that show their individuals who defend the rights and dignity of all people, regardless of their background or circumstances, not abusing their power and silencing opinions or discourse they don't like. She also stated the fact that so many individuals would oppose a benign item, the only goal was to protect Jewish students, says but one thing to me, that anti-Semitism is real. Surprisingly, I mostly agree with her on this part. Anti-Semitism is real. And I stated on record yesterday that the rhetoric used in this resolution was anti-Semitic in and of itself because of the fact it only focuses on Jewish students. Goodman stating this further substantiates my claim if we were to look at it in an etymological sense. Jewish people aren't the only Semites of the world. People of Arab descent deserve to be protected against hate speech and intimidation as well. If the proposed IRA definitions were to be enforced, it would actively silence the sentiments of hundreds of thousands of people who truly follow the Judaic faith and lifestyle, as well as the sentiments of Jewish scholars such as Norman Finkelstein, Ilan Pappé, Gabor Mate, David Falk, and so on. These IRA definitions would be paradoxical by their own definitions of anti-Semitism, because if a Jewish person were to draw comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of Nazis, enforcing specific definitions would be denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, when you strip away their freedom to determine their own political status and have the free will to think how they choose. So this resolution, it's ridiculous. It needs to be tabled. Goodman's echo chamber of what she thinks is popular doesn't matter in comparison to ethics.
Thank you.
Hello and good morning. My name is Seth Amram, last name Amram. I want to first quickly thank President Whitfield for his recent statement supporting the Jewish community. However, there is something much greater you as a board can do to ensure the support continues. I'm here because my federally guaranteed civil rights are at stake. The U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights has granted these protections to Jewish students, and what is found in item 26 is a proposal to put them into code. Make no mistake, the definition of anti-Semitism is not in question today. It is simply about following the federal guidelines that have been created. Are we going to protect Jewish students and support the rights of our Jewish students? It is disgraceful that we have people from SJP, spearheaded by actual professors on campus, creating workshops and a generic script of what to say at this very meeting. How can non-Jewish and non-Jewish majority students feel it's okay to define for us what is and isn't anti-Semitism, while we would never define for them what is and isn't Islamophobia? Saying that it harms their freedom of speech is a perfect exemplification of how they need to use freedom of speech to cover up their hateful and insightful speech. The Palestine organization on Reno's campus knows this, posting on their social media that if this passes, they may be subject to disciplinary action if they use the phrases, "Long live the Intifada," a known slogan encouraging violent action against Jews and Israelis, as well as "From the river to the sea," which would mean the elimination of the entire state of Israel and would violate our rights as Jews to self-determination. Actual students need protection, and it's the legal responsibility of all you board members to ensure it's kept. We are not going to wait to receive our civil rights until professors like James Woodbridge, who now shows a concern about a definition of anti-Semitism, rather than advising or helping Jewish students throughout this year, can debate it philosophically. It is not our job to change the definition that the federal government has put in position. The board has a responsibility legally to protect us. This is about one thing and one thing only.
Thank you. Your time is up.
If we protect our Jewish students'
Thank you.
civil rights. Thank you.
As a reminder, everyone has 2 minutes. Please stick to those 2 minutes so I don't have to interrupt you. Thank you.
My name is Jolie Brislin, last name Brislin. I am the Regional Director of the Anti-Defamation League. ADL has been around since 1913 to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and secure justice and fair treatment for all. And since October 7th, we don't need to share with you once again the horrific and brutal Hamas attack that took place on Israel, and that the rise of anti-Semitism on college campus is real. In fact, ADL has tracked over 1,062% increase of anti-Semitic incidents since October 7th. And today we urge the Regents to vote in support of Agenda Item 26. The IHRA definition is a critically important tool that governments, educational authorities, civil society institutions use in order to identify and understand the complex ways in which anti-Semitism can manifest today. While there are other definitions of anti-Semitism, the IHRA is federally recognized as the predominant definition that provides a clear framework for identifying and combating anti-Semitism globally. Some of the alternative definitions that you have heard are overly vague and downplay many modern manifestations of anti-Semitism. The IHRA definition doesn't limit freedom of speech. It puts guardrails on anti-Semitism. This is particularly true on the campus setting. The U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights recently issued a Dear Colleagues letter sharing additional information on how schools can adhere to federal civil rights obligations to ensure students who are being perceived of their shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics to be Jewish, Israeli, Muslim, Arab, Sikh, South Asian, Hindu, Palestinian, or any other faith or ancestry are protected under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. Today's proposed handbook revision is consistent with Executive Order 13899, which provides that federal agencies, including the Department of Education Office for Civil Rights, should consider and consult the IHRA definition. Finally, in 2022, the Nevada Board of Regents voted to adopt the IHRA definition for use as anti-bias and anti-discrimination diversity training. Against the backdrop,
Thank you.
we
Your
urge
time is
Regents
up.
to support the handbook revision.
Hello, my name is Brooke Wingate, last name Wingate. I am a senior majoring in social work and a student of the Honors College. I am also the president of Hillel, a Jewish RSO on campus. I stood in front of you at your quarterly meeting last November to speak about the anti-Semitism that I had experienced on campus as a Jewish UNLV student. Since the last time I spoke to you all, I have seen some improvement at UNLV, which I would like to give credit to you all for implementing. But I have also seen some major missteps taken by UNLV to address issues of anti-Semitism on campus. The people who are here today to oppose the implementation of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism are the same people who have caused my community great discomfort. And by not doing anything about it, you all are violating my civil rights as a Jewish American. Opposers of this inclusion are going to tell you that it encroaches on their free speech. This is incorrect. This definition of anti-Semitism has been used by the federal government since 2019 and then renewed again in 2023 by the U.S. National Strategy to Counter Anti-Semitism. By not using it, you are denying me and the rest of the Jewish students at NSHE schools our civil rights to be protected against anti-Semitism. Let's be honest, the opposition is not for the definition itself. It is for the examples that precedes it. An example of which is not being able to equate the state of Israel, nor supporters of it, to literal Nazis, which if you know your Holocaust history, and I hope that everyone on board does, then you understand why that is inherently anti-Semitic. Whether or not you vote to approve this definition today, it will not change the outcome that the federal government uses it, and I would expect it not to be long before someone uses that against you. Adopting the Office of Civil Rights guidance on anti-Semitism will not only work well in the NSHE system's favor, but it will also help to protect the Jewish students that are just trying to earn a degree in the system of higher education, free from harassment and discrimination. I was not able to do that this past year. In your power today to change that.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Scher, SHER. Item 26 in support of. Ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Regents, I'm a UNLV parent and chairman of the board of Jewish Nevada. Once again, I stand here to remind you that you are elected and entrusted to oversee our children's educational environment, which requires courage and moral clarity. Since October 7th, we have witnessed increasing acts of racism towards Jews, and we've watched your students calling for intifada, which in fact means wiping out Jews by murdering them. Rallies are being held weekly on your campuses and encouraged by your faculty. We would never oppose civil rights. We would never tolerate anti-Blackness racism or anti-Arab racism or anti-Asian racism. UNLV has been tolerating anti-Jew racism, and now 46 members of your faculty signed a letter aiming to protect it. The proposed agenda item will not hamper free speech, and adopting these items is a step in the right direction. When a visiting Israeli professor is prevented from giving a physics lecture because campus agitators are allowed to disrupt and shut down the lecture, it becomes very clear that the motive is not about protecting free speech. To not adopt agenda item 26 is to make Jew hating easier and fails to comply with federal law. This Board of Regents has been served with evidence showing that groups such as SJP and NLP that call for intifada are tied to actual terrorist organizations. They're not peaceful demonstrators. They are anti-freedom, anti-women's rights, and anti-American. I'm requesting that you show courage and conviction, that you demonstrate your leadership correctly. Do not fall for the false moral equivalencies put forth by groups who mean to undermine our colleges and our communities. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gilly Adelman, last name Adelman, student at UNLV. And as a girl that grew up in Israel and spent most of my childhood there, and then moving here as a teenager and a young adult living in Las Vegas for 10 years, I would like to emphasize that I did not know what moving into a new environment would be like, moving from my home that felt safest to me and many more Jewish people. I quickly learned that I did feel safe to live here up until now. With safety concerns in Israel and fast-spreading anti-Semitism here in the U.S., I am unsure which place is safer at this point. When I lived in Israel, it was part of the curriculum to teach and educate about the Holocaust from a very young age, and it felt to me like something that was very historical and far away, when in reality it did not happen very long ago. A reoccurring thought that is now in my brain almost every day is that unfortunately now I understand how it started and stemmed from hatred, similar to what Jews are experiencing all over the world right now. I used to think, how could this happen? And now witnessing how it could so easily happen again leaves me feeling scared and unsafe every time I think about it. Like we have no promised future anywhere and like there's no place for us. For almost the whole rest of the semester after October 7th, I did not feel safe to go to campus for my classes after all the rallies and hate that was being spread, so I did not attend class in order to avoid everything, and it was definitely something that impacted my studies. On another note, I am so glad that I did not graduate this past semester like I was planning on because of the speech that was purely political in a commencement ceremony. The cheers were unfathomable, and I can speak for myself and my friends that being there and hearing about it made us all very uncomfortable. It's like we're alone in this fight. I am very glad I wasn't there because it would have ruined not only graduation, but also 4 years of college.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Miriam Borvik, Borvick. I'm here as a UNLV medical student to urge you to take action against anti-Semitism on our Nevada college campuses and to support Agenda Item 26. Item 26 amends our handbook to protect individuals from anti-Semitism and other discrimination based on their ethnicity, ancestry, or nationality. You may ask, why must we specify that students be protected against anti-Semitism in particular? As a Jewish student, I answer that this protection is urgently needed. Anti-Semitic behavior is both prevalent and tolerated on our campuses, often because our community and its leadership do not recognize anti-Semitism when it happens. Jewish students at UNLV have been cursed at, spit upon, and had property vandalized. I myself have been the target of anti-Semitic hate speech, inciting and celebrating violence against Jews. A fellow classmate in my medical school told me it would be justified for Hamas to take me and my children as hostages. This sort of hate speech is regularly heard out loud, in the open, publicly at anti-Israel, pro-Hamas rallies on our campuses, with slogans such as resistance by any means necessary, And long live the Intifada? For the record, the Intifadas were campaigns of violence, which included suicide bombings, shooting attacks, stabbings, murdering men, women, and children simply because they are Jewish or Israeli, blowing up pizza shops when families went to go get pizza for dinner in Israel. This is not political speech. It is anti-Semitic incitement. The Board of Regents must give our university leadership the tools to combat this sort of bigotry and better protect Jewish students on campus. Therefore, I urge you to vote yes on agenda item 26. Give our universities the tools they need to identify and put a stop to anti-Semitic behavior. Thank you.
Shalom, my name is Lilach Levaton, Levaton, and I am the ISC Activism Manager here in Las Vegas. I'm also in favor of item 26. Today, we are witnessing a modern form of anti-Semitism, statements such as, I don't hate Jewish people, just those Zionists. Zionists are terrorists and death to Zionists. These kind of statements are alarming and becoming more and more common. My father was a Holocaust survivor, and my mother fled anti-Semitism in Morocco, and for them, and because of them, I stand before you today as a proud Zionist. Being a Zionist simply means believing that Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland, Israel. You don't need even to be an Israeli or Jewish for that matter. While we can debate borders and conflict, using the term Zionist as an insult is unacceptable, and it should never be used to justify acts of hate such as harassment, vandalism, kidnapping, murder, and rape. This is why the IRA definition of anti-Semitism is so crucial. It helps people understand the true nature of anti-Semitism, prevent the spread of misinformation, and most important, protect our students and children. Be brave and do what is right to safeguard our community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Tuzman, Tuzman. I'm the president and CEO of Jewish Nevada, Nevada's Jewish Federation. Jewish federations all over the country have been working tirelessly to address this very issue, state by state and university by university. Our organization is charged with the safety and care of Jewish people throughout the state, and I am exhausted. I'm not just a full-time Jewish communal professional, which is terrifying and nearly impossible these days, but I'm a mother of 2 small children who I have to try to explain to pretty regularly why there are people in this world who hate us simply for being Jewish. We know anti-Semitism has always existed. My grandparents are Holocaust survivors. Yet, I don't have to tell you, we've seen a dramatic increase since 10/7. Our students have been courageous, resilient, and non-confrontational, but they have not been met with the same. They have been met with anger, harassment, and intimidation. They have had to endure a lot in the last 8 months. You can spend time revisiting speech policies if needed, because nobody is looking to take away freedom of speech rights. That is not what's being suggested. Today's vote is about whether or not we extend the already federally guaranteed protections to our Jewish students. Again, the IRA definition has already been adopted by the federal government, the state of Nevada, and in fact, this Board of Regents. In fact, you were the first state university system to do so in 2022. Thank you. I could ask why we're even questioning this right now, but I know the answer, and sadly, it's not about the IRA definition. We've met with President Whitfield on this issue. We've informed, we've educated, and now it's time to act. Please, for our students, both now and in the future, and for our community, for me and my children. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ofra Etzion, Etzion, and I'm the Israeli American Council Las Vegas Regional Director, and I'm in favor of item 26. We are the Israeli American community. We are a small minority in a minority. And we know that every other minority group is given the respect to determine which words and phrases are offensive to them. Just as we use people prefer pronouns out of respect for the humanity and to make everyone feel safe and welcome, Jewish people should also be allowed to define what term offend them. For Jewish and Israelis in particular, the word intifada mean violence against civilians and call to mind bloody images of suicide bombing and indiscriminate terror attacks. Recognizing the impact of such a language is crucial for fostering an inclusive and respectful environment. The passage of this resolution will not limit any community member's ability to legitimately criticize the government of Israel, just as they will criticize our own government. What it would do is protect Jewish and Israeli students for harassment and intimidation using an anti-Semitic stereotype and tropes under the pretext of free speech. If we are not limiting anyone, but only protecting people, there is simply no good reason not to vote to pass the IRA definition unless you support the continued use of anti-Semitic words and phrases. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gregory Brown. I am a professor of history at University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I think it's time for us to be responsible. I want to ask everybody on this board now and before you vote to look at what's actually in front of you. There is one sentence that is being proposed to be introduced to the introductory paragraph of the anti-harassment article of our code, and all it says is exactly what the federal government, Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights has said, word for word. All it says is that we are extending existing civil rights protections to those categories that legally had not been designated before, which includes but is not limited to Jewish students. That is all that is being proposed, and that is all that is being voted on. The concern that I have is how far from the actual issue this conversation has gotten. We have never had a situation in which a proposal to recognize the federally guaranteed civil rights of a minority has engendered opposition. It has engendered opposition based upon claims that are almost fantastical about people being expelled for speech. There has been no shortage of critical speech about Israel this year. And I, among others, have stood up and said that people have exactly the First Amendment right to say whatever they want, including calling for the violent destruction of Israel. What we have a responsibility to do, and what you as a board member have a responsibility to do, is to address the educational environment for our students. Now, I've had the privilege of working this year with a lot of our Jewish student leaders, some of whom have spoken to you. These are remarkable students. These are students of resiliency and courage and intelligence and non-confrontation. And what they have come to me for, what they have come to you for, what they have come to our president for, is protection. Our president said to them when we met, what I do for you, I have to do for everybody else. That's exactly what we're asking you to do, to extend the existing federal civil rights protections in law into our code.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katrina Huddleston, Huddleston. I have the privilege and honor of overseeing Hillel operations across Nevada. I'm also a UNLV alum. I am here today in support of item 26 and to follow existing federally protected guidelines. My students, our students, are looking for help. They have been resilient, brave, and possibly most important, non-confrontational throughout this last school year. They've counted on the university and NSHE to engage in education. They have offered to participate in dialogue with their fellow students, but they deserve protection under the law. That's what this vote is about. Free speech is not the issue here. No one's speech has been or will be curtailed by this. We know this from a year of aggressive and intimidating chants with bullhorns and megaphones. And in the quiet corners are my students of campus, where Jewish students have been called names, told that they don't belong, and even spat at. This is where you as leaders can act to provide them legal protection of civil rights laws. If we don't provide them this in code at the university, Jewish students will have to seek those rights under federal law. They will have to seek protection in court. I know that they need these protections because they come to me when they're intimidated. They come to me when they're told they don't belong here. They come to me when they're told they're being racist for being Jewish.
They may not come to you, the president, the chancellor, or anyone else on the university's campus, but they certainly come to me, and I can speak for them today here. And I know that they are looking for your leadership. I urge you to support item 26. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. I am Nadal Leviton, last name Levaton. And if on campus, there was a white nationalist group that called for a lynching against blacks and removal from America, we can condemn them as racists. If there was a group that called for a deportation of all immigrants, legal and illegal, from America, we will condemn them as xenophobic. And if there was a group on campus that called for removal of all Muslims, we will condemn them as Islamophobic. However, if we change those chants and calls to intifada, which calls for violence and murder against Jews, and from the river to the sea, which calls for the destruction of Israel, there is hesitation and or refusal to condemn it as anti-Semitic. It is due to this hesitation that we've seen a rise of anti-Semitism on campus. And I don't just mean the anti-Israel rallies we've seen over the past few months. It's telling us as Jews that we are genocide supporters, and also telling us that we should go back to Poland, a statement that implies that we should have died in the concentration camps. That is why we need the IHRA and federal definition to be adopted to make it clear that those types of statements are not criticizing Israel, but pure anti-Semitism.
Good morning. My name is Tia Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I'm an attorney with the ACLU of Nevada. I'm commenting on agenda item number 26. So the briefing paper for this item references using the IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism as a means of establishing evidence of discriminatory intent pursuant to Executive Order 13899. Immediately thereafter, though, in the same briefing paper, it explicitly states that consideration of this definition shall not interfere with the First Amendment or any local, state, or federal law. Using this definition to establish evidence of discriminatory intent, while also stating the policy shall not interfere with the ability for those to engage in the specific speech described as anti-Semitic within the definition, which remains constitutionally protected, does not diminish confusion, but exacerbates it. In the event NSHE is in fact seeking to adopt this proposal to ensure disciplinary action against students, faculty, or other administrators for conduct that is deemed anti-Semitic pursuant to the working definition, there are serious issues that arise, and such discipline would prompt intervention on our end. It is clear based on this agenda item, but most importantly based on recent incidents, there are misunderstandings surrounding the First Amendment by NSHE. We would ask you to consider tabling this measure to work towards implementing more clear policy. Examples of these misunderstandings include an inability to specifically describe which areas at NSHE campuses are traditional public forums versus non-public forums, a lack of clarity surrounding existing content-neutral time, place, and manner restrictions, a lack of enhanced First Amendment and de-escalation training in recent months, and no trainings or forums for students, faculty, and administrators alike to better understand the distinction between protected speech and unprotected speech, and how conduct, not content alone, are determining factors in assessing whether political speech is protected. We remain willing to serve as a resource to NSHE to assist in any of these items if you should so request. I'll also note that NSHE already has a policy prohibiting discrimination based on national origin and religion. And the ACLU will also be submitting more detailed written comments reflecting these points for the record. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, Regents. For the record, my name is Dayton Vasquez, which is spelled D-A-Y-T-O-N-V-A-S-Q-U-E-Z. For some background, I am a student at Nevada State University, as well as a senior senator to the Nevada State Student Alliance, which is the student body government for Nevada State University, as well as I reside in District 3, which is represented by Regent Byron Brooks. My public comment today pertains to the proposed revision of the NSHE handbook, which is reflected in today's agenda as item 26. I would like to share my concerns with this agenda item, as I believe it could pose serious risks to free speech and academic freedom for our students on campus. While I understand the intention behind the revision, I believe that the IHRA definition is too broad and conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. NSHE students should have the right to protest or criticize the actions and policy of the Israeli government, as well as having the right to support Palestinian human rights without the fear of being censored or getting in trouble by their university. I also believe that this agenda item fails to effectively address the anti-Semitic comments on campus, as well as other forms of bigotry, such as Islamophobia and anti-Arab rhetoric. An example of this I would like to point out is how my own representative, Regent Byron Brooks, called Palestinian organizations and students on campus on UNLV as active hate groups. It's this type of language towards students that is not okay, and an example of bigoted rhetoric that is failing to be addressed. I urge the board to reconsider this agenda item and strongly encourage that you all uphold the right to free speech and academic freedom on our college campuses. Thank you all for your time.
Good morning. My name is Robert Levrant. I'm chair of the Jewish Faculty and Staff Group at UNLV. I am here in support of item 26. Item 26's adoption does not change the U.S. Constitution. It does serve to educate members of our community on anti-Jewish hate. Despite adoption of the IHRA definition in 2022, anti-Semitism education remains elusive on our campuses. This item does not change the First Amendment that gives our students and faculty the right to march across campus, not only chanting anti-Jewish slogans, but carrying a Confederate flag, shouting anti-racist slurs, or criticizing other groups who are protected. What it does is it gives our member institutions guidance in how to call out and speak out against blatant acts of hatred when it is seen and when it is understood. Last month, a series of protests led by a student organization whose charter calls for the dismantlement of my ancestral homeland held a protest and chanted "Globalize the Intifada." This slogan is generally understood as a call for indiscriminate violence against Israel and potentially against Jews and Jewish institutions worldwide. A statement from the university called the protest civil. I don't believe for a minute that our leadership considers calls for violence to be civil, but I do believe we need to pay more attention to overt and covert acts of discrimination against all people. This amendment in item 26 allows for the university to better educate our members of our communities on anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam King, K-I-N-G, and I'm here to talk about the item of number 26, the proposal. First, I want to say that Jewish people deserve to feel safe and accepted on campus. And I also want to say that I appreciate seeing the security and facilitation of discourse with the presence of campus police. Now, on the proposal specifically, I have some concerns, specifically as it relates to the IRA examples being bound into the handbook as they relate to political entities such as political Zionism and the State of Israel. People should be able to criticize these entities as they hold power, and I believe that by including the consequence of people being listed as anti-Semitic for making these statements in an educational environment, they could bear unnecessary social consequences and consequences to their education and career progress. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tal Hakmi, Hackmey. I'm a Las Vegas resident. I'm a co-chair of IAC Las Vegas and a member of the National Board of IAC. I'm a former donor of UNLV School of Law scholarships, and I'm here in support of Agenda Item 26. There are Jewish students on UNLV campus that are not feeling safe. The rise of anti-Semitism in the world and in the US has caused the federal government through the Department of Education to revise its approach to enforcement of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and include religion and cultural heritage with discrimination based on race, color, and national origin where federal funding is received. Agenda Item 26 is in line with the federal government actions. The IHRA definition has already been adopted by this Board of Regents as an educational tool in 2022 and many other governmental bodies in the US and Europe. This widespread adoption is a testament to its utility and balanced approach. It provides for the ability to define anti-Semitism, which is a crucial step in order to identify and combat anti-Semitism. The IHRA definition does not violate the First Amendment since it's not legally binding. It should help discourage the double standard aimed against the Jewish and Israeli community and offer a better understanding of why certain speech may constitute anti-Semitism that is offensive, intolerant, and harmful. The definition specifically states that criticism of Israel, similar to that leveled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. Your vote is essential in combating anti-Semitism on campus. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, good morning. My name is Gal Hayon, Hayon. I'm a proud American, Jew, Israeli, and a proud gay person. Today, I stand before you, not just for myself, but for countless others, silenced by hatred and intolerance. This one is Abu Ahmed Marya, a Palestinian from Hebron. Ahmed was brutally murdered by Hamas just because he identified himself as a gay person. 2 years before his death, Israel gave him a shelter due to threats from Hamas. Ahmed was a known gay advocate across Israel, but his life ended tragically when he visited his family in Hebron. He was found beheaded and dismembered by Hamas. Many gay Palestinians face similar fate. Some of them find refugees in Israel, and many others die under the evil hands of Hamas. I remember my first gay parade in Tel Aviv. I was 15. Jew, Muslim, Christians, all marching together in unity and love. This is the only gay parade in the Middle East, by the way, showing Israel's commitment to LGBTQ community. This is a Pride Month. Just 4 days ago, Jerusalem celebrated Pride with over 30,000 people. When we will get to see a Pride parade in Gaza, huh? To my fellow LGBTQ individuals here, supporting Hamas and calling death to Israel, you have no idea what you're endorsing. The only country who support LGBTQ in the Middle East is Israel. There is no rights for gay or LGBTQ in Palestine. You're calling death to Israel, but you have nothing to know. Israel support the Palestinian LGBTQ individuals. We are here to confront hypocrisy and stand for the truth.
Thank you.
Support
Your time
the
is up.
IHRA definition of anti-Semitism for the LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. I'm here to talk about an issue I saw the other day when I was up there at UNLV. I am a disabled gentleman who is 52 years old. I had to pay for parking. I have 2 degrees. On no university have I ever been on have I had to pay for parking. I even had my sticker in my window, and they still said I had to pay for parking. People with disabilities should not have to pay for parking. We don't have to pay for parking at the stores. We don't have to pay for parking if we see an handicap sticker. We should have to pay for parking. When I went to Alabama A&M University, they encouraged me to park wherever I needed to park. Now, I know in today's society, people have taken advantage of the sticker. So therefore, maybe you need to have a rule where when they go to their doctor, they get a proof that this disability is going to cause them not to be able to get to where they need to go. And they do need to be closer. But people with disabilities should not have to pay for parking. Secondly, there's another issue. When I was in Georgia, I started out at a trade school, DeKalb Tech. And I transferred from DeKalb Tech to Alabama A&M. You have no trade schools in this state that's affordable for students. It cost me $100 a class. That way I got encouraged to go to college. My aunt would tell me, just stop with trade schools and go to college. So I went to Alabama A&M University. and got my first degree. And then I went to Liberty University and got my second degree. But my point is, if the states out west are going to be against everybody going to college, and everybody says, well, you don't need college. Well, the states should fund at least 3 different trade schools in Nevada, 1 in the Northeast, 1 in the Northwest, and 2 down here in Las Vegas.
Thank
It
you,
costs
sir.
a lot to go to trade.
Sir, and if you could say
Yes.
and spell your name for the record,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you for your comment.
Raymond Davis, Raymond Davis. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Woodridge, Woodbridge, and I'm an associate professor in the philosophy department at UNLV. I'm here today to urge the Board of Regents to reject proposal BOR 26 to revise the BOR handbook in a way that would elevate the so-called contemporary examples offered with the IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism from an appearance in a reference footnote to a comparison basis for finding, quote, evidence of discriminatory intent. It is well known that these 11 so-called examples are highly problematic. It's notable that the IHRA decision-making body, the plenary, did not include these examples in the definition, and that its member countries were able to reach a consensus on adopting the definition only by excluding the examples. The revisions proposed by BOR 26 could lead to these so-called examples being taken as indisputable instances of anti-Semitism, threatening to incriminate all forms of anti-Israel speech or protest. Through a simplistic matching process, these examples can be weaponized to accuse someone of anti-Semitism in just the sorts of ways that we have seen live yesterday morning and this morning, without considering context or evidence of whether their motivation is actually anti-Semitic. As another example, a professor teaching about apartheid could be accused of anti-Semitism for discussing any of the reports from the numerous human rights organizations that have concluded that Israel is an apartheid state, since that could be matched with the IHRA example that declares it anti-Semitic to claim that the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. In addition to the rejection of the IHRA definition by such scholarly organizations as the Association for Jewish Studies, the Middle Eastern Studies Association of North America, and the over 200 scholars who coordinated to formulate the alternative Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, the ACLU has written a letter to the U.S. Secretary of Education about the political dangers of adopting the IHRA definition because of the threat that it poses to constitutionally protected free speech. For these reasons and others, the revisions to the BOR handbook proposed by BOR 26 should be rejected.
Good morning. My name is Molly Stubblefield, Stubblefield. I am a recent graduate of the William S. Boyd School of Law at UNLV. I am here to provide public comment in support of the law school's legislative priority request as part of Item 28, the biennium operating budget. I support Boyd Law's legislative request to enhance the law school's base budget to help the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic and Student Success Initiatives. I served as a student attorney in the tenants' rights legal residency, where I represented renters in the community facing eviction. The clinic program provided me and my peers invaluable experiential education, while at the same time providing free legal services to community members. Enhancing the law school's base budget for the clinic will allow the law school to continue to provide these services and also expand on them in a stable manner. Additionally, I am currently studying for the Nevada bar exam. It is an 11-week full-time study schedule. This means that I am unable to work to support myself financially during this time due to the demanding curriculum. Passage of the bar exam is required to become a licensed attorney. The enhancement for student success initiatives would allow the law school to provide scholarships for bar exam study, as costs can run up and over $5,000. Data shows that when students are able to study full-time for the bar exam, they pass at an extremely high rate. And providing financial support to bar takers during this pivotal time is important to allow recent graduates the dedicated time necessary to study and pass the bar on their first attempt. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Kagan, Kagan. I've taught at UNLV since 2011 and now have a daughter who's an undergraduate at UNLV. Before teaching at UNLV, I worked for 3 great years at Tel Aviv University. And it's with that experience informs reasons why I hope that you will reconsider the drafting of item 26. It is extremely important to recognize anti-Semitism as a form of discrimination. It's a shame that there's even a need to add anything specific to say that. But the larger problem is that our administrators are clearly struggling, not only with anti-Semitism, but with many types of hate speech on campus, to know when they can step in and when they must step back. This measure won't address that problem and may undermine efforts to combat it, specifically regarding anti-Semitism. The core of the problem is the IRA definition. It's badly drafted. In the law school, I don't know that we could give it a very good grade if a student turned it in because it is so unclear. And at best, it might just not be operationalized at all because administrators might not find it useful at all. At worst, it might ban at Nevada universities discussions, debates, and ideas that were routinely accepted at Tel Aviv University. And I don't know why we would want to do that. It would definitely be a setback, and it would undermine attempts to stop anti-Semitism because people would be able to say, we know you enacted a definition that represses speech. We should be working towards, and there are options available to have a tighter definition that would have common ground. And most importantly, as you've heard, our administrators desperately need better guidance under existing rules and training materials about when they can step in against hate speech and when they can't. Thank you very much.
My name is Sigourney Bernard Wisnitzer, Wiznitzer, and I'm a first-generation American citizen. My ethnic background is Asian, Black, and Jewish, and my parents are from Suriname, a South American Caribbean country with Jewry that dates back to the 17th century. I'm very proud of my background and grateful for the opportunities that I've received here, thanks to my parents emigrating to the U.S. to escape a violent regime. I was the first in my family to graduate with a college degree, and now that I'm building my own family, I have to consider how my future children will navigate their education with ever-present anti-Semitism on U.S. campuses, which is wholly un-American. Let me be clear. Anti-Zionism is violent, genocidal anti-Semitism, and only Jews can determine what is and isn't anti-Semitic. All students should be able to get an education without fearing for their safety or vitriolic hate speech being hurled at them. This definition is so important because it gives clear examples for school leadership to determine which behaviors require disciplinary intervention. I urge you to vote yes in favor of item 26 to adopt and implement the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism so that Jewish students can feel a modicum of safety in these troubling times.
Hello, my name is Isabella Lopez, Lopez. I'm a current student at UNLV majoring in sociology and earning my master's in teaching at the same institution. I'm here again today to bring up my concerns for item 26 of this meeting. However, to start off, I would like to express how certain members of the board have enabled unsafe situations for all of us on campus by engaging in dangerous rhetoric over the last few months. I do not believe this is how regents who claim to work and represent us should act. Regent Brooks has harassed students and RSOs on campus at UNLV, made inflammatory accusations to the media, and enabled dangerous situations that could lead to doxing. Regent Goodman's comments yesterday demonstrated she is unwilling to listen to us and instead create false accusations. Dozens of us came to the podium yesterday to express how item 8 on the docket was insufficient enough to address anti-Semitism, which we never said was not an issue. We deeply care about this problem, which is why many of us offered an alternative definition, the JDA. It is more specific and deemed better than the IRA's definition to address cases of anti-Semitism. This is according to many Jewish scholars.
Instead of listening, Regent Goodman went on to call us anti-Semitic and how we are, quote, on the wrong side of history. I think I can speak for a lot of us when I say that this was not appreciated, as the job of the Regents here today is to listen and to take into consideration our comments and suggestions. I do not understand how it is anti-Semitic to offer a more specific definition of anti-Semitism to better protect Semitic members of NSHE institutions. This includes Jewish as well as Arab and Muslim members, because let us not forget that Semitic people include them as well. Adopting the IRA definition into our training handbook is vague, and this will have serious consequences for many members of our community, especially Jewish members. I urge the Board of Regents to table this resolution. That way, we can all work together to adopt a better and more specific definition of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism includes hate towards Jewish, Arab, and Muslim people, and it is important that we adopt a definition that will protect everyone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sophie D'Agostino. I'm a UNLV student, and I'm here today to request that you do not adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism into the handbook. Before I begin, I want to first note that my comment is not intended for Regents Goodman or Brooks. Yesterday, Goodman read a pre-prepared statement calling all 30-plus community members who came out to support the safety of Jewish students anti-Semitic, and said that we made her sick. Each and every one of those speakers was concerned for the negative impact of the safety of Jewish students that her resolution would have caused. Brooks is no better. He has been spotted recording students on campus without consent, defaming them on his Twitter account, and lying to the news that they're connected to Hamas with no evidence. But to the rest of you who possess a heart and a brain, I urge you to do the right thing. Are these two really the kinds of people you want to align with? As the NSHE Board of Regents, it is your duty to serve students and keep your diverse campuses safe from racism, bigotry, and hate, including anti-Semitism. The rush to include the IRA definition in the handbook is reckless and dangerous, and will actually serve to do the opposite of its intended purpose of protecting Jewish students. To begin, the IRA definition is vague and largely up to interpretation. It just defines anti-Semitism as a certain perception of Jews with no clarification given at all. It's completely ambiguous as to how anti-Semitism is manifested in reality. This definition actually does not even list racism or Nazism as anti-Semitism, while other declarations such as the JDA do. That means in attempting to define anti-Semitism, you would actually be minimizing the reality of discrimination students face on a daily basis. Even the person who authored the definition regrets it due to the immense harm it has caused. There are much, much better definitions that NSHE should adopt instead, such as JDA, which is written by Jewish scholars and experts in fields. Shame on you, Goodman and Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Funes, spelled Funes, and I'm an alumni from UNLV. Yesterday morning, I spoke at this exact place expecting the Board of Regents to listen to my one and only ask, to do a better job at protecting Jewish students and faculty by taking the time to examine why the definition of anti-Semitism by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance is not adequate to combat anti-Semitic hate in our institutions. It is disappointing, to say the least, to see my message and the message of so many others be intentionally misconstrued. So let me be absolutely clear. Anti-Semitism is very much a real issue that we need to address. But I urge you to take the proper steps to do so. Table item 26. Take the time to analyze it, speak with experts, and productively engage with the community that's asking you to listen to them today. Therefore, my goal here is to suggest that the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism is the model to work from. It is a more thorough document with the specificity required to address anti-Semitism. Again, I say the safety of marginalized students, especially Jewish students and faculty in Nevada, depends on it.
Good morning. My name is JJ Johnson. I live and work in Las Vegas. JOHNSON. With Donald Trump's social media team prophesying a unified Reich, and that same man calling very fine people literal neo-Nazis, screaming Jews will not replace us, to the massacre at the Tree of Life Temple, to when a scrap metal client opens their bay door and I'm faced with a flag with a swastika, to customers thanking me for not Jewing them down when buying their scrap metal. Anti-Semitism is an urgent matter, and lives depend on it, including my own, and those of my ancestors that were lost due to it not being addressed. I have three main concerns about NSHE adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism as its standard. The definition's contextualizations criminalize speech that is critical of a nation's state. No state is above reproach, and people who, for a variety of very legitimate reasons, including academic ones, take a specific interest in Israel or Palestine will be accused of singling out Israel for simply having a focus to their research. Even more, as the IRA definition's lead drafter has stated with concern, the definition has in actual practice been deployed to quash Palestinian liberation activism and speech. By adopting an exclusive standard of anti-bigotry, NSHE will be cordoning off Jewish students from solidarity with other groups that face bigotry and oppression. NSHE's fight against anti-Semitism should be inclusive endeavor, tied to other racisms that inform anti-Semitism, and which anti-Semitism itself informs, while still having room for anti-Semitism specificities. And last, it's a nearly empty definition, which needs deep contextualization to become useful in the fight against anti-Semitism. And its paired contextualizations are largely unhelpful. The Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, which is also available for adoption, albeit not on proffer here today, is a fuller, more useful, and historically grounded definition, and the contextualizations it offers includes those versions of critique of Israel that are anti-Semitic without conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism.
Hello, my name is Seth Mann, M-A-N-N, speaking in support of item 26. I'm 3 years away from graduating high school, and even though I am only 14, I have experienced much anti-Semitism and hate for my religion. It's that time for me when I need to start researching what college I want to go to. My parents keep on bugging me about it. Many of my options were destroyed due to meaningless anti-Semitism and hate for Jews in Israel. Today, the agenda item is implementing the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is as important now as ever. This is a time where Jews need to be supported, especially when such hate is being directed at them just for existing. This is a time when anti-Semites can attack, belittle, and assault Jews and not receive any punishment simply because they do it for, quote, civil liberty. Action needs to be taken to ensure that our Jewish students have a home and a place where they feel safe, a place where they are not attacked for being Jewish. My brother is going to college at UNR this August, and seeing all of the hate around Nevada and around the country makes me uneasy about him leaving. My list for colleges where I feel safe is dwindling. Please don't let Nevada colleges disappear from my list. Thank you.
My name is Kathleen Cavallaro, C-A-V-A-L-A-R-O. The first part of my statement is directed toward you, Stephanie Goodman. Are you listening? How dare you? How dare you? You entered this space as a grown adult, as a person in a position of power, with a prepared speech condemning the behavior of the speakers in the room yesterday. I have to ask you, how would you know what they were going to say? Are you prophetic, or are you just that obtuse and refuse to listen? Because what I heard was a room full of thoughtful, educated speakers who took the time to carefully and respectfully word their ask of you, a request for you to move forward with a plan to protect your students, just not your problematic plan. Instead of listening, you dismissed them, you called them anti-Semitic, you wagged your finger in their faces and told them you were on the wrong side, they were on the wrong side of history. You are on the wrong side of history. You are. How dare you? One of those speakers was my child. You called my child anti-Semitic. You owe her and all of the other speakers an apology. If you are going to continue to call my child anti-Semitic, I am going to have a problem, and I assure you that my problem will most definitely become your problem. Because I moved all the way across the country to stand with my child in her courageous efforts, ones that get her harassed daily, and I will not let that happen to her from someone who is supposed to be protecting her. Do you understand? The only anti-Semitic behavior I witnessed in the room yesterday was from you, because hiding behind the word and falsely using it does a tremendous disservice to the students who are actually experiencing anti-Semitism, and it is a disgusting act of cowardice. It is a tool used by oppressors to keep people from challenging them. You were challenged, and instead of actively listening, you engaged in harmful, disrespectful, wrong, and dangerous behavior. You have proven yourself as an example of how not to act, and you should be ashamed of yourself. As for you, Mr. Brooks, I have learned about your alarming behavior towards students who don't happen to believe
Your time is
we
up.
should be
Thank
murdering
you.
tens of thousands. Free Palestine, do better.
Woo!
Good morning. My name is Chris Wong, W-A-N-G. I'm a high school social studies teacher in Las Vegas, Nevada. I grew up here and I care deeply about education in my hometown. I'd like to address item 26 on the agenda. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of bigotry. It should not be tolerated personally or at the university level. However, the context of the proposal to revise the handbook must be considered. The current text of the handbook already lists anti-Semitism as a form of discrimination and bias, and the move to include IHRA's so-called contemporary examples of anti-Semitism into the text of the handbook creates a slippery slope that invites misinterpretation and abuse of the policy. While some examples of anti-Semitism are clear-cut and uncontroversial, others examples make political judgments about the situation in the Middle East. The IHRA lists the following as an example of anti-Semitism. Quote, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Despite the text added to the footnote, which states that this policy shall not diminish or infringe upon any right protected under the federal law or First Amendment, that's exactly what it does. By seeking a gag order on criticism of Israel, the board would take a definition which is explicitly designated as non-legally binding and make it the legal basis for censorship of criticism of the state of Israel. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and students have a constitutional right to criticize the policies of foreign nations. It would be ridiculous, for example, to claim that the legitimate criticism of the government of China is an example of xenophobia or anti-Chinese discrimination. Furthermore, this policy sets a double standard. Looking at the handbook, one has to wonder, why hasn't racism been defined? Why doesn't Islamophobia have a footnote? Why isn't it considered discrimination to deny Palestinian people the right to self-determination? Anti-Semitism is real and a serious threat.
Thank you.
However, this proposed change risks
Your
the
time
real
is up.
danger of broadening that definition
Thank
and
you.
making anti-Semitism meaningless.
Good morning, board. My name is Janet Bickel, B as in boy, E-K-E-L-E. I'm here concerning item 26. According to Britannica, Semites are defined as a name given in the 19th century to a member of any people who speak one of the Semitic languages, a family of languages spoken primarily in parts of Western Asia and Africa included. This term also includes Arabs, Akkadians, Canaanites, Hebrews, and some Ethiopians and Armenian tribes. The revision you allow is going to set as precedent and as such is to include the full definition despite personal beliefs. An emotional definition of the word anti-Semitism would be a violation of freedom of speech to other Semites who you are also responsible for. Taking this position also includes who you do not agree with. This responsibility means leading from facts rather than emotion. I would like to focus that this is not at all a focus on Judaism whatsoever, as there have been thousands of Christian deaths as well over the past 76 years. Coming from a personal stance, if I ever saw a person being hated against simply because of their faith, it would be stopped immediately, whichever religion, as it has nothing to do with, this fight has nothing to do with their faith, rather, it has to do with colonization. I'm here as a local who was born and raised here, who has been surrounded by Jewish, Muslim, and Christian people all my life. Please do not pass this resolution or at a minimum, table it so impacted people and subject matter experts in the community can teach you towards a safer environment on campus for all students. Thank you.
My name is Cole Nasrallah, Nasrallah. I am Arab American. I teach philosophy at CSN. Before accepting my current position at CSN, I taught high school at the Desert Torah Academy, an Orthodox Hasidic Chabad Jewish school. I greatly enjoyed my time at the academy, and I'm extremely grateful for what my students and I were able to learn together. Having an Arab teacher at the academy, especially a Nasrallah, did not go without notice. We successfully navigated this by addressing the differences in our cultures and backgrounds directly. We spoke openly, candidly, and with respect to one another. We referred to anti-Arab racism as the other anti-Semitism after our lesson on Semitic language groups. We learned together, we grew together. I loved my students, and I know they loved me. Many have kept in touch with me, and I could not be more proud of them. This is how we end bigotry. The formal adoption of the IHRA definition and associated examples of anti-Semitism categorically cannot protect Jewish students and may, in fact, serve to problematically equivocate between Jewish students and the increasingly globally condemned nation-state of Israel. Indeed, it's impossible for me to imagine that such a plainly fallacious equivocation can even be motivated by a desire to protect Jewish students. To anyone familiar with the history of Semitic cultures, this is a thinly veiled attempt to erase Arabs as Semitic peoples in defense of a settler colonial nation state of Israel. Adoption of this definition is how we willfully perpetuate bigotry. For these and numerous other reasons, the American Association of University Professors, the ACLU, and scholars and human rights organizations from around the world reject the IHRA definition. Minimally, this item should be tabled. Zinni Educator will tell you rigorous investigation and pursuit of information is always the best policy. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lee Rowland, and I have a ROWLAND. I have a statement from Dr. Carrie Coca, Associate Professor of Mathematics of Education, College Education at UNLV. I am submitting a public comment in opposition to Proposal IDEA 8 and BOR 26. I vehemently condemn anti-Semitism, just like I condemn racism, xenophobia, misogyny, transphobia, discrimination against disabled people, and all forms of bigotry and violence. However, I oppose IDEA 8 and BOR 26 because they may weaponize in ways that may fuel McCarthy-era-style witch hunts. IDEA 8 and BOR 26 may frame faculty and students calling for a ceasefire to stop a genocide as anti-Semitic due to the imprecise nature of IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism, framing those who criticize an ongoing genocide as anti-Semitic threatens First Amendment rights to free speech. As an institution of higher education, UNLV must remain committed to free speech and critical thinking. UNLV's top-tier 2.0 mission states, we create value for the individuals and communities we serve by fostering a climate of innovation, stimulating economic diversification and workforce development, promoting social justice and inclusion of all voices, and enriching cultural vitality. Proposals IDEA 8 and BOR 26 threaten this mission by singling out a specific group for protection that is not explicitly afforded to others. Why is there no specific condemnation of anti-Blackness, anti-Asian American bigotry, anti-LGBTQIA plus violence, and so forth? IDEA 8 and BOR 26 call into question NSHE's commitment to equality for all. Of course, I want Jewish students to be protected, just like I want Black students, Palestinian American students, AAPI students, Latin students, Arab American students, trans students, queer students, students with disabilities,
Your time is
etc.,
up.
to be protected. Table 26.
My name is Danielle Mireles, Mireles. I'm faculty at UNLV, and I'm speaking to item 26. Yesterday, many students, faculty, and community members shared their condemnation of anti-Semitism on and beyond campus and the need for policies and practices that protect Jewish students, faculty, and community members. They have asked for the resolution to not be rushed, to open this conversation so that there's meaningful input from NSHE's campus communities, and even offered alternative definitions, such as the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, which was developed by a group of scholars in the field of Holocaust history, Jewish studies, and Middle East studies. As Kenneth Stern, the lead drafter of the working definition 2 decades ago, explained, the IRHA definition was intended to be used for data collection to monitor anti-Semitism in Europe. It was not intended to be used in the context of policy or legislation or to limit freedom of speech. Echoing what was discussed extensively yesterday and today, the IHRA definition conflates anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in concerning ways. As Jewish Voice for Peace explains, 7 of the 11 contemporary examples shield the state of Israel from accountability and criticism, and the definition falsely claims that all Jewish people anywhere hold unanimous opinions about the Israeli government and Zionism. Jewish people are not a monolith. They are diverse in terms of race, ethnicity, nationality, immigration status, sexuality, gender, class, and much more, which is not attended to in this definition. Recognition of these problems with the IHRA definition has led to calls to its rejection by the Middle Eastern Studies Association of North America in 2021, the Association of Jewish Studies in 2022, and by the ACLU in 2024. Not only does the definition fail to adequately address anti-Semitism, it poses very real threats to freedom of speech, particularly in this moment where Palestinian and pro-Palestinian students have encountered not only suppression, but violence for speaking out across college and university campuses. It is important to note that anti-Semitism already appears 4 times in the NSHE handbook, which includes a footnote linking an earlier 2016 IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Protections based on religion also appear multiple times in the handbook, 19. These are not equivalent, there are no equivalent mentions nor condemnations of anti-Blackness, anti-Arab racism, or protections for other specific nations or groups. Incorporating this definition is contrary to NSHE Code Section 6.2.1, which upholds equal protection. I urge the board not to rush into a resolution employing the IRWA definition and consider working with scholars and experts in NSHE as well as our students and local communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Christine Clark, C-L-A-R-K for the record, Professor of Cultural Studies, International Ed and Multicultural Ed at UNLV. Yesterday, I listened to around 50 members of a diverse coalition of concerned Nevadans statewide give profoundly humanizing and evidence-based reasons for opposing adoption of the IHRA definition examples. Reasons situated in the care and concern for Jewish students and informed by the work of Jewish scholars, organizations, and community-embedded advocates. In response to this body of public comment, I also heard Regent Goodman say that she was sickened by what she heard, characterizing it as anti-Semitic and noting that she had received voluminous emails expressing contrary perspectives. Clearly, as an NSHE community, we do not have a meeting of the minds on what anti-Semitism is, providing further rationale for tabling adoption of the proposed revisions to the Regent Handbook today. We need time to review IHRA definition as well as others like the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism, as well as the bodies of scholarship that inform these definitions to ensure that if a definition is adopted, it is one that we as an NSHE community understand to meet the access, safety, security, well-being, and sense of belonging needs of all vulnerable communities on campus, including all Jewish communities, not just those who support the IHRA definition. The proposed revisions to the handbook would require NSHE institutional administrators to condemn speech and activity that falls under not just the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, but the included examples of it, with the majority of which falsely equate anti-Semitism with the criticism of the state of Israel. The proposed revisions are intended to have a chilling effect on the freedom of speech and academic freedom of all NSHE students, faculty, and staff, and would facilitate the firing and expulsion of, for example, employees and students who speak out against Israel's attacks on Palestine or simply in favor of Palestinian rights. National opposition to the definition, especially its list of examples, have stressed that longstanding civil rights legislation already provide ample protections against anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination. So focusing specifically on anti-Semitism is duplicative, leading me to ask, as only one example, why in 2020 was a definition of anti-Black racism not proposed as a revision in the wake of George Floyd's murder? Thank you for your time today.
Hello, my name is Colleen Friedman, F-R-E-E-D-M-A-N. I'm here today to speak in support of the agenda item 26. To me, this is actually a layup decision for the board. I'm not here to define what anti-Semitism is because the federal government will do that for you. And per the Supremacy Clause, which is one of the Constitution's most significant structural provisions, they're the ones who get to decide what definitions you like to or have to follow. And pending the federal guidelines and legislation, that's what you'll be following. You know, we've heard a lot of talk about this amendment and freedom of speech, and I will acknowledge that any aggressive enforcement of anti-discrimination laws can run up against the freedom of speech. However, my central argument to that is that anti-discrimination laws must protect all groups equally. Now, I think the university clearly doesn't have a standing operating and procedure in place when it comes to discrimination as far as anti-Semitism goes. And that was further evidenced with the Israeli professor who came as a guest speaker to talk about black holes and the students charging in and disrupting his lecture. And the fact that students seem to think that the ability to disrupt other people's speech and work is free speech, it's just wrong, and I was quite disappointed with how the university handled that. Ultimately, rules are only as strong as the will to enforce them. Punishment for rule violations is essential, and then if administered quickly and consistently, this ought to be sufficient to maintain order on campus, which is really what this provision and amendment is. I hope that the board will take that in consideration. I think it would be a proactive move instead of a reactive move, as we've seen since October. And I believe the fall semester will be
Thank
the
you.
true
Your time is
testament
up.
to the board's actions. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Board of Regents. My name is Ethan Cohen, C-O-H-E-N. I was appointed to be a Nevada Youth Legislator, making me a voice for the tens of thousands of youth living in Senate District 9. I'm 15 years old. I will be attending university in 3 years. I will go somewhere with a strong Jewish population. Therefore, it is my responsibility and my privilege to talk on behalf of the Jewish students and share the opinions of the non-Jewish students who we know stand behind them. Today, I'm proud to stand in favor of the Agenda Item 26, implementing the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. The IHRA definition is considered the most complete definition of anti-Semitism. This is critical at a time when anti-Semitism is the highest it's ever been in recorded history, thriving in places like universities, where instead of higher education, cutting-edge research, scholarship, and morality shaping the forefront of admissions for Jewish students feel the need to look at universities that don't tolerate anti-Semitism. Is that the world that we live in, where Jewish students are afraid to go to universities because there are no guardrails in place to keep them safe? The days have passed when Jewish youth feel safe to be open and visible on campus. The days have also passed where Jewish students are not able to speak up for themselves. I don't want to be afraid in 2 years when I'm applying to universities. I don't want to be afraid when I'm walking around campus. People who don't support this agenda item, those with rights for all pins, or whose rights apparently stop at Jewish and Israeli students, those who say Jews are not the only Semites, leaving no definition of hate for them, just like they would leave no state for them without this definition implemented, will not make me afraid. That's why I and everybody around me is asking you to stand up to protect Jewish students. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Cohen, C-O-H-E-N. Anti-Semitism, a major threat to freedom, humanity, and the dignity of defense. No other people of any country in the world were more harassed, insulted, punished, sanctioned, lied to, dehumanized by supports of online terrorism and attacked and bombed daily by local disturbance in university or in the community. President Whitfield's action amount to giving into hatred and bigotry, empowering and embodying those who have used intimidation, harassment, and violence to achieve their goals. I know now how ingrained anti-Semitism is in our country. I'm still shocked, but even more so, I'm saddened and angry. I'm equally as stunned and angry about all those college-age kids who lack critical thinking skills and aimlessly engage in various forms of discrimination without consideration for their action. Where is the university in this to teach, educate what is the right way to have in a dialogue and what is the wrong way to inflict on purpose such as against Jewish students? It seems that the university will like the wrong way. Therefore, you must protect them, and if not, call for a state investigation. No group or community should live in fear and violence, discrimination, or intimidation, and we must address the rising trend of anti-Semitism to prevent such hateful act in the future. Our community isn't engaged, nor intimidate, nor attack in any other group on campus, nor we are rally with mask either. We are just communities that will stand for our rights, period. Freedom of speech doesn't protect you from the consequences of the result of what you say, do and cause to happen. Diversity and inclusivity need to become so commonplace that it's boring. This means respecting our difference and celebrating our common ground. If this university and the other side will do so, then we will be in a much better place. The denial violation of your civil rights and liberty in the past 8 months may be in legal system for years. Title
Thank you.
violation,
Your time is
segregation,
up.
and denial. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Noah Jensch, and I'm the Chief Communities Officer of the IEC. Today, I'm speaking in favor of the updated version of the IRA definition, and I'm speaking on behalf of a student. His name is Emil Jacobi. Emil is a student of law, and when he came to his campus, he was told that Jews were not allowed. He was told that Zionism is not allowed. And at first, he ignored it. Following week, he came again, and then he was told Jews are not allowed to walk in this path to his class. And then a week later, Jews were not able to do this or that in the name of anti-Zionism. What I did not tell you yet is that Emil Jacobi was my grandfather. And the year is 1933, and the campus is Berlin University. What Emil Jacobi experienced was what we know is pure Jewish hatred. Make no mistakes. You are in such a privileged place today, and in your power is to make sure that my daughter, Emily Jensch, who is also a law student, will never have to go through what Emil and 6 million people had to go through. We are talking about racism right here in the state of Nevada against Jewish people and against pro-Israel people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Edry, E-D-R-Y, and I'm here to support the higher definition. So they're talking about freedom of speech. That's the new narrative. How to be against the IRA definition based on that it hurts the freedom of speech. So let me ask you a question. The First Amendment of the United States, freedom of speech. However, all of their protests, when they're protesting, there's not even one American flag. Not even one American flag is on their protest. The only flag is the watermelon flag. The same flag that supports terror, the same flag that supports the destruction of the United States and Israel together. So the same people that stand here and talk about freedom of speech, the same people that enjoying from this country, from these benefits of this country, are the same people that standing on this land and calling for the destruction of the United States and Israel together. How absurd. Now, regardless, if a student will stand up and say, I want to call for all the minorities, Black, Latinos, Asians, Jewish, whatever, to be eliminated from the Mississippi River to the ocean in the Pacific. Is that freedom of speech? Or that's hate? We have no problem with Muslims. We have no problems with minorities. We support equally everyone. However, we will not support hate. And I'm asking this board of Regents to very consider today the fact that if you're not going to pass this higher definition, you are going to support hate. You are going to give the legitimacy of that person, that radical person, to perform a violence against minorities. And you will be held responsible. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ed Euling, Uehling. I identify very much with the 14-year-old boy. When I was 14 years old in 1954, I was scared to death because I was attracted to other boys. I wasn't attracted to girls, and it was a very scary environment. So I understand that that people students do not want to live in fear. But what is happening here, though, is a combination of international events that happened a long time ago, events that are happening today, and combined with a statement of in a rule here in the university. There's lots of hypocrisy in this, and the word itself, Semitic. The most anti-Semitic people is the Jewish government of Israel and the U.S. government that drops bombs on Semitic people, pays for Semitic people. And is it any wonder that a group with lots of money can convince our country that has killed 22 million people since World War II in many different countries? Is it any wonder that they can pay our Congress to create this ambiguous wording in law, yet that's being used as justification for doing it here at the university? The first time I visited Israel was in 1989, and I went to the West Bank and stayed with a family that.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hello to all the Board of Regents. My name is Jasmine Bryant, Bryant for the record. I am a Nevada System of Higher Education alumni, graduate of UNLV, former student worker at UNLV, and a Las Vegas resident and community member who was passionate about the well-being of others, including students, faculty, and staff. I am also deeply concerned about the main agenda item 26 and the subsequent possibility of it being adopted and included in the NSHE handbook, which governs all who participate in and around NSHE institutions. I understand the great need to condemn discrimination and violence inside NSHE, but adopting the IHRA's, that's the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, is irrational, an assault on free speech, protections, and you need to be more serious and inclusive. This definition being brought forward to be adopted is far too vague in its language, and in its action will suppress the voices of Black and Brown students, Indigenous students, students of color, Jewish students as well, and LGBTQIA2+ students. During my time at UNLV, there were many moments, Regents, and days I felt fear as a student on and off campus. I, along with other students and colleagues, could see that there was no rush, no immediacy or urgency to condemn that particular violence or discrimination, or to quell my and other students and community members' fears. We need to have protections that are inclusive of everyone, not just those Regent Brooks, Regent Goodman, or Regent Arriscata deem more important and more valuable. Why not adopt an anti-racism definition into the handbook? As a Board of Regents whose duty it is to represent the best interests of all 100,000 plus students and counting at the 8 NSHE institutions, I ask and strongly encourage you to all table this resolution, be mindful of the Jerusalem Declaration, and come together to agree on a date, time, and place to hold a proper discussion with NSHE community members. And for the record, critical thinking is not anti-Semitic. NSHE community members who speak and assemble on matters that criticize a country's government and governmental procedures does not equal expression of hatred or discrimination. Be serious. Be for real. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yesenia Moyagaray, M-O-Y-A space G-I-R-A-Y. I am here to express my concerns regarding the proposed adoption of the anti-Semitism definition. First and foremost, it's important to note that a similar definition, the one from yesterday, failed to gain any traction in Congress, so it is not federally recognized, as most people have erroneously said. This is a significant point because it underscores the complexity and potential issues inherent in such a broad and vague definition. If it could not pass at a federal level, we must seriously consider why it's being pushed forward here without a comprehensive review and understanding of its implications. Secondly, we must base our policies on empirical data and thorough research. As a product of CSN, UNLV, and CCSD, I learned that the best way for me to make an argument is to ensure that I have no fallacies, that I have data, and that I can cite my sources. If you can't cite your sources, you can't make that argument. We To create an environment free from discrimination, we need evidence-based approaches that address anti-Semitism effectively, while also recognizing and combating other forms of bigotry, like anti-Blackness, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and anti-Arab hate. Without empirical data to support the efficacy of this definition, we risk implementing a policy that does more harm than good. It's also concerning to see that some members of the board may be using this as political theater. When policies are driven by political agendas rather than a genuine commitment to the well-being of our community, they fail to address the real problems and instead create further division and mistrust. We should be working towards unity and understanding and not exploiting the community that came here today to talk about anti-Semitism. At its core, this debate is about freedom of speech. This proposed definition is overly broad and imprecise, posing a threat to freedom of speech and academic freedom on our campuses. Legitimate political discourse, including criticism of government policies and support for Palestinian rights, should not be conflated with anti-Semitism. Please table this. Do not pass this.
Chair.
That appears to be all the public comment in Vegas.
Thank you. Is there public comment here in Reno? It appears to be.
And Chair, if I may, just for a moment, Chris Nielsen for the record, just a reminder for the public comment period that I want to advise you that cheering, clapping, and yelling in public, we have to be mindful of that, of the decorum of this body, and just a reminder to keep it civil. So thank you.
Please state your name, spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes.
Morning, Madam Chair. My name is Andrew Diss. I'm Senior Vice President for Morello Gaming. That's DISS. We own and operate the Grand Sierra Resort here in Reno and Sahara, Las Vegas. I'm here to read some comments from the owner of our company, Mr. Alex Morello, pertaining to President Sandoval. Members of the Board of Regents, it is my understanding that you're performing a periodic evaluation of President Brian Sandoval. I'm writing today to share my experiences in working with President Sandoval over the years, and also our recent efforts to partner in building a new world-class arena that will be the future home of Wolfpack basketball. By way of background, I first began doing business in Nevada in 2011 when I purchased the Grand Sierra Resort. That is also the same year that Brian Sandoval was sworn in as the 29th governor of Nevada. And I think we all remember the struggles our state was going through during that time through the Great Recession. And a lot of people thought I was crazy for buying the GSR at that time, but not Brian. He believed in my vision, he believed in me, and I am forever grateful for the support that he gave me. Due to my success in Reno, I decided to increase my investment in Nevada by purchasing the SLS in Las Vegas in 2017 and transformed it back into the Sahara. Again, Governor Sandoval gave me encouragement and support as I took on a major project, and it was around this time that I formally became a Nevada resident. Brian Sandoval's enthusiasm for this state is contagious, and this pride in being a Nevadan had a lot to do with me officially leaving behind California, which is where I've spent the majority of my life. Let me be very clear, the only reason that I am even considering building a new arena in Reno and partnering with the university is because of Brian Sandoval. Having him at the helm of the school gives me the confidence to take a big chance. And I am not asking for the university to contribute a single penny in capital for the construction of this project. I am doing it on my own. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments today. You have an outstanding leader at this university in Brian Sandoval, and I hope that you continue to support him in his mission to grow the reach and the impact of the University of Nevada, Reno. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If the line would move closer to the podium so we have less time in between speakers, that would be great. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Blair, B-L-A-I-R. I'm one of the UNR faculty working with the high school dual enrollment instructors to teach Psych 101. I have heard that there has been some question about the qualifications of the high school instructors, and I wanted to speak to my experience as to why I don't share these concerns. First, as coordinators, we see the resumes of prospective teachers to ensure that they have appropriate background in the subject matter before they are approved to teach. Often, this includes existing experience teaching at the college level, either through AP or other dual enrollment programs. We then work closely with teachers throughout the year in weekly meetings. This provides an opportunity for me to clarify any finer points of the material but even more so, an opportunity for instructors to share what is working in their classroom, allowing all of us to benefit from each other's experience and expertise. This has even led to developing assignments I use in my own classes. In my opinion, the combination of their existing experience with the subject matter, our consistent work together and communication, as well as their expertise in high school level instruction makes them well prepared to offer this expanded educational opportunity. Thank you.
For the record, I am David Shintani, last name spelled S-H-I-N-T-A-N-I, Vice Provost for Undergraduate Education at University of Nevada, Reno. I would like to take this time to explain how we ensure that all UNR Collegiate Academy courses are taught to the same standards and rigor as the same courses taught on campus. First of all, UNR faculty provide our partnering high school teachers with course syllabi materials and extensive pre-term training. Once instruction begins, our faculty meet weekly with teachers to reflect on the previous week's lessons and discuss what to expect in the coming week. During these meetings, UNR faculty and high school teachers work together to determine the most effective way to deliver university-level course content to a high school student audience. Through these interactions, we have learned that while our faculty are content experts, the high school teachers are the pedagogical experts for high school audiences. To review the effectiveness of this partnership, UNR faculty assess student learning outcomes at the end of each term using the same rubrics used to assess the same courses taught on the UNR campus. Results from the 2022-2023 academic year showed that Collegiate Academy students met or exceeded learning outcomes at the same or higher rates when compared to their on-campus counterparts. Regarding course rigor, we saw very similar grade distributions when comparing Collegiate Academy courses with on-campus taught courses, indicating that the Collegiate Academy courses are being taught at the same rigor as the campus courses. Based on these results, we are confident that with faculty oversight, the Collegiate Academy high school teachers are teaching university-level courses to UNR standards and are highly qualified to teach dual enrollment courses regardless of degree held. We have consulted with NWCCU and NASEP, and both accrediting organizations have given their blessings to our approach to teaching concurrent enrollment courses. Thank you.
Good morning, dear board, dear presidents, dear vice presidents. This is Dr. Bakwacioglu. For the record, it is Boyacioglu. I'm a postdoctoral researcher in the Mechanical Engineering Department and the chair of the UNR Postdoctoral Association. Today, we would like to draw your attention to our critical yet often overlooked efforts that help maintain UNR status in the Premier League of research institutions. Postdocs are researchers with PhD degrees who bring their expertise to their labs and their departments. They assist PIs in grant writing, stand in for them in mentoring undergrad and graduate students engaged in research, and as their primary work, they make significant contributions to the advancement of knowledge, proudly affiliating our university in both written and oral presentations. We are one of the few groups solely focused on research, and our numbers are reported to the NSF, NIH, and various ranking and accreditation organizations to evaluate research productivity, institutional capacity, and overall reputation. There's a nationwide decline in postdoc numbers as universities lose the ability to compete against industry and fewer grants are distributed. But the situation at UNR is particularly severe. We have observed a decline in numbers from over 110 postdocs to 94 last year. Today, we are 71 of us. In the exit surveys, our colleagues cited the lack of personal development opportunities, including attending conferences, as one of the main reasons for their departure. Moreover, unexpectedly, from an R1 institution, the graduate school has suspended postdoc travel grants. And I'm afraid the suspension will continue if no actions are taken. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Board President and Vice Presidents, this is Dr. Satish Manandar. For the record, my last name is spelled M-A-N-A-N-D-H-A-R. I am a postdoctoral scholar in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering and the Finance Officer for the UNR Postdoctoral Association. Today, I would like to bring attention to the financial situation of the Office of Postdoctoral Affairs and its operating challenges. The office under the graduate school serves researchers with PhDs who are neither students nor faculty. Last year, the annual budget for the office was $9,925, but this year it was reduced by 78% to just $2,175. The budget supports subscribing to the National Postdoctoral Association, a mentorship award, and travel grants to postdocs to present at scientific conferences representing UNR. Due to the budget cut, the travel grants for postdocs are suspended. This is unfortunate because without the travel grants, most postdocs cannot present their work, thus hampering their professional development and the university's visibility. This negatively affects UNR's R1 status and the university's strategic plan to become a member of the Association of American Universities. Meanwhile, the travel grants for students and faculty remain available and are funded by the Graduate Student Association, the Office of Provost, and the Office of VPRI. Therefore, we kindly ask you to reassess the budget for the postdoctoral office. Thank you for your consideration.
Dear members of the board, I'm Dr. Simoncelli, Simoncelli, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher in neuroscience. Like all my colleagues, we are those who mainly are asked to disseminate our work around the world, presenting into scientific events like conferences, which are key moments for each researcher. When I say our work, I refer to the work that is made under the name of University of Nevada, Reno, because in these situations, we are not representing just ourselves or our laboratory, we are representing the research quality of our university. However, most of the time we have great issues attending conferences because of financial problems. We don't have money to pay for registration, housing, flights, living costs for several days. Sometimes we are forced to make a choice. Our work has been accepted into two important conferences, but our lab can pay for only one of them. So what to do? First option, we renounce attending one of them, missing an important achievement and recognition for our work and our career too. Option two, we pay by our own. Most of the time, we choose the second option and we pay out for our pocket for our job. Have you ever seen employees paying for professional meetings or business travel? I don't think so. We do that, and we do that very frequently. I'm attending 5 conferences in the next 4 months, and I'm paying for half of them. But I don't have any choice because they're a crucial professional situation for me, for my job, and for possible future collaborations. In the name of all the postdoctoral researchers of our university, I ask you to help our association to providing concrete financial support will allow us to travel easier and valorize the UNR research work around the world. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jane Grossman. I'm a community member, retired management consultant, and I am speaking on behalf of item 26. I know this is a controversial definition of anti-Semitism, and I implore you to adopt it. The reason I am Jewish, I went to UC Berkeley. I can't imagine being 18 years old and being on campus this past year. I don't think I would have had the fortitude or strength or courage as many of my young sisters and brothers have right now. We are at a unique moment in time where anti-Semitism is raging. We need your support. I need you to put yourself in my parents' shoes. Imagine you had a Jewish child at university. What they are going through is intolerable. I'm a person who has actively supported a two-state solution. I mourn the deaths of so many Palestinians. The conflict is impossible, and it needs to be separated from what's happening to our Jewish students here in our universities. Don't be like my alma mater, Berkeley, which has become a mess. Please have UNR be a place where Jewish students will want to come, and UNLV. Thank you very much.
Buenos días. My name is Margarita Otero, O-T-E-R-O for the record. I am an NSHE employee at the Multicultural Center at UNR, an incoming PhD student with the School of Public Health, and I am also a UNR alum. As an employee working directly with students, I am here today to oppose Agenda Item 26 and urge you to reject the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. This definition and the contemporary examples it provides are problematic, overly broad, and vague. What is particularly concerning is that this definition conflates criticism of the nation-state of Israel with anti-Semitism, effectively silencing legitimate political discourse and activism for human rights. Adopting the IHRA definition will lead to the censorship of educational events and dialogue, violating the principles of freedom of speech and academic freedom, which are key to achieving UNR's mission of preparing students for global citizenship. Moreover, because the proposed definition fails to distinguish between criticism of the Israeli government and hatred or discrimination against Jewish individuals, it will undermine efforts to combat genuine instances of anti-Semitism by diluting its meaning and significance. Lastly, this definition does nothing to address other forms of bigotry, such as Islamophobia and anti-Blackness, which continue to create an unsafe learning environment for our students. I have personally witnessed the disproportionate impact this has had on our students of color. I urge you to reject the IHRA definition and advocate for a more inclusive and principled approach that protects the rights of all students and promotes academic freedom and protected political speech on campus. I would like to conclude by emphasizing that criticizing colonial violence and oppression is not anti-Semitism. And to address Regent Goodman's comments from yesterday morning, advocating for the safety of our Muslim, Arab, Palestinian students, and those in solidarity with Palestine, who may be disproportionately negatively impacted by the adoption of this definition, is not disgusting. What I personally do find incredibly disappointing is your deliberate efforts to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Mariah Woolery, W-O-L-E-R-Y. I'm a recent graduate of UNR, and my time here, I've been grateful to be exposed to a diverse collection of viewpoints and backgrounds. UNR's open campus policy has exposed me to plenty of opinions that I find personally abhorrent. I've walked to class past preachers railing against women's rights and Turning Point USA members displaying transphobic slogans, and I've accepted this only with the knowledge that my own right to free speech would be similarly protected. Which is why I'll never forget the moment at a recent pro-Palestine protest when a local Native American leader conducted in his own language a heartfelt prayer for world peace. And at that same moment, I noticed the sniper perched atop this very student union, ostensibly hired by the university and pointed at the students and faculty gathered for human rights. That's when I realized that the UNR administration, for all their talk of democratic values, was not hoping to foster a free exchange of ideas, but to crush dissent. Of course, anti-Semitism is a very real evil, and alongside other forms of bigotry, it's alive and well at UNR. But just as that sniper did not make the Jewish students at that protest any safer, this definition will not protect against hatred. In fact, it dangerously waters down the definition of anti-Semitism to say that students voicing their concerns about their tax dollars going to bombs is somehow just as evil as bigots scrawling swastikas. It is not the role of a public university to decide which foreign states its students are allowed to criticize. No country or government is above criticism, and no subject should be off limits at a public university that's supposedly dedicated to fostering free speech. If we're going to talk about campus safety, we must talk about the students in Gaza whose universities have been turned to rubble. Those students, many of whom were murdered by Israel, deserve to feel safe on campus as much as anyone else. Fascism takes root slowly, and it's moments like these where we all get to decide what kind of institutions we want to create. Do we want to punish activists, or do we want to create spaces where students can debate, disagree, and maybe even learn from each other? It is our role as academics to nurture discourse, not to outlaw it, because we know from history that censoring an idea, you only make it stronger. I implore the administration to make a stand for democracy by voting against this item, and I thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jason Cruz at CRUZ for the record. Before I begin, I would like to say I urge you all to seek first to understand and to be understood. Let my words sit in your mouth as if they were your own. Thank you. I asked to table item 26. Anti-Semitism is a vile form of bigotry that has directly led to unspeakable and unfathomable harm to millions of people, and it would be an insult to the students and faculty of the Nevada system of higher education to allow this resolution to pass as it stands. This resolution innately conflates anti-war and anti-genocide sentiments, which have and always will be legitimate forms of political discourse, and hate, conflate it with hate. I urge the board to not make this mistake. As a community of scholars, we must continue to find ways where all members of our campus community feel that they are safe and supported. Those are not my words. Those are the words spoken verbatim from President Brian Sandoval on his statement on Israel and Gaza. Let me say that again, just so it fully sits. As a community of scholars, we must continue to find ways where all members of the community feel that they are safe and supported. What of anti-Palestinian and anti-Arab sentiments? What's of anti-Black sentiments? What message are we sending to the young minds of Nevada as education continues to protect some, but not all? Where was this energy when the University of Nevada, Reno harbored, employed, and protected neo-Nazis just a few years ago? There are over 22,000 books and articles on Intifada and over 351,000 books and articles on Palestine that are given access to by the University of Nevada, Reno. We cannot urge students to pursue education, then condemn them when they use the very books given. We are here to ensure that those of us on campus feel safe, and this resolution will not be that solution. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Crystal Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R for the record. I am here to reject item 26. I look around this room and I look in all of your eyes and I see no life. I see no heart. I see you smiling at me with absolute disdain towards what we're saying. To wave an Israeli flag when, as we are speaking, dozens are being murdered is inhumane. And to ask us to accept this definition is just injustice. What we're asking you today is to seriously consider how this item will completely erase what bigotry means. America has a history of choosing definitions that fit them when it profits them, and this is not okay. If you really care about people, you will reject this definition and you will talk about the danger that is being inflicted on Palestinian Americans across the nation and on Palestinians in Gaza right now. I ask you, as a Black queer woman, to consider the fact that I'd rather stand with Palestinians in Gaza rather than standing with an apartheid regime that dehumanizes non-Jewish people and even its own. I will not stand with a regime that exploits the LGBTQIA community for their own agenda. And for the NSHE Board of Regents, you should shift your concern of discrimination to BIPOC community members. Only our definition of anti-Semitism and bigotry should be there to protect students, not punish them. What will these definitions of bigotry do to address the recent incidents of white students calling Black students the N-word? Where were these definitions? Where were these actions to prevent discrimination then? Thank you, and seriously, consider your humanity, and if you still have it.
Good morning. My name is Riley Overstreet, that's spelled O-V-E-R-S-T-R-E-E-T, and I'm an undergraduate student here at the University of Nevada, Reno. I would like to express my opposition to the proposed agenda item number 26. I stand against hate in all forms and am aware of the presence of anti-Semitism here on this campus, and I believe that it must be addressed. With this in mind, I believe the definition of anti-Semitism provided in the proposed agenda item number 26 is inadequate and will stifle academic, social, and political discourse that is a vital part of university life. Criticism of a state and its policies should not be conflated with an expression of hatred against the ethnicity it claims to stand for, and such criticism is essential to academic political discussion in a university environment such as this. This resolution would also classify the very real criticisms and negative experiences that Palestinian students may have with the State of Israel as anti-Semitism. I strongly urge the board to table this resolution, and as many of my colleagues have said, consider the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, which addresses the very real dangers of anti-Semitism, while also clarifying the nature of criticism of the State of Israel and its relationship to anti-Semitism. Please consider my words and those of my colleagues, and make the decision to protect free speech while addressing hate speech in an adequate manner. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paige Casagrande, that's spelled C-A-S-A-G-R-A-N-D-E, and I'm a current student at the University of Nevada, Reno, studying English and sociology. I'm here to oppose item 26 and wanted to talk about the definition of anti-Semitism. Firstly, it's important to look at the definition of Semitic, written as of relating to or constituting a subfamily of the Afro-Asiatic language family that includes Hebrew, Aramaic, Arabic, and Amharic. Keeping that in mind, when the board considers adopting the IHRA definition that would limit phrases such as from the river to the sea, I would like to remind everyone that this phrase comes from a Semitic group advocating for their freedom from an oppressive government actively committing violence against them rather than a call for violence against other Semitic groups. Adopting a definition that would deem such a phrase and similar phrases as anti-Semitic would be nonsensical and anti-Semitic in and of itself. It is the responsibility of the board to maintain Nevada schools as beacons of critical thinking and productive discourse, as well as protect the voices of all Semitic students rather than restricting and removing them from a conversation where they deserve to have their voices heard. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Bahar Jazani, spelled Jazani, and I'm a student studying political science, sociology, and music at UNR. As a student, it is incredibly upsetting to see my own university's response and complicity in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Similar to many others here, I'm here today to urge you to not adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. This definition falsely conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Students like me should be able to participate in open dialogue about the genocidal actions of any nation without fear of being reprimanded by our university. I suggest that instead, NSHE adopt a more thought-out definition of anti-Semitism that does not conflate being anti-genocide with hate. One example would be the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism. To the Regents, it is illogical to claim to be pro-free speech while also attempting to banish open political discourse on Nevada campuses simply because it doesn't align with your political agenda. Standing against the genocide of my people in the Middle East does not make me anti-Semitic. I urge the Regents to focus on the safety of all students. As a student protester, I have been harassed, filmed, and followed by violent counter-protesters. Regent Goodman, it is telling of your white supremacist ideals that you not only choose to call us anti-Semites for being against the genocide of Palestinians, but you also repost tweets calling for the deportation of pro-Palestine protesters. Your position on the board, as well as Regent Brooks, shows the power of white mediocrity. To restate my request, I'm asking the Board of Regents to put more time and thought into this matter before endorsing a definition that will have detrimental effects on free speech on Nevada campuses. Instead, I ask you to look into the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism, which offers an improved, clear definition. Please take into consideration the voices of your students. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evan Robinson, for the record, spelled Robinson, and I'm an ASUN senator for the College of Liberal Arts here at UNR, and I'm here today to speak in firm opposition on the proposed agenda item number 26. This agenda item dangerously conflates anti-Semitism with criticism of the state of Israel, and I want to inform the board that I am very concerned with anti-Semitism on this campus and believe that action must be taken to address it. However, I don't believe that this definition does enough to address anti-Semitism while still protecting free speech. As an openly Black and queer student at UNR who has experienced frequent racism and homophobia, I understand how important it is to protect marginalized students. That is why my colleagues and I have done the work to provide an alternative definition that protects free speech and Jewish students on campus. The Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism definition is exactly that. This definition clearly outlines what is criticism of the state of Israel and what is not anti-Semitic. Additionally, groups such as the Nevada Faculty Alliance, ACLU, and the own authors of this ridiculous definition have condemned the use of the IHRA definition at colleges' campuses to quell free speech. I'd also like to point out that the agenda item 8 was tabled in the IDEA committee just yesterday, therefore demonstrating that this body is not ready to pass this resolution. Yesterday, a public commenter said that critical thinking is not anti-Semitic. I'd like to echo this sentiment because college campuses are designed to be institutions of higher learning where students are challenged with new ideas to stimulate growth. With the passage of this definition, critical thinking and academic freedom is crushed. Additionally, I'd like to point out to this body, if they were really concerned with addressing acts of hatred on campus, we would see a definition condemning anti-Black racism in response to students yelling the N-word on a floor that I work in. We would see the board taking action to protect trans and Black students after Regent Boylan's hateful comments, yet we have not. I think it's very clear where this board's priorities lie. However, if this body has any willingness to listen to students, they will free Palestine.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Gonzalez Contreras, last name spelled Gon.
ZALEZCONTRERAS. I am here to speak in regards to agenda number 28. I'm both a proud UNR and UNLV alumna. I ask for your support in funding the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic at the UNLV Boyd School of Law for 2 reasons. First, the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic benefits the statewide community, because that is what the state of Nevada is. Nevada is such a unique state in the way that the whole state has the ability to work together and be a united community. Second, legal clinics provide one of the few opportunities for law students to acquire practical legal training. While I was in law school, I had the privilege to be a student attorney for 3 semesters, thanks to the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic. I represented individuals and families facing persecution in Afghanistan following the withdrawal of U.S. forces. These asylum cases were ultimately granted. The clinic also gave me the unique opportunity to represent an individual by working in the legal overlap between federal immigration law and the Fourth Amendment. These experiences not only enhanced my legal expertise, but also cemented my ongoing commitment to public service and advocacy throughout my career in the state of Nevada. As you can see, the clinic gave me the hands-on experience that is invaluable for students, but also simultaneously helped fulfill a need in the Nevada community. One of the greatest assets of Boyd Law, the only law school in Nevada, is without a doubt the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic. I urge for your support and funding. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samora Horsley, Horsley, and I've been employed at NSHE University and also a graduate of UNR and UNLV. I am back again today to voice my concerns. The resolution Board 26 fails to effectively address anti-Semitism. Supporting the struggle of marginalized communities and Palestinians is not anti-Semitic. I'm concerned about the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism that criminalizes discourse about Israel and it inaccurately associates it with hate speech. The resolution fails to effectively address other forms of bigotry on campuses, like Islamophobia, anti-Arab hate, and anti-Blackness and xenophobia. While at UNR and UNLV, I felt unsafe due to many instances of anti-Blackness, including a video I watched in 2017 where UNR police inappropriately joked about shooting a Black student. And little has changed considering the recent news and tolerance of the N-word being yelled on campus. As a result, I am deeply troubled by the unsafe environments being perpetuated on our campuses. I urge the board to table the resolution. There is a need for further community discussion. I ask for us to draw from documents such as the Jerusalem Declaration to aid in creating a clear and specific definition that truly protects Jewish students and all other members of the community from discrimination without compromising our fundamental rights. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Martinez, last name spelled Martinez. I am an alumni of the University of Nevada, Reno, and current PhD student in the Sociology Department at the University of New Mexico. I'm here to express my concerns and thoughts on proposed resolutions on item 26. As a Latina on university campuses, I have experienced and seen the suffering of the community's well-being to various forms of discrimination. The proposed revision does not effectively address anti-Semitism or other forms of hatred on our campuses, like anti-Blackness, xenophobia, anti-Arab racism, and Islamophobia. As the American Civil Liberties Union said, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism conflates protected political speech with unprotected discrimination, and enshrining it into regulation will chill the exercise of First Amendment rights and risk undermining the agency's legitimate and important efforts to combat discrimination. I am troubled by the unsafe environments being perpetuated by certain people in our community. Supporting our community when they are addressing injustices in the world is not anti-Semitic, and it is crucial that we do not conflate legitimate political discourse with hatred. I urge the board to not pass the resolutions as they stand and to table them for further discussion. I ask for us to draw from documents such as the Jerusalem Declaration on anti-Semitism to aid in creating a clear and specific definition of anti-Semitism that truly protects all members of our community from discrimination without compromising our fundamental rights. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Elena de la Paz, DELAPAZ, and I am here to speak on item 26 in opposition. The claim that this conflation of being against occupation with anti-Semitism is an ignorant view of history. The ICC is currently seeking out arrest warrants for Netanyahu for a long list of war crimes that Israel has conducted, burning people alive in Rafah, utilizing starvation as a weapon of war, targeting medical healthcare workers and obliterating resources for the Palestinian people to get medical help. Criticizing and being vocal about the stop of these war crimes is not anti-Semitic. When Charlottesville white supremacist Peter Shevardnik was directly tied to UNR and nothing was done, the same people who are voicing their disgust with the imperialist violence that Israel is conducting are the same people who shouted across campus about how we cannot have Nazis on campus. Notice how this university ignored this instance of mass anti-Semitism and now is only mentioning October 7th as a catapult for this resolution. I notice how the university ignores Black students and brown students when they are vocal about their experiences of violence. As within residence halls, we had an occasion of a student who yelled the N slur continuously and nothing was done. I myself have been pushed off campus for my identity as a brown queer student. Pinkwashing is not going to do the job that you think it is. Being anti-war crime will never be anti-Semitic, and it does a disservice to the Jewish community. UNR claims that it utilizes the spaces through a land grant. This is stolen land. Ignoring the underlying issue of white supremacy and imperialism through stolen land is clearly connected to this university, as if it condemns the occupation of Palestinian land, then it must reflect on its own violence on the Numu, the Washu, the Shoshone, and the Nuwuvi, often through mining efforts, which UNR holds
Your
many
time is up.
investments in.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ramasilang, spelled M-A-S-I-L-A-N-G. I'm here today to provide comment on item 26 of the proposed revision on the handbook concerning anti-discrimination policies. I'm a current active member of the NSHE system as an undergraduate student studying microbiology and immunology and social justice here at the University of Nevada, Reno. And I feel as though this proposed revision poses a legitimate threat to the right to the freedom of speech and academic freedom of NSHE students, faculty, staff, and community members. Adopting the language of discrimination, including anti-Semitism, as being based on, and I quote from the proposal outlined in BOR 26, quote, citizenship or residency in a country with a dominant religion or distinct religious identity, end quote, fails to adequately address the real issue of anti-Semitism and would ultimately hinder genuine political and academic discourse regarding Palestinian-Israeli affairs. Furthermore, the proposed language also inadequately addresses other forms of bigotry in our NSHE institutions, such as Islamophobia, anti-Arabism, anti-Blackness, xenophobia, and other forms thereof. Being a supporter of the Palestinian resistance and their fight for liberation is not fundamentally anti-Semitic. Engaging in political and academic discourse around Palestine and the Israeli occupation is not anti-Semitic. We cannot associate the hatred and anti-Semitism with these points. As an institution, we must foster a community of inclusion where hate speech is swiftly and appropriately addressed, where its members are not afraid to engage in public political discourse of contemporary events in the world. I urge this board to not pass the proposed revision outlined under item 26 as it stands now and allow for further public discussion on its resolution. We need a clear, concise, and more widely accepted definition of discrimination that adequately protects all NSHE students, faculty, staff, and community members without impeding the fundamental rights of others. I hope that this board will seriously consider the comments my peers and I have made against this proposition and the impact that this revision would have if passed as is. Our voices will not be silenced. Thank you for your time and this opportunity to speak.
Hello, my name is Valerie Handlos, Handlos. I come before you today as a born and raised Nevadan, a UNR alum, and current staff of the Biomedical Research Department to speak in opposition of item 26. Our federal government is complicit in the murder of 36,000 Palestinians. Over 100,000 people are injured, and millions will suffer from inescapable psychological trauma for the rest of their lives if they do survive this genocide. Every university in Gaza has been bombed, and that should make us angry as an educational institution. Destroying or limiting access to education is a common tactic used to try to keep Black and Indigenous, people of color, people ignorant. To adopt this definition is to stand with the very entity carrying out these atrocious acts. Adoption of this definition would be for your own political and financial gain. The first line of the IHRA definition defines anti-Semitism as a certain perception of Jews which may be considered hatred. During my years as a neuroscience undergrad, the word perception was used many times. It is defined by the American Psychological Association as the process or result of becoming aware of objects, relationships, and events by means of the senses. Perception cannot be expressed as they are simply the act of becoming aware. This fails to actually protect Semitic people because it does not address hostility or prejudice, which could actually be expressed towards their group. Pro-Israel activists have mobilized the IHRA definition for their own political gain unrelated to anti-Semitism, but to silence those against the Israeli government, which prevents action against the mistreatment of Palestinians. This loose definition enables a playing field for the punishment of anti-war and anti-genocide students on Nevada campuses. Where is our humanity if we do not criticize the forces responsible for the murder and mutilation of thousands and starvation of millions, or even worse, to repress the voices of those who are brave enough to stand up? Shame on you, and no peace on stolen land. Thank you.
Good morning, board. My name is Hamza Syed, S-Y-E-D. I am a current undergraduate at UNR, and I am in opposition of item 26. I am thankful here, first to God and those who have sacrificed their lives, as yesterday was the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and I just want to take a moment to remember those that sacrificed their lives in a war to stop a genocide and to oppose a regime that was colonizing land and was killing millions of people. And now we have the opportunity to do the same, as currently the state of Israel is conducting a genocide, and those that sacrificed their lives in World War II should not have their efforts wasted, as they gave us the opportunity to practice free speech and freedom of expression here in this country and on this campus. So we should be able to use that opportunity awarded to us and be able to speak out against the current genocide and follow in their footsteps. Thank you.
My name is Vera Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R. I'm here to protect students. I come to this council with frustration, and I urge you to table these resolutions because they do not come from a good place. Ultimately, they do not work to protect our Jewish loved ones on campus. Instead, they actively pave the way to suppress free speech rights and the sanctity of political discourse as Palestinian, Jewish, and pro-Palestinian students protest an ongoing genocide. Why not push these resolutions through? Because despite the fact that yet again we have a horrific instance of anti-Blackness on campus just weeks ago, with white students brazenly using the N-word in dorms, on the very campus we're meeting on right now, we're not sitting here coming up with rushed, vague definitions of anti-Blackness or how to address that bigotry as a community. Instead, in the face of genocide, we are looking to harm Jewish students by pushing through a non-thought-out, non-community-driven resolution. Why not push these resolutions through? Because I've witnessed myself anti-Semitism play out on this UNR campus. Why were there swastikas being drawn in dorms and in the graffiti staircase? Concrete anti-Semitism, and why was that dismissed and conflated with simple vulgar language such as cursing by police officials? No more, no less. Why was the Nazi Peter Satanovic allowed to graduate from this campus, allowed to continue to have his job on campus, all while being a shining tiki torch beacon of anti-Semitism? Not only was he allowed to stay at his job and graduate, this left students with no choice but to engage in free speech rights and oppose his presence as a Nazi on campus and protest his thesis. History department and school officials called the police on these students. Why weren't we talking about the definitions of anti-Semitism then? Why weren't we seeking to protect our Jewish loved ones on campus then? The lack of addressal then for actual anti-Semitism and the sweeping and vague changes are not actions that align with each other. We should have been reassessing that definition if reassessing this definition is really about protecting Jewish students. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Liz Bleeden, B-L-I-E-D-E-N. I am an anti-Zionist queer Jew, and I'm a psychotherapist and co-founder of Inclusive Counseling, a community agency providing mental health services. I'm here today to express my deep concerns regarding item 26, the proposed adoption of the vague IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. As both a service provider and a Jewish individual, I find the proposed definition not only inaccurate, but also potentially harmful. Criticisms of Israel, genocide, and war are not inherently anti-Semitic. I've personally experienced anti-Semitic remarks, and I can assure you that critically examining systems of abusive power, such as the State of Israel, is not the same. There have been multiple mentions of stolen land, and in the Board of Regents meeting agenda, there's a land acknowledgement on page 2. How can we begin meetings with land acknowledgements while simultaneously demonizing criticisms of violent land occupation? This is not only performative, but also contradictory. The values behind land acknowledgements stem from political discourse, critical thinking, and engaging in uncomfortable conversations. Discomfort is not the same as harm. Uncomfortable conversations are essential for meaningful change. This change is rooted in discourse, liberation, and reconciling with violent systems that continue to harm people. Instead of focusing on redefining anti-Semitism, we should address the real-time discrimination and bigotry towards BIPOC and LGBTQIA+ folks happening on our campuses. This move seems more about placating financial interests than about the well-being of students. I urge the NSHE to engage with students and staff to address inequity directly. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Laura Baker. I'm the Clinical Director of Inclusive Counseling, a local mental health agency. Many of my clients are students at UNR, and I frequently collaborate with UNR faculty on anti-oppressive approaches to medical and mental health care. I am here today to urge you not to adopt the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism as proposed in item 26. This definition does not align with my values as a Jew or with the teachings of my religion, will not make the world safer for Jewish people, and will cause harm to community members who need our support and protection. Adopting this definition will significantly impinge on the right to free speech and further campus and academic repression. One of the most cherished aspects of Judaism for me is tikkun olam, our sacred duty to repair the world. As a diasporic people, Jews have been taught for thousands of years that to return from exile, we must repair the world through acts of goodness and kindness. The State of Israel stands in direct opposition to tikkun olam. From the ethnic cleansing of indigenous Palestinians during the Nakba to apartheid in the West Bank and ongoing genocide in Gaza, Israel has continually violated Judaism's most sacred values. In doing so, it has come to resemble those who have oppressed Jews for millennia. It is our duty as Jews, as academics, and as people who care deeply about the world to tell the truth about what is happening. This definition of anti-Semitism intentionally obfuscates the truth. It is a bad faith endeavor attempting to silence legitimate criticism of a deeply problematic, violent, and repressive ethno-religious state. Criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic. In fact, it is one of the most important things we can do to honor the spirit of Judaism and the countless ancestors my community has lost to brutal anti-Semitism. I urge you to consider the implications of adopting this definition and stand against measures that would stifle free speech and academic freedom. Please honor the true spirit of Judaism and work to repair the world. Jews of conscience are watching.
As another reminder, please no clapping or yelling. We need to give the respect to each speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Nathaniel Phillips. I'm a UNLV alumnus, and I've worked for NSHE. And thanks for the claps from the students, too. I appreciate the humanizing in the room. There are no universities in Gaza. There are 0 colleges in Gaza. Higher education no longer exists in Gaza. So for the woman who can't imagine being Jewish on campus, imagine being a Palestinian blowing apart, trying to get to your school. Let's start there. As these brave students have educated us, the issue at hand is the ability to criticize the genocide that we are all paying for, and whether you support it, Zionist or non-Zionist. This isn't about protecting students, it's about silencing them. Besides the on-air annihilation, we've also seen live streams of thousands of Jewish students and allies beaten and hounded by armed state agents. Those Jewish students certainly disagree with this resolution. Right now, we are cherry-picking and weaponizing our identities, and it's patently disappointing to be in a room of other educators as this happens. We're pretending like Israel has not killed more children more children than in all of the armed conflicts over the past 4 years, paid for with US taxpayer dollars and the complicity of the United States government. That means all of us. We're acting like this issue is disconnected from the millions that UNR and UNLV has invested in the state of Israel. So the last thing I'll say is I remember the encampments that students made against Governor Sandoval when he decided to take a knife to higher education in this state. So I'm not surprised that the governor of the oldest institution in the state, Institution of Higher Learning, can do nothing when we hear nigger, nigger, nigger on the halls of his campus. So we should not expect this university to protect its students. Please, be an educator. Listen to the student voices before us. And lead with your heart. Thank you. And thanks for the claps.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Villa, VILLA, CSN Faculty Senate Chair. Like many before me, I'm going to talk about the item number 25 about the credit or non-credit boot camp for math and English. I hope you'll listen to me a little bit. I'm in favor of it just because it is something we need. You've heard me speak out last board meeting about issues we have with the co-requisite process. And I just want to point out, this is a fix. It's an option. It's something that can be good for the students. It's been known to work, proven to work, these boot camps. I know we have it at UNR and we have it at a couple other places. It's definitely necessary for some students who are not ready, those who are not meeting the prerequisites, who do not have the background to come in. It's hard to expect them to come into some of these 6-credit difficult classes. And my fear is I don't want them being thrown in there and failing 6 credits, which hurts their GPA, hurts them financially, hurts their college career, academic probation and everything. And then we tell them get right back in there for another 6 and repeat it and see what happens. So that's my point on number 25. I'm going to briefly talk about number 26. We've heard a ton of comments, as you all know, and I'm not going to share my opinion because I'm not an expert. I'm not a Jewish person. I'm not an Israeli. I don't have any direct involvement in the issue here. So I'm not going to force my opinion, but I'm going to say we've heard a lot, and it reminds me of when I was department chair and I'm reading student evaluations. This professor's horrible. This professor's great. And then I looked at it and said, well, what are your grades? If you're an A student and you tell me the professor's great, I don't know. If you're an A student and you told me the professor is horrible, I'm going to listen. If you're an F student and you told me the professor is horrible, not as much. The quality of an F saying the instructor was great tells me a lot. So I hope you'll listen to the non-Jewish students who are against this or for this, and the Jewish faculty who are for it here. Thank you.
Dr. Bill Robinson, Chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. I actually was going to talk about 33, and hopefully I'll still get to 33. I just want to say that from the last 8 months that my concern is the safety of all the faculty and staff and students on our campus, regardless of who they are, regardless of what they believe, and that I believe we have failed miserably, not just any single group of students, but across the board, we have failed our students, faculty, and staff to provide the environment that we need to provide for them. And we all need to get to work on that again. And even though I won't be standing here as Senate Chair, I still intend to continue to work on that. And we should also be cognizant of the fact that what's happened for the last couple hours here and yesterday and in November, that doesn't happen anywhere else really in the world, but at universities. And we should be proud of our students for the fact that they have opinions and that they're willing to stand up for what they believe in. And we shouldn't care that necessarily that they're going to make us miss our flights home. 33, I just want to come back to 33 and just remind you all that what happens with this stuff needs to be data-driven. We need to understand the success of our students or the failure of our students who go through co-requisite and other programs and how they come out. And that should be the driving force, how they do when they get to UNLV or UNR or Nevada State or CSN after having gone through these programs. What what drives their success or failure. If we're dumb enough that we put a bad program into the high schools and we let students earn 30 college credits and they're not ready to go to college when they're done with that, we have ruined their lives. And we need to make sure that what we do is data-driven. We have, those programs are great. When they're great, they're great. And we need to make sure that what we're offering for them is in fact great.
Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Peter Reed, R-E-E-D. I serve as a professor of public health, director of the Sanford Center for Aging in the School of Medicine, and Senate Chair at the University of Nevada, Reno. I strongly urge you to vote on agenda item number 29 to approve a new employment agreement for University of Nevada, Reno President Brian Sandoval. Over this past year, in my role with the Faculty Senate, I've had the opportunity to work closely with President Sandoval through our university's vibrant shared governance. Further, I had the opportunity to serve on the committee for President Sandoval's periodic evaluation. Thus, I have seen him in action and I have reviewed the input of others regarding his performance. President Sandoval is an authentic, high-impact leader, and we are enormously fortunate that he has chosen, building on his decades-long distinguished career as a public servant, to return to his alma mater to serve as our president. He is passionate about the well-being and success of the university's students, staff, and faculty, and recognizes the direct connection between our university's efforts and its impact on the state, the country, and the world. Through my firsthand experience, I can share without reservation that President Sandoval is committed to faculty engagement and shared governance. He welcomes differing perspectives and makes decisions that he believes are in the best interest of our academic community. You will be very hard-pressed to find a single person who is more effective champion and advocate for this university. He demonstrates this commitment to success on a daily basis. President Sandoval's thoughtful, open-minded, and collaborative approach to leadership is both apparent and impressive, and his passion for this university and everyone engaged with it is infectious. He encourages us all to embrace the Wolfpack way. I ask you to approve his new employment agreement to support the continuity of President Sandoval's leadership and his impact for our university and our state. Thank you.
SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller with the number ending in 2154, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Thank you. Go to the next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gaia Steinberg, C-I-A-S-T-E-I-N-B-E-R-G. I'm a senior psychology major at UNLV Honors College and the president and founder of the Students Supporting Israel at UNLV. I'm calling in instead of being there in person today because I'm currently in Israel in support of Agenda Item 26. Since October 7th, Israel has gone horrific attacks and has been in a constant state of war from Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and additional terror groups working out of Syria. Specifically in southern Israel, the Hamas attacks on October 7th have forever scarred the people of Israel. Everyone is pleading to bring the hostages home, end the terror group of Hamas, and end this horrific war that is plaguing Israelis and Palestinians. And in the wake of this war, anti-Semitism has had an obscene spike internationally, especially on college campuses. Students everywhere are not truly calling for an end to the war, but an end to Israel as a Jewish state. This is clear and present anti-Semitism. A lot of the debate surrounding Agenda Item 26 is about its vagueness surrounding criticism of Israel and Zionism, and in turn, how this could impact free speech. Let me make something very clear. There's a difference between criticism of Israel's government and policies and criticism of Israel's right to exist. I don't know a single Israeli who isn't critical of Israel's current government and wants change, myself included. I'm sure that everybody in this room can find some fault with their native country's leadership and want a change. But to say that a country should not exist without ever having been there to back up egregious claims being made is purely hateful. And I want to make clear that everything I just said does not go against Palestinian life. The things happening in Gaza are horrific and innocent civilians deserve better. I am and always have been a supporter of a two-state solution and for a better and safer life for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Nothing I've said goes against that. If anyone speaking today does not believe that Israelis deserve safety and a homeland, then that is where the line must be drawn with Agenda Item 26. Please approve this ballot and protect your Jewish Israeli and Jewish
Thank
and
you.
Israeli
Your time is up.
because you have not been. Thank you.
Caller with the number ending in 0100, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm going to cheat
again.
Speak over my Zoom because my phone is strange. Good morning, good afternoon, almost Regents. Thank you for hearing my comment yesterday on affirming the diversity of Jewish perspectives as you work to protect our community. I did want to speak on a few other agenda items today. Sorry, this is Molly Apple, Faculty Senate Chair at Nevada State. Regarding item 27, the climate survey on power-based violence, I just wanted to thank Dr. Gunn and her colleagues for their important work on this report. And I encourage the board to think about how the next steps they recommend can also enhance protections for all whose experiences of power-based violence often go unseen, including NSHE faculty and staff. On item 33, the mission differentiation conversation, I really am glad to see this conversation happening. I hope it's an opportunity for us to recognize how each institution offers distinct opportunities for the broad diversity of learners that we serve. And I just want to remind us that Nevada remains among the lowest ranked in higher education attainment in the country, and that NSHE's interinstitutional partnerships can help to enhance access and completion by leveraging mission distinctiveness. And any concurrent enrollment policy should also be leveraging that mission distinctiveness. Finally, item 35, the PTI salary schedule conversation just needs to be reminded that PTI salaries desperately need to be amended. And I think that the labor of PTIs especially goes unseen everywhere, but needs to be made visible among this board and this conversation. So again, I encourage you to ask questions about how we understand that labor, its oversight and supports. How are PTIs looped into safety trainings? Are they compensated for this? How often are PTIs being tapped to do institutional service? So just questions like that. I'm really glad to see the board take up these critical conversations. Thank you, as always.
Okay, next caller with the number ending in 9534, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Sabah al-khair, meaning good morning in Arabic. Don't get it twisted. My name is Salam Nabulsi, Nabulsi, and I'm calling to express my serious concern about the proposed resolution around anti-Semitism in item 26. I believe it will do harm in freedom of speech and academic freedom. It is disturbing how unsafe the environment being perpetrated by certain folks in our community aimed at showing seeds of mistrust amongst us. Being Palestinian is not anti-Semitic, and it is crucial that we do not conflate legitimate political discourse with hatred. I forgot to mention that I am Palestinian American. At a couple of these protests I've attended here in Reno, I held a sign that said pro-Palestine does not equal anti-Semitism. It got me a lot of attention and interviews with media, but I realized that I did not like this attention because I'm spending more time trying to prove to ordinary people what the media and corrupt agenda-driven political leaders have misguided people to believe, instead of me talking more about what my family and I are experiencing under the Israeli occupation, illegal occupation and oppression, which is the real reason for this conflict. This word has been misused and misinterpreted, and the world has been having unproductive conversations due to this. The term anti-Semitism is a misnomer, being defined miscorrectly. It has been used to describe Arabs, Palestinian, anyone pro-Palestine to be anti-Jewish. Jewish is a religion, not a race. And being Semite is being certain ethnic groups or certain race that includes Hebrews, Arabs, Phoenicians, Canaanites, Ethiopians, Arameans. Palestinians fall under Canaanites and Arabs and therefore are Semites. Someone hates Jews, there are phobia terms that define that, in which are Judophobia or simply anti-Jewish. Also, Intifada doesn't mean wiping out all Jews. Intifada is an Arabic word. If you speak Arabic, you would know it simply means uprising, much like the uprising in North America. American Revolution, like the American Revolution, American Civil War, Black Power movement. That without these uprisings, we would not be where we are today with people coming close to having equal rights. Because at one point in history, slavery was legal, remember? Just because it's lawful doesn't make it moral. This is when uprising happened, commonly known throughout history as acts of resistance or rebellion.
Thank you. Your
or
time
revolt
is
against
up.
Injustice. Thank you.
Next caller with number ending in 9534, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. We'll go to the next caller. Next caller with the phone number ending in 4237, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. We'll go to the next caller. Caller with the phone number ending in 9069, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name is Aubrey Adams, spelled A-U-R-E-Y, and I'm calling in regards to item 26. Wow, there's just so much to say after hearing all of that. And I'm not going to talk as fast because I didn't write out something to say ahead of time, and I wanted to just respond. I am first most going to say that if I have to think the death of 400,000 Palestinians is justified for some here today to feel like I support Jewish people, then ask yourself if you have truly understood the history of the Holocaust. It is repeating in front of you against Palestinians, and you don't seem to care. If you would like to understand what we are actually protesting on campus at UNR, feel free to reach out to me on Instagram. My handle is AHAADAMS. You would never tolerate anti-Arab racism, perhaps start caring about the genocide happening. Thank you. That is all.
Next caller with the phone number ending in 0658, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning. My name is Melly Paluay, MELLYPALUAY. I'm a long-term resident of Las Vegas, a nurse, and an alumni. And as a member of our incredible international community, I deeply care about my Jewish brothers and sisters and their concerns and fear of real anti-Semitism that has affected the Jewish communities for decades. That being said, I urge you not to pass this resolution and table it. I agree with members of this community appealing to instead adopt the Jerusalem definition of anti-Semitism, which provides clear guidance to identifying and fighting anti-Semitism while also protecting free expression. Please consider this in lieu of the IHRA definition that this resolution proposes. Let us protect all Semitic students and staff, Jews, Palestinians, and Arabs alike by ensuring that freedom of speech and academic freedom is not infringed upon and they are not silenced, especially at this time while we are in unbelievably unprecedented times where most of us are getting 24/7 coverage of the most traumatic and horrific current events on our phones. This is a time where we need to come together and unite in calling for a ceasefire, along with other necessary political discourse to reflect the truth. And at the very bare minimum, do our best to stop real harm and mortality being done upon Semitic people and condemn the genocide on Palestinian people that we are complicit with through our city, state, and federal taxes. Please protect our freedom of speech and ability to assemble and to safely grieve in community in response to the trauma of humanity. Do not allow this resolution to pass as it stands and help protect all students and their safety and academic freedom while we all navigate world history as it is being written right now. Thank you.
Next caller with the number ending in 6554, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
My name is Shirley Brautbar, Brautbar. I'm here to support Resolution 26. I'm urging you to vote in favor of adopting it. I'm a professor at Nevada State who publishes and teaches classes about anti-Semitism, the Holocaust, Jewish and Middle Eastern history. My Jewish son attends an NSHE institution as a freshman. I do not claim to speak for all Jews. No one possibly could. What I can tell you is that over 360 major worldwide Jewish organizations representing millions of Jews from 66 countries support the IRA definition. Every major Jewish denomination in the United States supports it. Over 550 American rabbis and all the major Jewish organizations that represent millions of American Jews. Those who do not support IRA are certainly entitled to voice their opinion and be heard. But as they themselves are aware, they represent a fraction of the Jewish people. So the vast majority of the group that is the target of the hate supports the definition. Do their voices matter? But forget about what Jews think for a minute. This is not some radical definition meant to quell free speech. It is the one that guides the Department of Education when they investigate civil rights abuses against Jews at college campuses. NSHE's support of this agenda item would help to further align NSHE institutions with the department, with the guidance of the Department of Education. It is backed by and endorsed by Trump, Biden, the House of Representatives, Jackie Rosen, Susie Lee, Catherine Cortez Masto, and many more. And it clearly states that criticism of Israel is not, I repeat, not anti-Semitism. Please read the language. Over the past few Board of Regents, you have heard from brave Jewish students across Nevada that feel unsafe. Over 73% of American Jewish college students feel unsafe. This situation has only worsened since October 7th.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Next caller with the number ending in 4873. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mariam Raja, last name Raja. I begin my statement in the name of God and send blessings to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. As a student and researcher at UNLV Brookings Mountain West and the Lucy Institute, president of UNLV MSA, and advocate for human rights, I found it my obligation as a Muslim to call in and express my concern on item 26. Anti-Semitism is an issue. However, by adopting this definition, it would inadequately address the problem. Instead, it would heavily censor student speech and do the opposite of what NSHE institutions should be upholding, which is providing students of all backgrounds to learn together and grow. Being pro-Palestinian is not anti-Semitic, and it is crucial not to conflate the two. By doing so, this will continue to fuel anti-Arab sentiment and Islamophobia on campuses, which would be counterproductive considering many students from the Arab diaspora are literally Semitic people. Not only that, but this is a great offense to the Jewish voices standing hand in hand with pro-Palestinian efforts. I urge board members not to pass the resolution as it stands. And common words we hear in the media are never again. And yet the people of Palestine are facing systemic apartheid and their rights to life are being forcibly taken from them in front of our eyes. As of this week, the Haaretz, H-A-A-R-E-T-Z, and the New York Times report that Israel has spread misinformation and anti-Arab sentiment and attacked pro-Palestinian Americans to sway public opinion and influence lawmakers to fund Israel's military. The Israeli government has deceived the American people by spreading misinformation and anti-Arab sentiment to meddle into our politics. This definition from the IHRA is too vague and ambiguous to adopt any hate. I stand against genocide. I stand against selective ignorance. I stand against bigoted leaders. I stand against the suppression of freedom of speech and anti-American ideal. And I stand against foreign nations for meddling into my country and state. Shame on Goodman and Brooks. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Next caller with the number ending in 4000. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good morning. My name is Elaine Silverstone, Silverstone. I am a PhD public affairs student at UNLV, and I am calling in support of adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, item number 26. I implore the Board of Regents to meet their legal and moral responsibility to ensure my federally guaranteed civil rights are protected. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 9725, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Thank you very much. My name is Gordon Brown, OWN, and I'm speaking in opposition of item 26. Folks before me have already very eloquently pointed out how dangerous and impractically vague this language is. I would like to give a concrete example of that in action. Back in December of 1948, a letter was published in the New York Times following the massacre of Palestinian villagers by Zionist settlers. In that letter, the authors compared the actions of those Zionists who perpetrated the act with the actions of fascists and Nazis. According to the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, that letter and its authors would be deemed anti-Semitic, by those authors being, among others, Albert Einstein, Hannah Arendt, Rabbi Jeshurun Cardozo, and many other leading Jewish academics and leaders. I don't believe that if Albert Einstein or Hannah Arendt were living today, both of whom escaped the Holocaust, that they would be denied positions at any institution here in Nevada. I don't believe if they were working for those institutions, that they would be censured for speaking out. What we have is a rule that would be applied selectively, or a rule that simply isn't really believed in by this board. Rather than protecting faculty and students from the very real threat of anti-Semitism, this definition weakens those protections against bigotry. It opens them up for abuse, whether that's in the form of being applied selectively or being inappropriately weaponized for political means. Criticism of Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Opposition to Zionism is not anti-Semitism. By conflating Israel with the existence, the rights, and the dignity of the Jewish people, by treating them as interchangeable, it fails to protect students, and it actively puts them at a higher risk because they're getting tied to a foreign government where they have no voice and no control. I'm urging the board not to pass this proposal as it stands, to table it, if nothing else. Our schools, our students, they deserve better. Thank you.
Next caller with the number ending in 2095, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, my name is Scarlett Luke, Lueck, and I am a UNLV alumnus. I am opposed to the adoption of the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism. Not only is this vague definition ineffective at addressing anti-Semitism, but it is also utterly immoral to categorize the support of basic human rights as hate speech. There is established precedence of scholars standing against the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism. In 2021, more than 60 Israeli academics in the UK and a dozen more Israeli academics worldwide signed a letter opposing the IHRA definition. Also in 2021, the Canadian Association of University Teachers, representing tens of thousands of faculty and staff at Canadian universities, also opposed the IHRA definition. There are many more examples of people and institutions standing against this definition. I encourage the board to keep all students and faculty in mind, regardless of their religion, race, ethnicity, or national identity. I also encourage you not to forget your basic empathy for other human beings. We've all seen the graphic footage from Gaza, and it is unthinkable to support the loss of life of innocent men, women, and children. Thank you.
Next caller with the number ending in 6001, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, my name is Marina Kolachiki, Golacicchi. I'm a faculty member. I am Ukrainian American. Dr. Martin Luther King, a self-proclaimed Zionist, who actually fought for civil rights, wrote, "When people criticize Zionists, they mean Jews." In a perfect world where there would be no need for a separate definition of Jew hatred, but unfortunately, the reality is different. As you weigh your decision on the issue 26, please keep in mind that there were times and places in history where anti-Semitism began as anti-Zionist movement and ended in death, torture, and discrimination of millions of people. All anti-Semitic campaigns in the Soviet Union began as anti-Zionist movement and gradually led to violence and systematic professional and educational discrimination. These campaigns were aimed at Soviet Jews who had no possibility to establish ties to Israel, immigrate, or practice religion. Inevitably, Jews were accused of all types of crimes and were linked to Zionism and the Western capitalist global conspiracy. The movement has eventually turned into a violent discrimination of a group of people based on, quote, their shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics. While some are trying to dissociate anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism, those who actually studied history know all too well where it is going to lead. Thank you so much.
Caller with the phone number ending in 4043, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, my name is Yvette Machado, and I speak today as the subject of some egregious, sensationalist, and unfounded attacks, but also as a concerned member of this community who believes in the power of reason, logic, and evidence-based discourse. I'm here on 2 points. First is to say ditto to the sentiments made by scholars and leaders of the community opposing item 26, requesting a more protective definition in lieu of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Next, it's on the brink of disillusion that I addressed the conduct of members of this board yesterday in response to the community they are elected to serve. The response of regents who carry an ideology built on the refusal to heed rational, logical, and academically grounded input from diverse members of the community is not only disheartening, but dangerous. We have witnessed through our fight to advance civil rights, historically and today, that valid concerns and suggestions dismissed, not on the grounds of their merit, but because of personal attacks of those who voice them, is inherently dangerous. This tactic, known as ad hominem, is a logical fallacy where the argument is ignored, and instead the character of the individual presenting it is attacked. This approach is not just intellectually dishonest, it undermines the very foundation of a democratic society that thrives on open dialogue and the exchange of ideas. When elected officials resort to such fallacies, they fail to uphold their duty to the people. The strength of any argument lies in its logic and evidence, not in its false characterizations or perceived virtues or flaws of the person making it. By attacking individuals rather than engaging with their ideas, our officials show a blatant disregard for the principles of critical thinking and reasoned debate. This behavior poses a significant social threat, fostering an environment where only one-sided ideology can thrive, silencing dissent and stifling innovation. A society that cannot engage in civil discourse with its diverse community is a society at risk. Officials dismissing well-reasoned arguments without consideration are failing in their roles and eroding the essence of what it is to be a community. We are stronger when we prioritize the validity of arguments over personal biases. I urge this board to reflect on the actions of their obstinate peers and invoke the courage to recommit to protecting the validity of diverse voices instead of choosing to suppress reason, logic, and open dialogue.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Our community deserves leaders.
Thank you.
Our community deserves leaders. Thank you.
Caller with the number ending in 0340, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, for the record, my name is Millie Mummery, spelled Mummery, and I would like to speak about item number 28. I am a litigation attorney, but before I was an attorney, I was a student attorney, and I represent immigration clients through my school's legal clinic. I am here today to ask you to support and fund the clinics at Boyd Law School, which have never been a part of regular funding up until now. Every attorney will remember the first case that they worked hard on and won. I'm lucky because I had this first experience during law school. This experience revived my determination and passion and reminded me what all the books and exams and cold calls are really all about. Clinic was by far the most meaningful part of my law school journey, and I know many of my classmates share the same sentiment. Clinics provide real-world experience, mentorship, and career development. Simply put, clinics turn students into lawyers and ideas into action. But most importantly of all, clinics improve our community. Clinics foster big ideas and create think tanks for motivated people who want to solve problems. Clinics help vulnerable community members, and they teach students the importance of service and of pro bono contribution. Clinics also attract bright new minds to Boyd School of Law and the state of Nevada. Look to other states and you will see Successful law schools always have flourishing clinic opportunities. And that is why I ask you to support funding for the Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic found in IM 28 in today's agenda. Thank you.
Caller with the number ending in 0527, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Sorry, Madam Chair, they disconnected. Caller with the number ending in...
Sorry, I was disconnected. This is Lars Jensen. My name is Lars and then Jensen. With this comment, I'd like to voice my strong opposition to the proposed amendment to the handbook's definition of discrimination, item 26. Freedom of speech is the right to express opinions without government restraint is an indispensable part of human dignity, progress, and liberty. The proposed amendment infringes on the First Amendment rights of the NSHE students and staff and constitutes a suppression of free speech. Criticism of the policies of government cannot be equated to anti-Semitism. Opposing occupation and oppression is not anti-Semitism. The IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism conflates protected speech, political speech, with unprotected discrimination, and enshrining it into regulation will chill the exercise of First Amendment rights and risk undermining efforts to combat discrimination. The proposed amendment does not ensure the safety of Jews. On the contrary, weaponizing anti-Semitism risks making anti-Semitism a meaningless charge and therefore much harder to combat. Approving this amendment both weakens the definition of discrimination and the right of free speech on campus, and that would be an undesired outcome. The time to adjust a definition like this is not when the issues surrounding it are most heated. There will be errors committed and unintended consequences. We do not want to repeat mistakes of the past and rush to judgment the way it happened before in the history of this country, such as in the 50s during McCarthyism, when many heroes and patriots, many from the academic community, were unfairly disgraced. J. Robert Oppenheimer is a prime example. Some even lost their jobs. These kind of mistakes will happen again if this amendment is passed.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caller with the number ending in 8200, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes. That caller dropped off. Caller with the number 6095, last 4 digits, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dakota Heath, DAKOTAHEATH. I'm calling in opposition to item number 26 concerning anti-discrimination policies. I think the adoption of this language poses risk to students, faculty, and staff. The inclusion of the contemporary examples within the IHR definition of anti-Semitism, criminalized discourse about Israel and inaccurately associated with hate speech. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. So, thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 5039, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Kimball, spelled Kimball, commenting in opposition of item 26. I am a UNLV alumni with Masters of History with a focus on the British Empire. I'm not only a historian, but the daughter and stepdaughter of Jewish parents. I'm very concerned that adopting the IHRA definition could be used to create an unsafe environment on our campuses by conflating legitimate and informed political discourse as discrimination. As historians, we know the methods, theories, and technologies of colonialism, discrimination, oppression, and violence, and the means by which to study them. We look at patterns and cycles, get context and power dynamics, ask questions, and interrogate our sources. It's a very rigorous process that we do not take lightly. Having academic freedom is central to the nature of our work. Furthermore, there is no other country in the world that equates criticism of a state as bigotry against that state's inhabitants, and opening up such an avenue would set a dangerous precedent and harm the very principles our institutions are meant to protect. And if I may quote a segment from an article written by Regents and Perkins, what's a Regent? Get published in Las Vegas Pride last year. Scholarly pursuits are the backbone of a free society. It is stifling and detrimental when you are prevented from critically examining history and politics and societal ills. Higher education must be free to reach conclusions based on the meeting of minds and scholarly debates and honest dialogue. Therefore, I would like to request the board not pass the resolution as it stands. The diversity of comments here demonstrates that further discussion is very much needed. Thank you for your time.
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 0482, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Chantel Marshall, Marshall. I am the Vice President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance and a faculty member at Nevada State. The NSA State Board has written to the Board of Regents in opposition to item number 26. I want to reiterate that our decision was based on the ACLU concerns, the examples included in the definition of anti-Semitism provided by the IHRA, as well as the public testimony provided by the original author of the definition to the United States Congress against including this in any law or codified in any way because it has the high distinct possibility of chilling free speech, one of our most important ideals in higher education. The Regents who proposed adding this to the agenda seem to have given the false impression that the rest of the board can only vote in favor of the definition or none at all. The item should really be one, whether a definition is helpful to the entire system, and if so, two, what that definition should be. Regents should remember that voting, changing the handbook is not only for changes during their time on the board, but moving forward. How future regents and boards may interpret the language must be taken into consideration. The board has the option to table the item to find more information and present alternative definitions that might be more useful as codification into the handbook. In addition, for item number 35, I urge you to increase part-time instructor pay as much as you can. If you have been impressed at all by any of the students speaking today, I am almost certain that part of their education was due to amazing part-time instructors who are severely underpaid for the work they do in keeping the system together and offering high-quality higher education. Thank you.
Next caller with the number ending in 8689, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes. We'll go to the next caller. Caller with the number ending in 5109, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello. Hello, my name is Wiley Roseman, Roseman. I am a Las Vegas resident, product of CCSD, a cognitive coach, and a prospective UNLV student. I urge the board not to pass item number 26. Anti-Semitism is not conflated with anti-Zionism. Thank you.
Caller with the number ending in 9534, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hey, that's me again. I can go and finish my comment if you'd like. It's me for long.
No. Sorry, we'll go to the next one. Caller with the number ending in 4237. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes. Madam Chair, I think that is all the callers we have at this time.
Thank you. Before we move on, we are going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll be back at 11:35. Thank you. If everybody can please take your seats, we are going to get started with item number 31, athletics for Nevada State University. And for this item, I'll turn it over to President Pollard.
Good afternoon, Regents, and thank you, Madam Chair. Darian Pollard, for the record, President, Nevada State University. I am pleased to bring to the podium members of the college community to make this presentation to you regarding the development of an athletics program at Nevada State. As they are collected, and I'll introduce them momentarily, I just wanted to provide a little bit of context for you as you are listening to the presentation today. Many of the regents will recall that in the last year, during a course of one-on-one conversations I've had with you, I've raised 3 broad programmatic issues that Nevada State is looking at. One of those has been athletics, and we have been taking a very deliberative process of exploring what would be the implications, why one might consider an athletics program. And we've taken the time today to request time on the agenda to offer an information item to you, to share with you what we have done in our thinking, and then more importantly, seek any feedback, guidance, insight that you'd like to share with us as we continue our work in this space. Leading this work for Nevada State is Dr. Stephanie Coleman, our Vice President for Student Affairs, Ms. Erin Keller, Vice President for Advancement. We also have joining them Dr. Pete Martini, Nevada State Faculty Alliance Chair, Kevin Osorio Hernandez, who is our student body president, and then certainly Lahana Pierce, who is our incoming NSSA president, and also a member of the Spirit Squad, which you'll see momentarily. With that, I indicated that they get to do the talking. If you all have hard questions, that comes to me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Regents, Chancellor. I am Dr. Stephanie Coleman, Vice President of Student Affairs at Nevada State University. I am the head cheerleader for this presentation, along with my co-captain, Lahana Pierce, regarding this overall initiative. I'm also a former high school athlete, high school and college coach from the Midwest. Why athletics? That is an easy question to answer. An athletic department on a college campus plays an important role in shaping and developing scholar athletes and enhancing the overall student experience. Athletics promotes physical and mental health, it can create community among students, and it teaches essential life skills such as teamwork, leadership, and discipline. At Nevada State, we are excited about the higher education access it will provide to many students in the Valley and across the state. Nevada State students are historically first-generation college students with modest or small financial resources, students of color, and women. Athletics continues to be a valuable and sought-after pathway to earning a college degree, as well as an opportunity to compete at the college level. Women's sports are finally getting their due recognition and respect in the sports industry, and I believe there will be an increase in young girls exploring and participating in sports across the state and country. Nevada will need collegiate sports options. Nevada State has been discussing athletics for the past 5 years. In 2019, I was a finalist for the Dean of Students position at Nevada State, and after researching everything that I could about the college, I found myself fascinated that a college with such a profound mission statement that mentions the word opportunity 3 times did not have an athletic department. My question to the search committee: what are your plans regarding athletics at the college? The chair of the search committee gave me a response that I'll never forget. The last part he said is, if you're offered the position, you can start it. Well, I was offered the position. In 2019, a small group of faculty and staff with a background in athletics met to discuss the merits of an athletic department and which association, NCAA or NAIA, to join. At that time in 2019, we selected NAIA. In 2020, during the pandemic, we were approached by a CCSD girls flag football coach about starting a college team because his players were being recruited out of state and returning to Nevada after their first year of college. In my first meetings with new president, Dr. Darian Pollard, in 2021, we discussed the benefits of an athletic program and moving forward with the idea of working with athletic consultants to guide us through the process. In 2022, we started working with Comprehensive Athletics, ensuring we had the foundation to build and maintain a successful athletic program. In 2023, we were approached by the Las Vegas Club flag football coach, asking Nevada State to start a women's flag football program for the same reason as the CCSD coach mentioned 2 years earlier. What was different in this conversation, the coach stated the players were returning home and not enrolling in college. We met with both CSN and UNLV athletic directors to discuss athletics at NSU. Both athletic directors extended their support in our pursuit. Our consultants visited the campus later in the year and met with key internal stakeholders. And at the end of their visit, they concluded NSU is ready for athletics. We moved forward with a suggestion from our consultants to begin slowly informing the community that we were moving towards sports. The consultants pointed out, for the past 20 years, we've told the community we did not have a sports program. If possible, we should host or sponsor athletic competitions. We hosted Spartan races on our campus. Over 5,000 participants came to campus to participate in the outdoor obstacle course competition. We hosted a very successful flag football clinic for high school girls and currently enrolled Nevada State students in partnership with Game Changer Sports. The pictures on our slides today are from both clinics. Parents and student participants were very excited about the possibility of women's flag football being offered at Nevada State. The work has continued into 2024. We made an informational presentation to our foundation board. We hosted another flag football clinic, another Spartan race, and presented to our faculty senate regarding our progress building the foundation for an athletic department. If you noticed on the timeline, every year since 2019, I met with the new NSSA president, and each year our meeting would start with the conversation around sports. The students continue to ask our student leaders about sports at Nevada State. In 2020, working collaboratively with NSSA, we surveyed students regarding their views about sports on campus. Students responded they wanted to see athletics at Nevada State, and they identified the sports they wanted to see on campus. In 2022, we surveyed students again about sports, teams, and an athletic fee. 81% of students surveyed supported athletics and would attend a home game, while 73% supported an athletic fee. Later in the year, a small group of students inquired about starting a dance team. The Spirit Squad was created under the guidance of Coach Brittany Barksdale, who was also our social media specialist. The Spirit Squad has performed at numerous on-campus events, as well as marching in local parades. And at this time, I would like to pass the microphone to our two-time NSSA president, Kevin Osorio Hernandez, and my fellow co-captain and head cheerleader for this initiative, incoming NSSA vice president and Spirit Squad member, Lahana Pierce.
Well, thank you so much, Captain Coleman. I often say that students are at the center of Nevada State's mission. I will read to you a little quote from the mission, actually. So it says, "At Nevada State University, excellence fosters the greatest opportunity, the promise of a stronger community." Sports are a vital part of building that stronger community and a testament to NSU achieving our mission for students. Athletics offer a unique avenue for students to develop leadership skills, build lasting friendships, and cultivate school pride. By investing in sports, we are investing in our students. So NSU is becoming. We are 21 years old. I'm turning 21 as well. And this is an exciting time to grow with Nevada State and be part of its history and its story. And I am just so excited to share with you that we are specifically looking at two sports, women's flag football and men's track and field, for a few strategic reasons. Our high school pipeline is thriving, with both sports popular not only in Southern Nevada, but across the state and neighboring regions. Unlike at other NSHE institutions, these sports do not face a direct competition, allowing us to cultivate a unique niche and foster a sense of belonging for student athletes. We also will establish booster clubs to help fundraise and build a supportive community, engaging parents and prospective students alike. By choosing these sports, we foster excellence and create opportunities for all students, further strengthening our campus community and enhancing the overall student experience. Now I'll go ahead and turn over to Co-Captain Lahana.
Thank you, Co-Captain Osorio Hernandez. Hello, everyone. As our team captain and my co-captain have said, my name is Lahana Pierce. I am a proud student at Nevada State University, serving as the executive vice president of my student body, while also being a student athlete for our dance team, the Scorpion Spirit Squad. As I approach my junior year, being a very, very involved student on campus, I only want the best for my school. Students at NSU are passionate about many things, and one of those things is wanting sports on campus. In my opinion, having and joining sports on campus is the key to fulfilling college experience. As a student athlete for several years, I found it enhances academic success, it fosters a strong sense of community, and improves time management, making campus life richer and more organized. Having been a cheerleader and currently part of the Scorpion Spirit Squad, I know all about school spirit. And being a part of such a friendly and supportive group boosts school spirit while developing teamwork and leadership skills crucial for future careers and personal life. These experiences have enhanced my academic performance and prepared me to tackle the professional challenges confidently while building strong collaborative relationships. Becoming a student athlete promotes diversity and inclusion and ensuring everyone finds their place and voice. Being a student athlete is an unparalleled experience that creates a vibrant game day atmosphere, from the pre-game pep rallies to the thrill of competition and creating that deep sense of belonging on campus. It builds traditions and rituals that become cherished moments. We've already got a tradition going, starting off with showing off our stingers, so stingers up. And besides all the fun stuff, alumni continue to support their former school, maintaining that lifelong connection. These events provide a space for family and community activities while strengthening bonds as well. Additionally, being a student athlete promotes physical fitness and wellness, of course, encouraging a healthy lifestyle. Speaking as a proud student athlete of Nevada State University Scorpion Spirit Squad, being a student athlete has helped me embrace my journey and has led me to shape my college experience and beyond.
Thank you, Lahana. Now, as we continue to explore the benefits of introducing athletics at Nevada State University, it's important to address how we can support these programs. In the next slide, you'll see that we were talking to students about an athletics fee. From a survey we conducted, the results showed that students expressed a very strong desire for sports and indicated their willingness to pay for a fee that adds the student athletic experience. This acceptance of a fee highlights the value students place on having athletics as part of their college life. Sporting events offer social opportunities, create traditions, and enhance the overall college experience. Additionally, last summer, many students emailed and approached me on campus eager to know when would Nevada State have sports, now that we have the university designation. This enthusiasm was echoed in numerous conversations with students expressing a clear and eagerness to see athletic programs implemented. So now that we are officially a university, one particularly excited student shared his hope to join a future men's track and field team on NSU grounds before he graduates, and even offered to ask how much is he willing to pay for an athletic program to start. Even if it's not his own favorite sport, he said he is willing to pay to start the program. The collective excitement and willingness to support athletics through a fee highlights the positive impact that introducing sport programs will have on our campus community. This demonstrates the strong desire for sports and the addition it would make to the Scorpion experience.
Thank you again, Co-Captain Kevin. And as you can see from the quotes on this slide that has now just popped up, that I've collected by various students on our campus, Nevada State students are ready for sports. Our students' voices make it very clear. Embedding athletics into the core of Nevada State University is about more than just sports. It fosters community, imparts valuable life lessons, and nurtures excellence. They call for continued athletic engagement, increased school spirit, and recognition of sports' broader benefits. These voices inspire a future where athletics drive personal growth, campus unity, and collective success. So with that, we're going to be hearing from a high school student who shares what is important to them when it comes to picking a school with sports on campus.
My name is Madeline West, and I go to Palo Verde High School, and I'm a junior. I'm involved in flag football. Flag football is important to me because it's an opportunity for me to come together as a team, have a bond, and be able to play against other high schools. My freshman year, I had about 110 tackles, and then I doubled it my sophomore year. And this year, as a junior, I've doubled my interceptions. So that was a big highlight to me and proud moment, knowing that I could be able to accomplish that type of thing. And each year, I become a better person. Some high school students went to the East Coast to go play in the cold weather. I've asked them about their personal experiences. They say they kind of like it, but they also wish to be home again. My brother on the East Coast, he's kind of struggling out there. He doesn't have a family out there, and it's also kind of like in the middle of nowhere for his type of sport that he's playing for. So it makes me think for a big impact on me is would I want to be far too like him and see the struggle like him, or would I rather be in my hometown and play flag football? I think with Nevada State University hopefully having a flag football team, I think it'll help me be on the big stage of college level, and it'll help me be more well known. If Nevada State had sports, I think more students of not just Nevada, but even California or Arizona, that they would like to come here because Nevada State University will have amazing sports that kids can come play. I don't think Arizona and California have any colleges yet to have flag football, but I hope Nevada State University can bring those kids that want to play instead of going to the East Coast to make them start coming to Nevada. Be bold, be great, bring athletics to Nevada State.
One of our participants from the clinic. So what have we learned in the past 4 years? Nevada State is attempting to build an athletic department, which is a serious investment of time, and it involves listening to the entire campus community. Looking back at past student graduation surveys, one of the top responses to the question, how can we improve Nevada State? The response is, add athletics. Our admissions and recruitment team is another pulse we continue to monitor regarding prospective scholar athletes. I'm told at college fairs and other recruiting events, prospective students will approach our tables, engage in our conversations around degrees and programs of studies, class size, housing, and career services. The student appears excited to visit the campus and apply, only to hesitate and pause before asking a final question. Do you have sports? Our approach to athletics has been through a conceptual framework lens that addresses what we've learned. Athletics is expensive and engagement is necessary. The term low cost, low risk is an insurance term to describe the cost and risk factor to offer a particular sport. High engagement evaluates two questions. Can we attract enough scholar athletes who will want to participate on a team, and will we have enough buy-in from the campus community and larger community at large to support students who are participating in the sport? We believe using this framework as we launch into sports will help guide us as we build our sports program and athletic department. The next slide contains the chart containing the top sports our students stated they wanted to see on campus via survey. As you heard from Kevin and Lahana, women's flag football and men's track and field are sports not offered at the collegiate level in Nevada. After attending a few track meets this year and casually speaking with parents and their athlete, men's track and field at Nevada State will be a welcomed option to many families in the Valley. The next slide contains some information from the conversations with our sister institutions. We discussed facilities and sports that are outdoors as a good place to start in preparation for any future site visit from a sports association. Part of the application process does involve the association wanting to see Nevada State scholar athletes in a competition that Nevada State hosts. The following slide contains every sports association being considered. As you can tell from the chart, we considered cost, potential travel logistics, the number of teams required at the time of the application being submitted, as well as the number of required campus positions in place. Earlier in our presentation, I mentioned in 2019, Nevada State would seek NAIA membership. April of this year, we learned NAIA's values no longer match those of Nevada State, prompting us to not move forward in considering a membership with their association. With the help of our athletic consultants, we are exploring an independent path into collegiate sports. We would follow many of the standard personnel requirements in the other associations. There are many There are many financial advantages to this path. We can add teams at our own pace. We can evaluate and assess our progress with the help of our fellow athletic directors, and we can take a watch and see approach as NCAA realigns schools, conferences, and divisions while determining their future in collegiate sports. As a side note, I did have a conversation with the National Junior College Athletic Association membership director. To my surprise, I was not his first four-year institution to call and inquire about joining. Nothing is on the horizon, but it will be a topic of conversation NJCAA is willing to address for the future. An independent path into athletics will require a skilled and experienced athletic director and coaches to build schedules and have conversation and calls with teams willing to play exhibition games against Nevada State. Currently, our consultants are researching other schools that started as independent athletic programs. We are well aware Nevada State does not have a sports facility. However, we currently have a MOU with CSN that includes the use of their athletic facilities. We are mindful of the cost of travel and how it has significantly increased, led to CSN to seek approval to change their conference. I've been asked, why not consider intramural or club sports? As a former college coach, my response is fairly simple. Intramural sports and collegiate competitive sports have two different purposes. From my experience, competitive sports are an access tool, and intramural sports are a retention tool. Intramural sports are a fabulous retention tool for students who are already focused on attending college. A competitive collegiate sport team is about access. It is one of the motivations to attend college, and for some students, it is the primary motivation to attend college. Athletics is an investment for Nevada State. However, the value add for students is something we cannot ignore. Before I hand the mic over to Vice President of Advancement, Aaron Keller, I would like to share a quote from one of the crafters and founders of Nevada State University, Richard Perkins, former Nevada legislator. As the person who helped start Nevada State University, it was always our intention to have athletics at the institution, so as to provide a comprehensive experience for the students. While we knew we would have to wait until the institution became established, it is exciting to hear the university has begun the process to fulfill our vision.
Good afternoon, everyone. I get to talk about the cost of athletics and how we plan on funding athletics, the good stuff. As we know, athletics is expensive, but what's not shown on those numbers is the indirect return that athletics has on an institution. When athletics provides marketing opportunities for recruitment and admissions, enrollment grows, the university grows. Those numbers don't end up in an athletic report that we see year over year. I have not talked to my friends at CSN, but I have to assume admissions grew when Bryce Harper played baseball for them. But I can tell you, my alma mater, Bowling Green State University in Ohio, hired a football coach for 2 years, and then he went to Utah after that. His name is Urban Meyer. The 4 years after Urban Meyer left Bowling Green, the admissions application records broke every year. Every year there was more and more admissions records. More and more people wanted to come to Bowling Green. He was there 2 years. So we know it's expensive. We believe it's worth the cost. This slide shows the annual cost that we believe we will incur annually, estimates and annually. These costs were created using work with our consultants to help us understand kind of what we might be getting into. This does not include the specific cost of each sport. We're going to talk about that in the next slide. Like Dr. Coleman said, our first key hire has to be that athletic director. As we plan to go independent, we need to have someone who's going to be out there and be able to work with us to get great schedules. That is a very key hire. Obviously, we need coaches. We also assume a $50,000 a year rental agreement per sport. We've got it up there for 3 sports. It may be 2 sports. This is what we're estimating right now. It also depends on the sport as well. That might be more, that might be less. We're assuming it might be less. We decided to go high in these numbers. Marketing is so important in this aspect for us, though, because we won't be at Nevada State University, and we want people to walk into one of our games and know that they're at a Nevada State event. So that's going to take some creative work from our events and marketing team to be able to create a game day experience that will allow people to have that Scorpion spirit no matter where we physically are. And then obviously we need insurance, that's so important. Miscellaneous is for anything else we possibly missed, but if we also join an association, that money could be incurred in this spot as well. So now let's talk about the annual cost per sport. This dollar amount includes everything from uniforms, travel, food, trainers, academic advisors, and more. As you can see, women's flag football and men's track and field have a little less cost than some of the others on there, like basketball. But this is a great idea for us to keep an eye on. So if we choose to start gaining more sports, we have a little bit more of an understanding of what that annual cost is going to be as we grow. Now, the slide before did not include scholarships, and I did that by design. We plan on recruiting within the state of Nevada. If our local athletes have a good GPA, they should be receiving funding like the Millennium Scholarship. And as you know, a high percentage of Nevada State students are Pell Grant eligible. So if an athlete has both of those awards, their cost of attendance is almost met between those. Scholarships then become the extra to get them to that cost of attendance and not a massive amount for an individual to incur. It's also one of the best fundraising opportunities for donors. Donors really enjoy giving to scholarships. They also, I think this is a great way to start a booster club, is to really focus on those scholarships for students. And as a quick comparison, the majority of collegiate women's flag football teams currently are at private institutions across the country. According to a U.S. News and World Report article from 2022, the average cost of tuition for a private university is over $38,000. Nevada State's tuition is about $6,300 for a full-time student. And we know athletic scholarships are available for those students. I can't imagine that they're giving them $38,000 a year in an athletic scholarship, especially if it's not a D1 sport and it's not recognized right now. They may be getting some funds, but we still are a more cost-effective option for these students to continue their athletic career. So now let's flip. Let's talk about how we pay for it all. Private gifts. We have to start and sustain all of this with private gifts. Starting small the way that we are makes this sustainable and possible. We have some solicitations and conversations that we've been having. This will be the priority project for the development team moving forward. And as you heard from our students, we will have a student fee. We're exploring what that looks like, and obviously we have to come to this body to ask for approval for that. A couple options are exploring a flat fee per student and also a per credit hour fee. Once we're up and running, sponsorships, I gotta talk about sponsorships, sorry. We have corporate partners that we wanna partner with, again, also that can help create that game day experience. We're hoping that they will be early adapters for us, help us get up and running, and then let us provide some of that marketing benefit to them when you walk into a field and you see people's signs and that they're excited to be a part of the Scorpion athletic program. Once we're up and established, we'll have some ticket revenue, but as you've seen at our counterparts, it's not the huge revenue drive for most athletic programs within the state, and we don't expect it to be for us as well. And after that, we'll look at every other option we can possibly think of. This does not currently include looking to the institution. That certainly will be something down the line. Also, a possibility to look and ask the state for funding. We are open to any and all options, and I welcome any ideas that you have to help us along this path as well. So I get the joy of sharing your second and final video from another high school athlete, and then I will pass the mic to Dr. Pete Martini to talk about the faculty perspective.
My name is Elijah Pierce. I go to Arborview High School, and I'm a junior. Right now, I'm currently involved with track. What I like about it is that, it's just the environment. I get to be around with my teammates, and I do a lot of relays, so it's just the team chemistry, just the bonding, and just getting self-improvement every single day. It's a great feeling. My favorite part about playing sports is that it really brings a lot of character development, and it really shows who you really are and how much you really want things. I think it's very important, and again, it plays a huge role, and that's kind of what makes a university. It's very hyped up for all the sports, going from football, track, baseball, soccer, anything. That really plays a big role. I think it definitely plays a big role into college, especially Nevada State, because right now it seems like they're pretty small, but they're on the growth right now. And if they put athletics there, I feel like it'd be a really big opportunity for a lot of the students to come out and just support and I think it'd play a big role in. I think that'd be a great opportunity, and it would open a lot more opportunities, not just for me, but for other student athletes. There's a lot of high schools out here that are willing to take up any offer, and that would just be great.
Be bold, be great, bring athletics to Nevada State.
My name is Pete Martini. I'm a faculty member in psychology, current NSU NFA president, and I've also been significantly involved in the faculty athletics relationship at my 2 prior institutions. I'm here to give you the faculty perspective on bringing athletics to Nevada State. Faculty are very eager to work with student affairs in order to bring athletics to Nevada State in a way that is missional to us, building a student athlete that meets our mission. We've been very impressed with the engagement that faculty have had at this point. We've had several presentations given to Faculty Senate, and we're eager to build an important and lasting relationship between faculty, coaches, and athletes that serve as the backbone of good student-athlete relationships. We've learned from our faculty colleagues at Western Nevada, at CSN, and at TMCC about the way that athletics can change student demographics and faculty-parent relationships, and we're eager to engage in those processes in a forward-thinking way. We also are aware of the way that our curriculum can and would change to facilitate bringing athletics more into the fold at Nevada State, including additional programs like kinesiology and sports communication. And we believe that athletics will fundamentally aid in the enhancement of our culture, both in campus and in the classroom. And at this point, I think we are ready to take questions if the board has any.
Thank you. Regent Breaker.
Susan Breger for the record. What a fantastic presentation from start to beginning. It was just well laid out as to what you want to do, how you can do it, and how you feel. I'm a big sports person. For me, it was only intramurals years ago. There was nothing other than that for girls. But the only thing, I think the way it's laid out, I hope that it can be extremely successful. I think it would increase your kids that want to stay in state, but want to follow through with and have more choices, whether it's, any of our colleges that do that. When you talked about the MOU, instead of going all the way to CSN, could you do one with Foothill? It's right there. So just CCSD and do an MOU there. If you get to that point, it just seems more economical for you instead of driving far away.
I think all of those options,
Well, no, but the
Deary and
Foothills is
Pollard
right
for
there
the
with
record,
CSN.
would be up for us to look at, certainly. CCSD would be a strong partner with us, certainly the city of Henderson, as well as they are developing some new properties in this space. So we're very open to all of that, hopefully being cost relevant as well.
Yeah, and I know there's a CSN out there, but I just
Yes.
thought sometimes if they're using the field, then you might not be able to do it, and then you'd have Foothill as a backup or something.
Yes, ma'am.
But anyway, other than that, I just, it just seems so well planned, and I would like to see the success with that. It would be very exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Perkins and then Regent Del Carlo.
I guess ditto will be an anointed word. I was going to repeat, pretty much say what Regent Breaker was saying. Athletics does lend itself very well to recruitment efforts, and it helps the school to grow and to appeal to a different level or a different type of student, and it does change the student body. So I am in favor of this, but however, my question would be, can you elaborate just a little bit more about how this would integrate into the mission of teaching and nursing?
Well, I'll take a stab at that, Deary and Pollard, for the record. I think our belief is that our job is to create pathways to higher education, traditionally to populations who've been underrepresented or minoritized in higher education. We know that our student body at Nevada State is primarily composed oftentimes of those who want to move into nursing and teaching. Those are often women, and we're also very happy with the idea that flag football could be a very good option for them. But I also think it has the potential to open up our enrollment in other spaces as well. And therefore, it may recruit potentially other folks who have been underrepresented in both of those professions as well to explore teaching and nursing as well as being an athlete while doing so at Nevada State University. So I see it as a win-win. I also think there's an opportunity for curriculum examples to be used. We may even decide to be able to come up with specialized focus with sports and nursing and other types of things as well. So I think the field is open. Our faculty are tremendously creative, so I can imagine any number of those things taking place.
Thank you so much for that answer. That was very good. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I too am really into sports and didn't have that privilege as a female back in my era. And so I'm off for this. And a couple questions. When do you think what is the time frame? If I know this is information only today, you're gonna have to come back to get approval. Are you looking at like the 25, 26?
I think there are a couple of phrases, Darian Pollard, for the record. One is that we would need to bring back to you when you consider fees for the upcoming year, the athletic fee as we continue to work with our students. We have a student body president and vice president here. They are committed to work with us in the early fall to make sure we have the student voice and feedback, and we will bring that back. I think in December you consider fees at that point. We also have some private dollar proposals out to help us begin to identify and hire an athletic director. That becomes very important. And then since we are not going to move down a pathway of an association immediately, that allows us to have some leniency in terms of how we do scheduling. So if you were to talk to our team here, we would love to see the fall of 25 for us to be able to do something in that sports space, and we're making efforts to do so in the near future.
Okay, thank you. Another question. I do know I was on the board when we approved TMCCs, and I think they've had a very successful program. The students, I say this to the student leaders, they did the heavy lifting at the presentation, and I mean, how could you not vote for what the students wanted, especially when the students were willing to pay more per credit hour. I believe it was $5 a credit hour. 50 cents went to, I think, the operation. 450 went to the note on the building, if I remember that right, and the soccer field. And it's a wonderful recruitment tool. And I had no idea till I read this presentation that Clark County even had girls flag football. I think that's really, yeah, I haven't been to a game. I mean, I'll have to go look, but I'm very supportive, and I think you wouldn't be doing it if you didn't have a sound business plan. So I look forward to your future updates, and I agree with my colleague. It was really a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add that Boulder, that flag football is really big in Clark County, and my own town, Boulder City, has a great girls flag football team, and we're just over the hill. So keep that in mind. Any other questions? Oh, Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. I just want to share my perspective because my student population is very reflective of Nevada State population. In fact, Nevada State does student teaching at my school. So I remember when I first walked on campus with my son, the first thing is he went up to Dr. Pollard. He's like, oh, I'd like to go here. What sport teams do you have? And you said none, but we would like to have some. That's something we're working on. And immediately he was like, okay, I'm not going to go here.
Yep.
Check. So that's awesome, right? Because there's some people that are looking for that student experience. We created a program, and there's a program that we partnered with to bring in inner city sports to inner city students. These are students that would never ever have the opportunity to play in competitive sports because of the cost and transportation involved. And with that, there was the part that I think that we didn't account for in this presentation, and it was the connectedness of the families.
Yes.
Because when we do have students that are first generation, oftentimes they live in two worlds, right? They live at home and then they live in their world at school. And to connect those two and provide them those wraparound resources of their parents' support, being able to connect with their university and have pride, I think that's going to be just something that's just going to be amazing for the community.
Thank you, Darian Pollard, for the record. I think, Regent Cruz Crawford, you are tapping into something that is truly unique to why sports can be transformational for an institution such as Nevada State. This kind of dual consciousness that oftentimes first-generation students live in, where they are in a home community and in school, and those two never meet. There's an opportunity through athletics and other types of extracurricular activities for those two worlds to merge and allow them to be supportive. Dr. Coleman tells a story at the camps that we were doing for the flag football. She said she got there the first day at 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning. They helped set up, and there were parents already lined up with their lawn chairs because they wanted to watch their little girls participate in this and wanted to know what was next for them. So we often see ourselves also as a potential two-generation solution to poverty. So if we're able to talk about to students and to their families and to everyone around them about the agency of what higher education can be about, and athletics can do that, I'm proud to do it. You and I have talked, I think our sons were separated at birth at some point. My kid has told me very clearly, I love you, Mama, but I'm not going to Nevada State because I want sports. And many of you know my son is a very gifted athlete. He's going to be going someplace and playing D1, D2 track. And as a result of that, I know that I will be investing and going to watch him. So there's this thing that happens in the family when these things, when you allow sports to be that connection. So thank you very much for that. Yes. That's exactly it.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments or questions, we thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Nice job, y'all.
We'll move on to item number 24, Handbook and Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revisions for Dual and Concurrent Enrollment Fees. And for this, we will go to Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Daniel Archer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. Just as background, this is a request that builds on the April 19th special meeting agenda item where the board approved concurrent dual enrollment pricing for the 24-25 year. Today, we are bringing you a request to approve concurrent dual enrollment prices for the 25-26, 26-27, and 27-28 years. I think everyone is likely aware that we talk about concurrent and dual enrollment. We're talking about high school students taking college courses. We talk about concurrent enrollment specifically. We're talking about a high school student taking a college course at the high school. These are taught by high school instructors. Conversely, dual enrollment, we're talking about a high school student taking a college course on a college campus here. So the vast majority of students participate in concurrent enrollment because the collegiate experience comes to the high school. It obviously increases access and eliminates the issues with transportation barriers. So high school students are not eligible for federal student aid, so they can't get grants or loans. Very important to understand that in this process. Obviously, affordability is key to ensure that there is access here. So building on that foundation, we made some changes a couple of years ago where the board approved some significant discounts for concurrent and dual enrollment here. So since fall of 2022, the concurrent enrollment fee has been $75 per course, not credit hour, per course. And that has been throughout our system. If it's a research university, if it's a community college, if it's NSHE, the cost is a flat fee of $75 per course. So when looking at the research universities, is just one example. This is over a 90% discount from what a regular student would pay taking that same course on campus. So we've employed this pricing discount for the last couple of years here, and we're at a point now where we can really analyze and assess the impact here. With that, I think there's really three key pieces to point out. The first big thing to look at is the fiscal impact. By using the $75 flat fee, our institutions have waived over $11.3 million this last year. Of all of our tuition waiver programs, this has been the second highest fiscal impact by far, more than military waivers, the foster care waiver, the Native American student waiver. The second thing to acknowledge here is that concurrent dual enrollment, that population is growing rapidly. It grew by 386% over the last 8 years. And the last thing that's important to remember is that we've employed these significant discounts to a rapidly growing population during a time of very significant inflation, and inflation has hit Nevada harder than many of the other states. So based on the $11.3+ million fiscal impact, the dramatic increase in concurrent enrollment population, and the inflation, we have received feedback from the institutions that the current pricing structure here of $75 per course is not financially viable or sustainable. This is particularly challenging in some of the rural areas because there may only be 10 students, as just one example, in a course. And under the umbrella of the $75 pricing structure, these types of partnerships create situations where institutions take significant financial losses. That's understandable, obviously, from time to time, but when you do that over and over and over, it does add up. So based on the challenges associated with the pricing structure, we worked with the institutions on some proposed pricing changes. So we propose increasing the concurrent enrollment rate to $100 for 25-26, $110 for 26-27, and then using the higher education price index tool, which is a tool that the board has used to help establish future pricing based on forecasts with inflation, to $114.50 for 27-28 here. This is still a very significant discount, still very affordable, but provides some additional financial support to make this a more, again, viable and sustainable option here. So that's what we're proposing in the concurrent enrollment space here. Again, we also have the dual enrollment as well. And again, this is when a student takes a college course on the college campus here. And obviously, as I noted before, less students participate in dual enrollment compared to concurrent. The instructional costs are higher because these are on the college campus. These are taught by college instructors, but are still discounted from what other students pay here. So we have a pricing structure by tier here. So we also have one for free and reduced and one for non-free and reduced here. And you'll see the proposed prices for 25-26, 26-27, and 27-28. And again, we use that higher education price index to set these proposed prices here for the dual enrollment side. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Regent Brooks?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Regent Brooks for the record. I just have a question about, in the briefing paper, there seems to be a tie between dual enrollment and concurrent courses in terms of what this looks like. Can you please share with me just, and the board, some of the distinctions between what would be considered dual enrollment and concurrent, and then how that affects the pathway of that student to the to an institution?
Sure. And so just starting out with the concurrent side of the house, this is by far the more utilized option. It eliminates the transportation barrier because the college comes to the high school and you're utilizing a high school instructor to teach the course. So students are in a high school classroom taking a college course with their high school peers. So you have that side of the house. So that's obviously a great gateway to some of these rural areas that are really far away, and obviously some of the lower socioeconomic areas where transportation is a challenge. So certainly benefits there. Dual enrollment, though, the student will physically go to the college campus and take the class at the college. They'll be among college peers in that type of setting. And so obviously it's more of a traditional collegiate atmosphere. It's a college faculty member teaching the course. You're probably going to have students who are from a variety of ages. So obviously it's a very different setting. But that can be a great gateway too. It's just obviously not everyone lives close to one of our colleges, and obviously there's transportation issues as well.
Thank you. My follow-up question to this is, the way that I understood how policy worked with dual enrollment was, while there may be discrepancy in regards of who's teaching what at a high school, where there's institutions that are paying one salary for somebody with a master's degree, another salary for somebody with a bachelor's degree, but that part of the dual enrollment process was to have instructors in the high schools not have the high school students travel to the institutions. And so I really want to be clear that what you just offered us was that one of the differences, the distinctions between concurrent and dual enrollment, is that dual enrollment means that the student travels to the institution.
That's right.
And does not receive the education at the high school through somebody that is a representative of the institution.
Daniel, if I might, for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. One example, Regent Brooks, is, for example, and I'm going to look at CSN and TMCC in particular as well, because they actually have For example, CSN has a CSN high school. And so that CSN high school has a location. In fact, I think CSN has 3, and I know that President Hilgerson also has a structure where the students actually are part of the high school within the college. And so that's the difference between the dual enrollment, and the 2 presidents might be able to clarify. So the concurrent enrollment, just as you've noted, is going to the high school, and there has been some policy discussion, and we've got it in P&G on the difference or the stipends that are paid to the high school instructor. But the dual enrollment is physically at the school. In fact, the students can actually play sports at their home high school if they wanted to, but those are those students that are graduating at the same time or sometimes in advance of their high school graduation with an associate's or a certificate. So I don't know if that helps to clarify, but it is the actual partnership with the school district where the school district is jointly at the college at the same place. And that's
Thank you,
dual
Attorney Johnson.
enrollment.
Right, Regent Brooks, for the record again, thank you, I appreciate that. The way that I think I understood dual enrollment was that there is an offering based on how dual enrollment is set up by the institution itself. An institution, I mean the high school, that professors are there. And so it limits the issue of transportation for a student to go from the high school to one of the local institutions. And the way it's being, then if that's not the case, and so is it that with dual enrollment, the only way for a student to achieve dual enrollment as they're finishing up their high school and to graduate with an associate's is to leave the high school and go to a campus to receive that education, opposed to being at the high school where the professors are coming in to supply it?
Yeah, so Patty Charlton for the record. I'm going to ask perhaps President Hilgerson and maybe James McCoy to answer that question, because I do know that some students may complete perhaps a certificate at the high school, but to have that full immersion might be a little bit more clarity on those specific programs.
President Hilgerson for the record. So I hope that what I say doesn't disagree with you, because I don't think we disagree. But the way I view dual enrollment is the umbrella. And at TMCC, we have 4 dual enrollment models. We do have an embedded high school, TMCC High School, which is chartered with Washoe County Public School District. It's a high school located at the Dandini TMCC campus. It's awesome. That's one model. Been around for, 15 years at least, maybe longer. Then we have what we call J2, which is Jumpstart Squared, where a high school student who has a signature from a counselor, and they have a car, they drive to campus whenever they want to take classes, and they just need a guidance counselor signature. And that's actually our largest enrollment by far. Over 1,000, I think the last time I looked at it was 1,300 head count, high school students with permission from a guidance counselor. The drawback is these students have a car and they pay full tuition, right? They don't get a discount. They're regular college students having a high impact collegiate experience. The faculty who teach them do not necessarily know that they're also in high school, okay? That's the model that is very prevalent all over this country, except some states subsidize families of those college students through a type of a voucher system, which I think is fantastic. But in the state of Nevada, we haven't had that political will yet to say to families, here's a subsidy if you'd like your high school student to attend a college in a college classroom with a college qualified faculty member. Okay, but very popular model at TMCC. The third model is what we call Jumpstart, and this was very successful. We launched it when I was here and after a joint meeting with the Department of Ed and this board. I heavily invested in what was called the Jumpstart program, which WNC had started previously. We scaled it up, meaning we deployed highly qualified part-time and full-time teachers, faculty, employees of TMCC to high schools in our area. Very successful. We negotiated price points with Washoe County School District. It was a price point that was mutually beneficial for all concerned. We are still using that model, although as the concurrent model has come into play,
The concurrent model is a lot cheaper for high schools, so they're attracted to that model. But we were very proud of, and I'm still proud of, the Jump Start model that WNC actually started years ago under Chet, the president. And we took the same model, we scaled it up, highly successful model. You had a well-qualified college instructor deployed to a high school with a class of high school students. I call that medium impact. It's not complete college, right? Because they're not at a high school campus, right? Or excuse me, they're not at a college campus, but it's a good impact. The concurrent model for TMCC means we are leaning into career technical education, where high school teachers tend to be highly qualified, sometimes more qualified, frankly, than some of the CTE teachers that work at a college, although at TMCC we have very highly qualified people all around. But the concurrent model where you see the price increases, that's a model where it's taught at a high school, taught by a high school teacher, and the curriculum is collegiate, the assessment is collegiate. So if you believe that higher education is simply assessment, then okay, that maybe works. First, I don't, that's my personal opinion. I've stated this at this board many, many times. I'll never change my mind because I was a faculty member for 22 years. And I know what a collegiate experience can be for students with highly qualified faculty. All four of these models are excellent. Especially if we put academic rigor and if we care about qualifications, they're excellent models. I do worry about the price point. As a taxpayer, as a taxpayer who'd like to see more of my money go to higher education, it bothers me a little bit that we're subsidizing this model at the concurrent space, right? Bothers me. I don't think we should make fiscal exceptions for that. I think the state needs to pony up and help us pay for it. Anyway, so does that help? So I see them all dual enrollment, but they're different models underneath dual enrollment.
Thank you,
Okay.
Regent Brooks, for the record. So it does help. It helps a lot because you're clarifying various ways dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment works at a specific institution. So I'm very clear now, this is not, again, not a one-size-fits-all process in terms of pathways for education and what I would consider to be dual enrollment looks like. Is there a different, and I appreciate your time, thank you very much, is there a different way that CSN views dual enrollment and concurrent? And can you share that with us, please?
Sure, yeah, thanks, Regent Brooks. James McCoy, CSN, for the record. I think the easiest way to define concurrent enrollment versus dual enrollment is going right back to the handbook, right, that this board has contemplated. Concurrent enrollment delivered by the high school teacher that's credentialed by the institution, the post-secondary institution. That's concurrent enrollment. Dual enrollment is not that. Dual enrollment is a post-secondary instructor, right? And so it's an important, it's a simplification of it, but just to think in those two pathways, in both cases, in both pathways, students are earning dual credit. Dual enrollment is the post-secondary instructor, concurrent enrollment is the high school instructor. And that's an important nuance to understand, I think, in this conversation because we're talking about pricing. And in the context of pricing, this board has ratified $75 as a flat rate for concurrent enrollment. That's appropriate, perhaps, because the high school teacher during the high school day, delivering the college curriculum to high school students, the concurrent model, lends itself to a less cost to the institution. We're not paying an instructor. We're not paying in terms of a salary or benefits or fringe. We're not paying for the infrastructure because the instruction is delivered at the high school campus. So all of those costs go away. In the dual credit model, where that cost is not $75 flat rate, there is a discount that the Vice Chancellor has reminded us of. There is a cost that's different to that, to the institution, because we're paying the post-secondary instructor, we're paying for the facilities, just as we would to offer any other course on our college campuses. And so that cost nuance, I think, is an important consideration when we're thinking about these two models of concurrent enrollment and dual enrollment. The end outcome of both pathways, to your point, Regent Brooks, is students earn dual credit. They're earning high school and college credit for the same simultaneous experience. And in both cases, that college credit is transcripted on the post-secondary institution's transcript as it is the high school transcript. And so the propensity for students to end up enrolling in one of our NSHE institutions after experiencing either concurrent enrollment or dual enrollment is sound. I hope that helps.
That does, and I appreciate that. And I'm interested in GBC's process of what this looks like, because again, I'm recognizing that it's different across the board.
Yeah, for the record, Dr. Amber Dinelli, Great Basin College. And for each of our institutions, it is very different. And so for GBC specifically, we do a lot of online enrollment. We always have. And so yesterday when you heard President Helen say, you know, we're almost at 81% with fully online. And that means that a large percentage of our rural students take dual enrollment, not concurrent, but the dual enrollment, and they take it online. They complete it in either 8 or 16 weeks and roll into the next class. Our completion rates are pretty high with students, and our graduation rates, either through certificates or associate degrees, continues to rise with that model. The concurrent model is more of a challenge for us. The current model with, say, a 6-credit CNA class, we helped Battle Mountain out. They lost their CNA instructor, so we stepped in to do that. But it's $75 for 6 credits. It's $75 for 2 credits. Yeah. It doesn't really, that credit range doesn't matter. It's a flat 75. So if you have 4 to 6 students in a 6-credit class and you're paying for a nursing faculty, it's really expensive. Even if you have the support of, they had a nurse that was a faculty or a high school instructor, but we still had to have oversight from the college level. And so that's when it gets expensive. So any of the concurrent enrollment in our rural areas, the student numbers are usually less than 10. Or you might start with 10 and that runs for an entire year and you might finish with 4. So that's where the challenge is for us. And it's not just the 75, you can increase your enrollment and hopefully that FTE will pay out later, but it's the upfront cost as far as, you know, now we have the pay for the high school instructor, you have the pay for the college instructor that helps oversight of the high school instructor, and now we have a professional development fee on top of that. So you can see where the challenge is. It's less of a challenge probably for CSN because your class load is much different than what we have in the rural areas.
Thank you. And so from a financial perspective, this increase, how do you see that affecting enrollment on your campus?
For the record, Dr. Amber Dinelli, Great Basin College. I would just say, you know, our dual enrollment's at 30.5% of what we do. So when we have an enrollment numbers between 3,000 and 3,500, 1,000 of the students that we have of that number are dual enrollment. So any impact to that or losing any of those dual enrollment students is scary for us. But we know that we have students who might be a better fit in the concurrent enrollment model. Those are students that maybe can't do an online 8 to 16-week class, and they need that stretch. They needed a year, basically, of an English 101 class. Maybe those are students that are first-time, you know, college students, first generation. And so as a provider in rural areas, we know we need to step up and do that. But it is a significant impact. So seeing that increase in the enrollment or in the pricing for concurrent will assist us to be able to offer those courses within our rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your indulgence, Chair. I think it would only be fair to ask President Dalpy his perspective on this.
Thank you, Kyle Dalpy. For the record, Western Nevada College. I got some things to add. We started the Jumpstart program quite a few years ago. In the past year, from fall 21 to fall of 23, we increased our high school students by 67%. High school students, whether they're dual, concurrent, whatever definitions we're using, high school students taking WNC classes right now represent 41% of our headcount. That's a big number. We contract with 8 school districts and 4 charter high schools. For me, that's an absolute access win because we're providing that to students who likely would not have any opportunity elsewhere because our rural districts have more trouble attracting high school students who might have the AP credentials for the advanced placement classes, which is another alternative to getting college credit, which is why the program was started in the first place, to help with the rural populations. That makes me nervous, more so nervous than you do, because 41%, if there's a shift, we will lose some. So bringing it back to the budget discussion, because we have seen a significant increase in this last year, a concurrent enrollment, the definition, that is a high school instructor on our side, the way we do it, high school instructor in the high school delivering the college content to a cohort of high school students. That costs $75 per student, so it functions as an administrative fee. We pair them with a WNC instructor so that they can, so that they have somebody to link with if they have questions, et cetera, and that sort of thing. If a student takes a class from a WNC instructor, whether that's in the high school, we have instructors who teach classes in the high schools, 2 of which, and Martin's over there, 2 of which are in the room, they teach for us in the high school. That's the $85 per credit. If a student comes to one of our businesses or one of our campuses, that's $85 as well because it's a college WNC instructor. The impact on this, and I'm going to get to kind of bring it back to Vice Chancellor Archer's discussion here. We always had charged a little bit of a higher rate and came down because when we started this, everybody paid everything without a discount. The way we were able to do that is the state had the Career and College Readiness Grant, which they dispersed to the 17 school districts. That was pulled back and zeroed out in the 2020 special session and never came back. So it was almost like a pass-through. It was a way to offset. It was a way to ensure equity because we strive to not have student A and B in the class and one's taking it for dual and the other one can't afford it. We're trying to figure out a way to scholarship them or get them in. The impact, I'll end with this, the impact for WNC on the current discounts. So for fiscal year 23, the concurrent instruction, which is a high school instructor delivering the content for $75 per student, is costing us $743,000 a year. That's lost revenue on registration fees or discounted revenue. The WNC instructor teaching our dual enrollment is about $400,000. So it's about $1.1 million per year that we are discounting, which means right now with our robust enrollment increases, most of which are in the dual enrollment space, there's no new registration fees coming in to back up the services, to create additional people to help those students. Some of which we need, some of which we rely on the high schools. If they're in the high school, they have wraparound services there, but on campus it's different. So with all of that, the increase that's being proposed helps offset that because there is no state grants funding that anymore. And it helps to link it to, it helps a little bit because every other student is paying 5% increase, which the 5% increase you passed in December does not apply to the dual enrollment rates. So there's already been a pass along to every other student. So there's a lot there, but that kind of brings all the discussion back to the budget impact on a school like ours that has a $22 million budget, and we're down $1.1 million on discounted tuition just for our high school populations.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record. Mr. Archer, is it Mr. or Dr.? Sorry.
Either one works.
Okay, Dr. Archer. Question. Vice Chancellor Archer, thank you. Did you consult with the school districts to see how this would impact them? And if you did, what was the result?
Right, and so we had a lot of internal discussions and vetted this through various channels, and we did encourage our institutions to share the proposed rates with their partners. And so that was probably back in maybe March or early April, and so we didn't hear any negative feedback. So as far as we know, people were on board.
Okay, I know through CCSD, we had like a lot of donors too. We used the Rogers Foundation for to pay for that at Rancho, I think, and a few other items. I wonder if we could even ask for state funding, some, state funding to support this even at the district level too. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I have 3 questions. Is there a minimum class size? Because Dr. Dinelli kind of indicated that sometimes there's 3 students. I mean, is there 1, 2, 3? Is there a minimum?
Yeah, for the record, Dr. Amber Dinelli, the cut for us, sometimes we usually put it around 4 to 5 because we know places like Battle Mountain and Ely are never going to have big enrollment. Part of our mission is serving those communities, and so we just have to be okay with the loss in those areas. But in our other areas like Pahrump and Elko, we do put minimums on that because we know that we either need to make that enrollment. We can't do that at every single site.
And so what would those minimums be, like 6 or 8?
Usually I think to break even, we need to be at 8.
8. And can I ask the same question of WNC?
It's about the same depending on the school. If it's a concurrent program where they're delivering it to high school students, they usually define those cohorts. And if we're using their instructor, the $75 per kind of can kick in regardless of the size. But if we're putting somebody in the school, it would be minimum about the 8 to 10 would be the least we would put in there.
Okay. And then we talked about concurrent and jump. So is there data that we can look at that for the success of the students? Because, this is access for sure. Another one of our goals is success. Are these students then able to do the college level work when they do transfer? I mean, how many are really going up into higher ed transferring? And then are they successful when they do? That's a question.
Yeah, I think in general, this is a huge kind of onboarding ramp for us because it really checks all the boxes for things that we want to do. It greatly increases the probability of someone going to college, so it increases college going rates, increases the probability of first year retention, increases graduation, decreases time to degree. And, I think that a lot of people make the argument that you're just comparing a really superior student to an average student. But even when you break it down and take a step back and you compare 2 mediocre students, high school students, the ones that do concurrent enrollment are far more likely to be successful because they get that collegiate experience and they gain confidence, they grow. It puts them in a better position to be successful and to graduate on time.
But I'm saying, is there any data? Is it on our data dashboards? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we've got some data, and also we presented some data to the Joint Standing Education Committee recently I'd be happy to share that information with you.
I'd definitely like to see that. And then just my last question is, so if you started a program and you didn't have one, so when you're doing this, like 2 years later, then the weighted student credit hours come back to you, correct? And then does that make up for the discount? If right now it's at $75, so 2 years later, you're going to get the weighted student credit, does that make up the difference at all? Or?
So I'll answer that, Kyle Dalby, for the record. We do get the weighted student credit hours if the funding formula holds, and let's say it would be July 1 of next year. I don't necessarily, I need that money next year, but I kind of need it now. That's the discounts hurting us now. That's part of the funding formula. But if any student were coming in on full registration fees, we're at such a thin margin anyway that the discount's hurting us. We're having to offset it. So this little bit of fee increase helps us kind of get back into that easy, sound budget area. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Thank you.
Regent Prager.
I know we're really talking about the budget, but I just have a question in regards to the students still have to have a certain grade point average and get permission. Used to be a math teacher, a counselor, and someone else. Is it still like that, or they can just apply to go? That was at CSN.
We do not have any centralized policy right now. That actually bleeds into a presentation a little bit later, though, so you're on the right track.
I'll wait. Thank you.
All right, so this is for possible action to approve this revision of the handbook. which provides for the establishment of predictable pricing schedules for reduced dual and concurrent enrollment fees, in addition to requesting to revise the PG&M to publish the predictable pricing schedules for reduced dual and concurrent enrollment fees, and to reorganize existing language and provide clarity to the procedures of assessing dual and concurrent enrollment fees. So with that, I would see if anybody is interested in making a motion to approve this. Regent Breaker?
Susan Breaker, for the record, I make a motion for approval.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I'll have a motion by Regent Breaker and a second from Regent Del Carlo. With that, I'll just take a regular voice vote. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. On to item number 25, handbook revision, NSHE co-requisite and college-ready gateway policy. Again, to Vice Chancellor Daniel Archer.
Thank you so much. So just some background on this here. Regent Downs and I have been talking about this particular item, and there were some concerns that were presented from the provost when I met with them on Wednesday of this week. And so I think there's one thing that we agree on. We definitely want to get this right. And so we would like to kind of hit the pause button on this. And I think we're going to look at October and holding kind of a convening with math faculty and some of our administrators to see what kind of options we can look at in terms of boot camps and how we would codify that or articulate that. So we are hoping to table this for now and engage some discussion here in the fall and bring something back at a later date. And Regent Downs, I'm sorry, you probably have something to say here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Archer. I appreciate your work and Renee Davis' work, and you've both done some research on this and looked into it, and I feel like we're getting somewhere with it. I would like to, ultimately, I think we're all after student success on this, looking for what would be best for students. Looks like at this point, we couldn't get it in place for fall, so if we can take a small break and include math, English faculty, do something system-wide, include the academic officers so that we can address all the concerns. That might be the best way to go about trying to come up with a successful plan. And I want to give it a little analogy. The overall idea that I'm after on this is not to eliminate co-requisite. And I think of it, if I have a tool set and I'm going to work on my Jeep, which is all standard, but sometimes I might need that extra special tool. It might be metric to get a job done. And that's why I'm thinking, well, this is like that metric tool that I need to make that adjustment. So I would like to get this right. A little disappointed that I didn't hear till last night after we finished everything from the academic officers. Would have been nice in the weeks that this has been posted to have heard something, but we'll get past that. And let's meet in October, hopefully, and come up with a successful time that we can all talk. And honestly, the co-requisite conference is the time I wish we could have had that conversation where we could have had the input from everybody. But we'll make it work for October. I think it's a win.
Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'm really happy this is being paused because I didn't understand why this wouldn't go to ARSA first, because ARSA is all the academic officers that meet regularly and discuss this kind of stuff. And I heard the same stuff, that there wasn't broad support in its current form. They're having a sidebar, but so is there a reason why it wouldn't come to ARSA first? We'll meet again in September.
But she's muted, right? She's muted, but it's only, it's still 2%.
This is Daniel Archer for the record. Yes, if as the chair, if you prefer us to go through that trajectory, certainly we'll honor that request and we can make it work.
I just think it's the appropriate vehicle to do it, because those are the subject matter experts. Thank you.
Vice Chair Downs, would you be amenable to having this item go back to when you think it's ready to go back to through ARSA instead of the full board?
We probably need to go to ARSA then if we're doing something in October, to the December ARSA, is my thought.
Okay, okay. Regent Del Carlo felt that it was appropriate to go through that committee.
Yeah,
so-
I understand that.
Okay, so would you like to make a motion?
Well, I think that Regent Cruz
Oh.
Crawford had a statement.
Oh, of course. Please go ahead.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record, regarding the last item, sorry, I did reach out to CCSD and I asked GM Moore and she asked about the increase from $75 fee enrollment to $100 and the impact on CCSD. She said, what? We can't afford $100. We budgeted already for this upcoming school year. They never brought this to the table or informed CCSD. Just FYI. Thank you. Oh, 2024. Okay, but they said they weren't informed, so just communication with them would be great. Thank you.
Then I would like to make a motion that we revisit this after the different groups have a chance to meet, hopefully in October, and maybe bring it to ARSA, not maybe, but bring it to ARSA for the December meeting.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Vice Chair Downs and a second from Regent McMichael. All those in favor, please say aye.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'll do the vote and then we can come back to your comment. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. All those opposed? Motion carries. Regent Perkins, I'm sorry I didn't see you.
No worries. Thank you so much. I was just going to echo what what a fellow regent said about having more constituency involved in the process prior to, I think we got these minutes, 10 days or so ago, or these notes 10 days or so ago. So involving constituencies prior to this is a much better way to function, and it also improves that shared governance that we believe in.
And I will bring up one additional thing on that point. Nate Waugh, who does work for CCSD, he and I did speak about this. I did send him the agenda 2.5 weeks ago, and I gave him my cell phone number and said, if you have any questions or concerns, I've got the email to prove it. I never heard anything back, so.
Thank you. So I was going to move to 26 next, but I felt that it was imperative to have Regent Arascata here with us since he was one of the 3 original requesters of this item. He's obviously not here yet, but I think he will be here soon. So I'm going to move to item number 27, and then we will move back to item number 26. Thank you. So for this is Climate Survey on Power-Based Violence Results Overview and Next Steps with Dr. Elizabeth Gunn from Nevada State University and the chair of this task force. Dr. Gunn.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Regents, Chancellor, Presidents, colleagues. I am Elizabeth Gunn, Dean of the School of Liberal Arts, Sciences, and Business at Nevada State, but I am here in my capacity as chair of the Power-Based Violence Task Force at institutions of higher education. It's an honor to get to serve in this capacity, and I'd like to acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Tabor Griswold, who is the vice chair of the task force, and she's with the School of Medicine here at UNR, so thank you. To begin, I'd also like to acknowledge the other members of the task force. This is a robust task force with deep knowledge and expertise in subject matter background in these areas. In addition to myself and the Chancellor and Chief General Counsel, Ms. Erin Frock is a counselor at TMCC. Mr. Jose Melendez is Vice President for Diversity Initiatives and Chief Diversity Officer at UNLV. Michelle Sposito is the Director of Equal Employment and Title IX at UNLV. Leisha Allison is a student from TMCC. Dr. Tabor Griswold from UNR School of Medicine. Dr. Kavita Batra, medical research biostatistician from UNLV. Dr. Allison Netsky, Vice Dean of Clinical Affairs and Professor of Psychology at UNLV, Sean Mabanta, who is a victims advocate at the Crisis Center at TMCC, Christina Hall, who is the Interim Director of the Care Center at UNLV, Lindsay Walderbeck, who is a student and survivor from UNR, and Mr. Jordan Fischetti, who is the Assistant Director of Fraternity and Sorority Life at UNLV. And here today also is Dr. Stephanie Coleman, who's the Vice President of Student Affairs at Nevada State University. So just to provide the context and background about the task force, there have been 2 iterations of this task force. Some of the background there information is on the slide for you. I wanted to provide the specific context for the climate survey. This is from the new legislation from the most recent legislative session. The prior legislative session brought the task force into existence through SB 347. That was revised in the most recent session and through Assembly Bill 245. And that is the legislation under which the task force is operating. Section 7.1 reads, to the extent that money is available, the Board of Regents may require each institution within the system to conduct a climate survey on power-based violence. And Section 2, subsection 2 reads, a climate survey on power-based violence conducted pursuant to subsection 1 must include questions developed by researchers at an institution employed within the system. In addition to the great work of the task force members, I also wanted to mention their names because of their content expertise and depth of knowledge in these areas. I also wanted to frame the conversation by acknowledging the incredible work that we're doing in the state of Nevada in this area. There are 8 other states who are doing similar work, so we're in really good company and leading the charge nationwide. Other states who have legislation mandating climate surveys and sexual misconduct or power-based violence are Louisiana, New York, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Illinois, and Maine. So I applaud our legislators and those who supported this legislation in getting us to where we are. In order to accomplish this survey, it was a mighty undertaking, interinstitutional undertaking. Again, we're one of 9 states doing this, so it required coordination across institutions, not only at the highest levels, but all the way through the institutions to folks in IT departments providing emails, anonymizing emails, and so forth. So thank you so much to all of those who helped collaborate across our system. A little bit of continued background about the task force. In February, we held our inaugural meeting. In April of 2022, we invited experts to speak to the task force to help us understand how to best construct a climate survey, an interinstitutional climate survey for higher education. Those experts presented us with a few choices and best practices. The first was whether we might want to identify the extent of the problem on our campuses. The second choice was whether we might want to identify the climate goals for our campuses. The third option was to identify elements of climate for intervention. This would be student attitudes and behaviors. The fourth option was whether or not we might want to examine changes in social conditions and how to navigate those. And the last was to consider data that practitioners needed. Because this is the first interinstitutional survey, we opted for the first, which is simply to identify the extent of the problem, which made sense within our context. Following that, one of our colleagues from UNR, Dr. Ronnie Dahar, who is an expert at the Nevada Center for Surveys, Evaluation, and Statistics, presented metrics and a process for us to develop the survey. Another colleague also presented at that meeting about the complexities of engaging with potential survivors who would take the survey so that our survey was crafted in the best possible way, acknowledging that survivors might be interfacing with our survey. In March 2023, the task force reviewed the survey, recommended some amendments, and unanimously voted to recommend the survey to this Board of Regents. In June 2023, the Board of Regents unanimously approved the survey, and we then aligned the revised version of the survey to correspond to the new legislation, which is AB 245. Then Acting Chancellor identified funding for the survey, and again, our colleagues at the UNR Survey Center then assisted us with development, implementation, and data gathering. Here's some more background about how we work through the process and methodology of devising the survey and implementing the survey across the institutions. You can see there that per the board's mandate, the survey was to be distributed in the fall 2023 semester, which we did. And you can see the return rate there, the number of respondents. It was important for us as a task force and to inform the system, especially students interfacing with the survey, about these definitions that we're using. Those are in front of you. Power-based violence is the umbrella definition under which sexual misconduct and sexual assault fall. Power-based violence is a broader definition that refers to any kind of coercion based on the items that you see there. Intimidation, dating, domestic violence, family violence, gender-based violence, violence of sexual orientation or gender identity or expression, sexual misconduct, stalking, observing another person without their consent, and engaging in sexual activity without another person's consent. And then each of the following definitions get a little bit more specific. So we provided these definitions to students right out of the gate in the email, in the letter, and throughout at the beginning of the survey, and we repeated them throughout the survey to help keep participants and survey takers centered and the questions that we were asking. The next few slides are the summary of statistically relevant findings. There were a lot of non-statistically relevant findings in the world of surveys. That's important. These are simply findings. These are not explanations of why they're findings. This is just what our colleagues at the UNR Survey Center found when assessing the data in the survey. So really good news. Generally at each institution, students have a positive reception and perspective about our leadership. There's UNR, there was a small statistical difference with UNR that could be interpreted in many different ways. One could be the quantity of survey takers, the quantity of awareness campaigns, the quantity of and quality of resources on campus that students know about these items. It could also be the residence halls and programming residence halls. We don't know. This just gives us a baseline to start asking other really good questions. Students, for the large part, were not interested in programming, but the legislation mandates that we do it, so that will be coming down the line. But those who did express interest were mostly UNR students, so there's an interesting possible correlation there. Continued summary of findings. Again, there were low reports of power-based violence and sexual misconduct on our campuses. Generally, again, at UNR, there was the highest reporting. Again, a small statistical difference without, we are not in the area of explaining why yet or the factors which could be contributing to the reporting there. That could simply be there is more, or it could be that UNR is doing a great job at their awareness campaigns, so students are more likely to report. We just don't know yet. Here is a list of the survey participants by institution. You can see the raw numbers there. The response rate was a little over 5%, which is low. We will be doing the survey every 2 years, so there will be ample opportunity to increase the number of respondents and incentives for taking the survey, as well as messaging about the survey. For those with access to the report right now, it's on the NSHE website. The figures referenced on this slide refer to the demographics in the figures in the report. Something that we're interested in doing further down the line is looking at correlations between demographics and prevalence of instances of power-based violence. We're hoping for additional data analysis from the current survey to be able to do that. There are 11 sections in the surveys in front of you. Again, these were determined in consultation with experts who routinely administer surveys of sexual misconduct and power-based violence. And we decided once again that we would assess the prevalence of power-based violence across our institutions, and these were the best categories to do that. And this was also built on a couple of previous surveys administered at individually at institutions across the state. So here's some sample data for your consideration. Figure 11, as mentioned before, references students' perception is that faculty are generally concerned about students' welfare across our campuses. You can see the high correlations there with that question. Again, the returns for the survey were largely, the perceptions and sense of support for students were largely positive. This question asked students if they believed that power-based violence was a problem at their institution. There was some small differences across institutions. Trends were more or less the same. There was some more neutrality at certain institutions than others. This asked about students' sense of agency, if they can affect change as a witness. Again, this is a broad question. The situational context would be really important in a subsequent survey and further data analysis depending on where the student was. You can see the consistent response rates there across institutions as well. This was an interesting finding for the task force. Figure 60 asked students about their belief that alcohol consumption increases or facilitates sexual opportunities. The answers were largely no across our institutions. Another interesting finding, social media perpetration. Use intimidation to force unwanted intimate behavior. Across the institutions, the answer was overwhelmingly no. There were a few yeses, but so small that they were not even significant enough to include in the results here before you. When asked about their romantic partner status, this set of questions began to lead into the part of the survey where we were trying to discern if there was a correlation between having a romantic partner and prevalence of violence. And so this is simply asking about the status of their relationships. And this was perhaps one of the most important slides of the presentation and in the report, asking about the prevalence of power-based violence in interpersonal relationships. Again, the results were overwhelmingly affirming of institutional culture when asked if the number of friends that use coercion to intimidate or elicit companionship or sex are largely no. And regarding unwanted sexual experiences, again, the answers across our institutions are largely no. Unwanted coercion, again, largely no. And that concludes a snapshot of the qualitative section of the survey. The following section was qualitative. You can see the word cloud, the words that mainly rose to the top in the qualitative sections. Those sections were coded into 5 areas. The first is campus security and safety measures. The second is power-based violence. The third is support services and resources. The fourth, reporting and justice procedures. The fifth is education and awareness. So we'll run through those qualitative responses. Students overwhelmingly asked for more campus safety measures, not surprising when prompted with the question and/or their experiences and/or the identifying needs across our campuses. Power-based violence, this was the area of responses that elicited the most personal responses in terms of students conveying their own experiences with power-based violence. And this is just a snapshot. There are more responses in the report. Again, that's available on the NSHE website. Students overwhelmingly asked for additional or more expedient support services and resources to address historical contexts of power-based violence, inclusivity, representation, and those who assist students with power-based violence, and increased funding for centers on campus that that are there for victim support. The similar responses with reporting justice and procedures. There was a recurring theme to utilize transformative and victim-based justice approaches for addressing power-based violence, and victims advocacy, which is also part of the legislation. And finally, education and awareness. There was an overwhelming support from respondents to increase awareness campaigns and or mandatory or non-mandatory education for both students and employees of the institution. All right, so that is a snapshot of our findings, of our interesting, most significant findings of the survey. The task force work is not done. We hope to continue to disaggregate the data by institution where appropriate, and as well as by demographics, so we can maybe look at some of the relationships between who our students are and who reports and or experiences power-based violence. We also are planning an inventory of current institutional programs and processes. We have that data. We just need to create the side-by-side inventory to look for gaps and opportunities and efficiencies, and continue to make recommendations to the board. And with that, there are lots of folks who contributed to the success not only of the task force, but of the survey. So thank you to those listed here, task force members, our chancellor, and to the board who has supported this initiative over the last year and a half. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gunn. I have a question from Regent Breaker.
When we looked at and that 5% pretty much turned the survey back in. How, because at UNLV and UNR, they have a mandatory new student programs. Is there a better time to maybe get that to some of the students, especially our new students? Instead, 5% is pretty typical, but it's not very good. So it costs to do these things and a lot of effort and time and getting all the opinions where they need to go. Are there been any outcomes of how this could be done a little better? I don't like to say it like that, but.
That's absolutely fair. Respondents are most likely to take action on a survey prior to Thanksgiving, and we administered our survey just after, so that we look forward to administering the next survey just before. That is the best time to capture students, especially first year, first time students, is in the early in their first semester.
Just to follow up that, so this one was done after Thanksgiving, but you said that you know that's not a good time, so why was it done then, I guess?
Well, our intent was to do it before Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay.
We were under a mandate to do it by the end of the fall semester, and it took a little bit longer, as you can imagine, to finalize the survey and ensure that the survey was going to be distributed consistently across institutions. It looks like the chancellor
go ahead, and then I'll.
For the record, Patty Charlton, interim chancellor. And so, Regent Breger, thank you for your question. I know that the task force was very concerned about the low turnout, as was the institutions and the presidents, because it isn't necessarily representative of the population. This was changed, this legislation or this NRS was changed during the last legislative session. It was late to obviously get a lot of the changes within the actual NRS, and so the timing was very difficult, but we were mandated to complete it within the fall semester, and so the reporting will continue, and we've got that infrastructure, the process, and a wonderful task force led by Dean Gunn, and then also Dr. Tabor Griswold is also here, and so we actually very greatly appreciate their continuation and their support, as well as the support of UNR and their research team to facilitate this.
Okay, and just to follow up then, and I appreciate that information and can understand that happens a lot sometimes on what people mandate us to do. So is there a way, since they do mandate the I forget what theirs are each called, the programs that students come to, can this be to the chancellor, I guess, more than anyone else, how would you mandate that to get at least 60%? I mean, that's going to give you a real value. So is there anything that can be tagged to them that they get something in return, like they do a credit or whatever they do on their programs?
I think one of the things, again, for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, I think one of the great opportunities we have is that the next survey will be done in 2 years. And so we will continue to work with the institutions on opportunities to encourage and also to build an awareness. It's an awareness program as well, to ensure that students know and to, again, our institutions are very supportive, and then just working through them on how best to solicit input from their students. They know their students, I think, better than anyone, and what we can do to get responses.
Well, I guess you could put notices up in the restrooms, quite frankly. They read stuff in there. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho.
Madam Chair,
I will go to you next, Regent Boylan. Thank you.
Thank you for your work, Dr. Gunn, and your team, because this is a lot of work. But it was passed by the legislature, I get that. But did it come with any funding? I didn't go back and look at the bill. That's one question. And then my next question would be, if it didn't, how much did it cost since it went out to 102,000 students? We'll start with that, and I still got one more.
It was an unfunded mandate by the legislature. The acting chancellor at the time, Acting Chancellor Caraga, was found funding through special projects for the survey. It was $30,000. For the UNR Survey Center to administer the survey, facilitate the process across institutions, work with each IT department, and then aggregate and make sense of the data for us.
Okay. And then to the, my colleague's point about the result, of course, we know the timing wasn't good, so get that, but would you ever do just a representative sample? Because when they do all these polling for political candidates, you know, they don't go out and ask 102,000 people, they ask a representative sample to give them the data. So if you could just remark on that, thank you.
That would be determined by the wording in the legislation. I would need to look and see and confer with General Counsel in the NSHE office if that is feasible per the legislation.
Thank you.
Regent Boylan.
thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions. What did we actually get out of this? I'm looking at it and all these numbers and graphs that you gave us. What's the conclusion? Yeah, help me with that, somebody. Ma'am, I'm sure you did this research. It's great. It's a lot of work, I know. What would be benefit? What's the benefit is what I'm trying to say. What happened?
So
except for that I saw UNR, they had more issues there than anywhere else. That was the only thing I really got out of it. Am I missing something? Do I need to put on some other glasses? Could you help me with that, please?
Absolutely. Again, Elizabeth Gunn. So I will reiterate that this is mandated by the legislation, and what we got out of it was adhering to the legislation and also important and interesting results across the system, the ability to compare institutions, the ability to find statistically significant results among institutions, and also the feedback from our students, the consistent feedback that generally the institutions are doing a pretty good job. There's always room for improvement. I think you'll see that in the qualitative responses in the survey report that's available. I was delighted to learn that our institutions are providing resources. There are crisis centers, there are victims advocates, there are resources available, and our students are reporting that. So we learned that generally Nevada's doing a pretty good job with this in higher education. I think that's something to be commended.
I have a follow-up now. Thank you for that. It didn't answer my question, but thank you. So what does the board do now? Do we do anything with this data? Do we make any rules and regulations? I know it comes from the legislature and all that good stuff. But what do we do with this now? What good is this to NSHE and the board?
So for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. And so thank you for that question, Regent Boylan. And so the efforts of the task force are continuing. They will be bringing back recommendations. As we also have noted, and I mentioned yesterday, we're also working, while not exactly consistent, it is aligned on Title IX policy recommendations, which you will see before August the 1st. But I would say to continue, as Dr. Gunn had mentioned, to do a little bit deeper dive on some of the data, which is actually something that has been requested, which we want to move forward. And then again, to work with the institutions and see where we can help them to, as she noted, they're doing great work, and how can we support that, and then also bring that information forward to the legislature consistent with the requirements that we have.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Gunn. I hope we do have something to do with all this information, and that this board does do something. Thank you, Chair. No more questions.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. This is an item for possible action to include the acceptance of this report and a request for approval to perform additional data analysis. And there is a funding request that is attached to that for $15,000.
Hi, hello. Thank you very much for holding.
So at this time, I would ask for a motion, or if there's any more discussion on this.
One more question, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Yes, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. Was this unfunded? Did the legislator tell us to do this? Did I miss that part?
Yes, it
Or was
was
this funded?
it was unfunded. And she
So no-
had to find the money to do this work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I will make a motion to perform further data, to accept the report and perform further data analysis of the survey results, and to request, I'm not done. There was two parts to this. And request, we asked for approximately $15,000 in funding. And now I'm done.
Thank you for that motion, Regent Del Carlo, and I hear a motion from Regent McMichael. So with that, I will take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nay.
Okay, so there's there's ayes and then one nay. So with that, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will go back to item number 26, but before we do that, we are going to take a short break until 2 o'clock. Okay, so the next item is item number 26, Handbook Revision Anti-Discrimination. For this, I will first go to Ms. Linda King, who is the Deputy General Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Linda King, Senior Associate General Counsel for NSHE. I just wanted to introduce this item by giving some context to the information that's contained in your briefing paper that might assist in framing your consideration discussion of this item. The policy proposal, if you take a look at your briefing papers that's before you, is pursuant to your bylaws, Article 5, Section 7, which requires that an item appear on an agenda if it is requested by 3 or more regents. That is the case here, so that is how this item has arrived before you today. As stated in the briefing paper, this is a policy proposal to amend Title 4, Chapter 8, Sections 1 and 2 by adding language to address discrimination based on shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics, or citizenship or residency in a country with a dominant religion or distinct religious identity, and permitting consultation of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and accompanying examples thereof to the extent that they might be useful as evidence of discriminatory intent consistent with Executive Order 13899. So you may be asking yourself what Executive Order 13899 is. If you do not know, it is a presidential executive order from December 11th of 2019. That former President Trump's administration issued this executive order to ensure the robust enforcement of Title VI. As a part of the executive order, the federal agencies that are responsible for the enforcement of Title VI are charged with considering the non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism adopted on May 26, 2016 by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, and also the contemporary examples of anti-Semitism identified by the IHRA. So it also notes that these examples are to be considered to the extent that they might be useful as evidence of discriminatory intent. So what that means is as I mentioned, the agencies that are charged with enforcing Title VI have been mandated by this directive to follow and consider the definition set forth by IHRA when they are evaluating whether alleged conduct rises to the level of discrimination under Title VI. So one of those agencies that's responsible for the enforcement, or there's the OCR, which is a part of the Office of Civil Rights, which is a part of the Department of Education, which has jurisdiction over NSHE institutions and in enforcing federal law. Also the Department of Justice, we're not concerned with ourselves with that today, but we're going to focus on OCR. So OCR is the enforcement arm of Department of Education that has jurisdiction over the NSHE institutions. So the definition that the non-legally binding working definition that IHRA has set forth is incorporated into that executive order. So how else can the OCR, Office of Civil Rights Department, look at conduct that's been alleged to be discriminatory under Title VI? Well, they issue guidance, regulatory guidance letters called Dear Colleague letters that are available on their website, that all of our NSHE institutions, equal employment equal opportunity offices utilize in their investigations, and that offices of general counsel and lawyers across the nation look to find out how are the federal agencies interpreting a law, how are the federal agencies advising and giving us guidance about what we should be doing on our campuses at our institutions. So that is why in your briefing paper, you not only see a reference to Executive Order 13899, but you also see a reference to the Dear Colleague letter, which was issued on May 7, 2024. And in that Dear Colleague letter, the OCR, they explain that the protections of Title VI extend to students and school community members who are or are perceived because of their shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics to be Jewish, Israeli, Muslim, Arab, Sikh, or Sikh, depending on your pronunciation, South Asian, Hindu, Palestinian, or any other faith or ancestry. So we've got an overlay when I'm trying to give it a context of what our federal regulatory guidance is. We have an overlay with the executive order and the Dear Colleague letter. What's important to note is that the OCR is trying to balance their obligations under the executive order with other laws. So OCR reaffirms in its Dear Colleague letter that nothing in Title VI or regulations implementing it requires or authorizes a school to restrict any rights otherwise protected by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. So that's the context that we have. And before we turn this over back to the chair to begin discussion on the item, from a legal perspective, and that's the only area that our office can advise in, nothing in the policy and nothing in the executive order or in the Dear Colleague letter changes or creates a new legal standard for evaluating whether or not alleged conduct constitutes discrimination under Title VI. I understand you might have some questions because that's a lot of legal talk. But I did want to set that framework for you, and I hope that it assists and guides your discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Since Regents Brooks, Goodman, and Arascata requested this item, I will open the floor to them first.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks, for the record. I greatly appreciate Council's introduction to this. I certainly appreciate the board taking a look at this for consideration. The context of why this is coming before us now has to do with the adoption of how the IRA definition was implemented in our policy back in December of 2022. At that time, we accepted this definition, and it nestled inside of anti-bias training. And the purpose of it was so that everybody inside the institution would have anti-bias education, and part of that education would consist of anti-Semitic education as well. And so what was supposed to happen, what the intent was that during the course of the training, those who were also receiving an education on different areas of anti-Semitism, they would be able to use that as they move about the campus should there be an instance or should something occur. In other words, this is really designed to be a reference. That's what this was. This is a tool for institutions to be able to use to determine whether or not something on their campus is or is not anti-Semitic. Tools are useful. If I ask someone to build me a frame for a house, but I didn't give them a hammer, that's going to cause some problems. And what I recognize over the course of the last 7 or 8 months, let's just say everything after October 7, was that in all of my conversations with institutional leaders, executive presidents, the system office, it was very clear to me that two things were needed. One, in education about what some of this actually looks like in terms of the perspective of Jewish students who are on campus. And two, resources for the institutions. There just wasn't anything that they could use to identify whether conduct on a campus was or was not anti-Semitic. And so the idea in bringing this forward is to present it in another way where we're just adding, where we talk about nature of origin, essentially, to what we already have in our policy. And to be able to support, I'm sure, questions that may arise. I've asked Jake Bennett to be with us today. Jake and I have worked together for years. He and I, after October 7, we put on what we called Evening of Education at UNLV and here on this campus. He's the Director of State Legislative Affairs for the IAC for Action. He advocates across the nation, both from a federal level, a state level, and a local level for policy on behalf of Israeli Americans and the pro-Israeli communities. He's also a combat veteran of the IDF. He was involved with special operations with the IDF. He served during the Second Intifada. Jake got his MBA from Amherst College and his master's from Columbia. And at this time, I'd like to bring him forward and place him at the podium in case there are questions that Regents have that are very specific to the definition, its use, and perhaps address some of the comments that we have heard over the last couple of days. What I'd like to do is introduce Jake and provide him a few moments to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brooks. Hi, everyone. My name is Jake Bennett from Israeli American Coalition for Action. And I'd like to start by saying, just observing, there was a really interesting contrast this morning. We heard 3 hours of testimony that was very disturbing. And then we had this very refreshing presentation about school spirit and sports and cheerleaders. And I sat there and I felt myself relax a little bit because it reminded me of what campus life was like 30 years ago when I was at college, when you didn't need to worry about navigating the quad and was there going to be an encampment of protesters checking to see if you were Jewish or not before they let you through the barricade to get into the library. And I wanted to jump right into the topics that the chairperson and Regent Brooks asked me to cover, which were academic freedom and freedom of speech and how that relates to Title VI enforcement and evaluating and understanding anti-Semitism. But I thought after those 3 hours this morning, and there was so much misinformation and misrepresentation, I felt like I was at a magician's show where the key word is misdirection. And you heard for 3 hours that this wasn't about dealing with discrimination or harassment or Title VI. It was about suppressing criticism of Israel. So I want to take just 3 points from the very many dozens that were made over the course of those 3 hours and just clear the air a little bit, because I think it's hard to look at this stuff in a clear way when there's so much junk on the table. So first, the term that was thrown around, ethno-state, it should be well known to everyone here. There are a lot of ethno-states in the Middle East. Every Arab country is an ethno-state. The Gaza, ruled by Hamas, was an ethno-state without full statehood. The Palestinian Authority is an ethno-state. There are no Jews there. That was part of the agreement when they got their self-rule. Israel forcibly removed 10,000 Jews from Gaza, a place where Jews have lived for the last 3,000 years plus, to give Hamas, it was originally the Palestinian Authority, to give them self-rule in that space. But the kids here who say they're against an ethno-state, they're not against those ethno-states. They're not against the UAE or Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Turkey. They claim to be against Israel and call that an ethno-state. But Israel's 20% Arab, and the Arabs there all have civil rights, human rights. Israel's the only country in the region where religious minorities and ethnic minorities all have human rights, civil rights, minority rights. Arabs in Israel serve in the police, they serve in the army, they serve in the parliament, they serve on the Supreme Court, etc. In the Palestinian Authority, if you sell your land to a Jew, it's the death penalty. But the kids here, they're not looking at things clearly because they've been sold a propaganda bill of goods. They had no problem with anti-Jewish apartheid or anti-non-Muslim apartheid in all of those states. So let's just look at that hypocrisy and the way things are mismatched. The other one, number 2 of 3, they kept saying over and over, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Well, there are a lot of proofs that this is false. For one, you could look at the fact that since the founding of Israel, the entire Middle East, twice the size of the United States of America, where you had Jewish communities living for thousands of years, communities in Iraq and Baghdad that went back 2,500 years, all those communities are gone. 99.999% of the Jews were all driven out of those countries on the basis of anti-Zionism. What does that have to do with a Mizrahi, a Middle Eastern Jew living in Iraq or Lebanon or Syria if anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism? The fact is, those who want the state of Israel destroyed often target Jews. How else do we know that's true? Look at the statistics. I've got statistics in here I'll run through in a little bit of the 3 months after October 7th, where anti-Semitic incidents skyrocketed, more than tripled here. We heard from someone from the ADL say they had more recent statistics. I have the October 7th to January 7th. She had more recent ones where she said, since then they're up 1,000%, tenfold. I'm not surprised. The IAC, the Israeli American Council, gets calls from parents and students around the country in not just colleges, but high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, with stories. Is this IHRA definition about squelching criticism of Israel? No, it's about protecting kids. That whole argument and conversation and debate about the Middle East, we can have that somewhere else. This isn't the place for it. But what we're talking about is enforcement of civil rights. And the 1964 Civil Rights Act and Title VI, 60 years ago, was put in place in 1964 to protect students. And we've got 6 decades of court cases and instruction from the Department of Education, from the Office of Civil Rights, on how to enforce this and how to deal with this. We're not going to take this definition and go look at the course syllabus of the teachers that you have here. It's not about suppressing their rights. It's not about even suppressing the speech of the students on the college campuses, on the quads and at their protests. But there's a limit, right? When it gets to the point where you have incitement to violence, when you have physical assaults. In the 3 months after October 7th, there were 56 anti-Semitic assaults around the country. It's clear that there is a linkage. I mean, it's been seen through years and years of data between anti-Israel incitement and anti-Semitic incidents and harassment and violence. And we had the week after October 7th, there was a student on the East Coast who started putting out calls, very graphic calls. Find the Jewish girls on campus, rape them, and slit their throats. Sounds like the kind of thing you would hear someone from Hamas saying. The FBI thought this was actionable. This was a problem. They arrested the guy. They prosecuted him. Last I heard, he was in jail. I don't know where he is now. But it's hard for it's hard for us to believe that these kids who come through here and say, you know, we support Hamas and.
Excuse me, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I just, as your special counsel, Chris Nielsen, for the record, I just want to remind this body and the speaker that for the purposes of open meeting law, we have to really kind of stick to what the item at hand is, which is agenda item number 26, which are proposed revisions to the handbook. My recommendation to give a little bit of latitude, but if we could focus on what the proposed language changes are and keep it at that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Counsel. I'll get right back to it. The next line in that May 7th Dear Colleague letter that Counsel earlier quoted says this. It says, the fact that harassment may involve conduct that includes speech in a public setting or speech that is also motivated by political or religious beliefs, however, does not relieve a school of its obligation to respond under Title VI as described below if the harassment creates a hostile environment in school for a student or students. That's a key thing, because that's what we're about here. This agenda item should be a no-brainer. It permits NSHE to consider the IRA definition of anti-Semitism when evaluating reported anti-Semitic incidents. This is the standard already required by the Department of Education when assessing Title VI complaints. So of course it would behoove NSHE to consider the standard on which NSHE would be judged if a case were to come up. This standard has been endorsed by 4 successive White House administrations. President Obama brought it to the State Department for assessing anti-Semitism outside the country. President Trump brought it to the Department of Ed. President Biden brought it to all the remaining federal agencies and has reiterated numerous times over the course of administration that it applies to Department of Ed and related institutions and NSHE. It has been codified, this definition, or endorsed by 36 states, including Nevada. So we're
Mr.
not
Bennett,
breaking new ground.
I just
Yeah.
want to let you know, first, we are on a major time crunch today, as I'm sure you're well aware.
Yeah.
And I've given Regent Brooks a lot of latitude to bring you in, but I'd like to give you just like 2 more minutes to finish up, if you don't mind. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you. So we're not breaking new ground here. We're playing catch up. The U.S. Supreme Court decision, Wisconsin versus Mitchell, established that using speech to determine motive doesn't infringe on First Amendment and that defining racist speech does not chill speech. Basically, we're here to look at a definition for dealing with evaluating Title VI breaches which relate to a hostile environment or different treatment given to a group of students. One other thing I'd like to address, and I'll leave it at that and open for questions, was the Jerusalem Declaration was brought up numerous times, both by a letter, by faculty, and by students who were here. So this definition was debated at the White House Task Force on Anti-Semitism last year. It was brought up by CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. It was debated thoroughly. It was outright rejected. Why? Because there's deep flaws in this definition. In contrast to the IRA definition, which deals strictly with conduct, the Jerusalem definition makes excuses for conduct based on motivation. And it says that if the perpetrator of unlawful discrimination, incitement, or assault is an aggrieved Palestinian or someone upset over perceived human rights violations by Israel, their conduct should not be judged to be anti-Semitic in nature. That's problematic when we're looking at conduct and how it affects students, right? Excusing bigoted behavior as political or justified because the perpetrator is aggrieved is unacceptable. Feelings don't make illegal behavior less illegal. They don't make the intentional targeting of Jews any less anti-Semitic. I'll skip getting into details of it and leave time for questions.
Does anyone have questions? Regent Cruz Crawford.
Madam Chair.
And then I'll go to you, Regent Boylan.
Yes, ma'am.
Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record. Earlier today, people were stating to use a Jerusalem definition. Can you explain the difference between those?
Yeah, that's the one that I was just talking about. Another part of the Jerusalem definition, and one of the reasons why it's been rejected by every Jewish organization around the world is, I'll run through items 11 through 15. It says that calling to eliminate the only Jewish state in the world is not anti-Semitic. That's covered in items 11 and 12. Making defamatory false accusations against Israel are not anti-Semitic. That's item 13. The BDS movement is not anti-Semitic. That's item 14. Applying double standards to Israel is not anti-Semitic. That's item 15. The BDS hate movement that they refer to has been denounced for its anti-Semitism by both chambers of Congress, the Secretary General of the UN, and the 37 states that have passed anti-BDS, anti-discrimination laws, of which Nevada is one, passed here in 2017. So these are all the reasons why that definition was created to give cover to anti-Israel, anti-Semites, so that they wouldn't be called out for their bigotry. That definition is unacceptable to the Jewish community. In contrast, the other one you asked about, the IHRA, has been endorsed by 51 out of the 53 member organizations of the National Conference of Major Jewish Organizations and by hundreds of Jewish schools, synagogues across the country. Over 95% of affiliated Jews support the IHRA definition.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stu, for giving us this information, knowledge. I think, Madam Chair, this is such an important topic and the safety of our students, our Jewish students, that we should give this gentleman more time. The other things comparably are not as important. We're talking about lives and safety. He should be given more time to explain to us what exactly is happening, like the FBI arrested that man who slit the girls' throats, the Jewish girls. So I think all other things, we can have a special meeting, we can have another meeting. No one's feelings are going to get hurt too badly. I think no one will get bent out of shape. This topic needs to be talked about more. It's about the safety of my students, our students. So please, ma'am, if you don't mind, give him some more time, because I'm really interested in the truth behind all of this. Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I'll go to Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So I have a list of questions. I won't go through them all because, but I've been developing this, listening to public comment over the past 2 days. And maybe what I'm hearing is just hyperbolic. When someone says it criminalizes discourse. I guess my question there, does it criminalize discourse? Is there language that it bans? Is there something in here that Title VI doesn't already cover? So I mean, if you can, either of you, Linda King, or you can address that. I'd
Yeah,
appreciate
Vice
it.
Chair, I'm glad you asked that question. That goes right to the heart of the matter.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
Regent Perkins here. I'm sorry to interrupt, and I love the question, Vice Chair Downs. This person hasn't been agendized, and we don't know who he is, who his credentials are. He's not listed on our agenda. He's not listed in our materials. Shouldn't questions be going to, I mean, isn't this open meeting law violation?
Mr. Nielsen.
Chris Nielsen, Special Counsel for the Board. To answer your question, Regent, I think, and I'm glad you brought this up, I think if there's going to be a legal question from any of the regions, it should certainly be addressed to System Counsel, and that would be Linda King today. I believe Mr. Bennett was here to provide, at the request of a region, to provide some context and support for it, but any technical questions really should be directed to system staff. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. So Linda, Ms. King, if you could maybe answer, does this addition to policy infringe on the, I think you already said it doesn't, but I just want to get a confirmation. When I hear students emphatically say it criminalizes discourse, no freedom of speech, no right to assemble, is there any validity to those claims or statements made by students?
Linda King, Senior Associate General Counsel for NSHE. And thank you, Special Counsel Nielsen, for directing legal questions to our office. The policy language, if you look at the policy revision proposal in the bold language that says, and section 1 is the board's anti-discrimination policy statement. It says, this extends to individuals who experience discrimination, including anti-Semitism, and it's got a footnote, based on their actual or perceived shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics, or 2, citizenship or residency in a country with a dominant religion or distinct religious identity. If you remove the information inside the parentheses, this is the current state of the law, even including the information inside the parentheses, which says including anti-Semitism. It is a current statement of the law. What I was trying to explain and I apologize if it wasn't clear in the introduction, the footnote where we reference the non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism from the IHRA is also the current state of federal regulatory guidance, and the executive order that I spoke of. So there isn't anything here contrary to current law or guidance. So there's nothing here that's new or outside of the guidance. And when you look at the Dear Colleague letter, I think what's really important when we're talking about conduct, and that's what this is about conduct that may be alleged to be discriminatory under Title VI, it's very fact specific. It is very case specific. So when you look, the Dear Colleague letter is set up to provide people who are evaluating conduct to be able to look at the facts that they've got at hand, and to the extent it's useful, to look at the definition that's referenced. So the Dear Colleague letter, if you go to footnotes 18 and 34, you'll see reference to the IHRA definition. And in that context, so if I could read one, it might be helpful for you, that comes from the questions and answers on Executive Order 13899. And there's a quote from that guidance, the Q&A guidance, that says, an anti-Semitic incident does not violate Title VI merely because it is anti-Semitic or because it involves an example of anti-Semitism contemplated by the IHRA. A detailed analysis is required to determine if a particular act constitutes discrimination prohibited by Title VI, as is true with all other Title VI complaints. So that would be discrimination based on some other characteristic or class. So in short, no, there's nothing here that's contrary to federal law and the regulatory guidance as we know it in the administration's executive order that's been in place since 2019. But these are very fact specific. So when someone makes a statement, you asked about criminalization of discourse. It's a hypothetical, and that's a conclusion. You would need to know what was the discourse, what were the facts, what were the circumstances, and this is all guidance to assist those individuals who are in the position of evaluating conduct to determine if it's discrimination for their use and assistance. I hope, Vice Chair Downs, that assists.
Yes, I appreciate that clarification. I mean, I also understand why people can take leaps and assume this is going to do something more than it will actually do. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Regent Goodman.
Well, I was vilified today, and that's okay, because everybody has a right to their opinion. But the fact of the matter is, this is a non-binding tool to protect our Jewish students. And the fact that there was a significant amount of time from people and a lot of negative energy with regard to some wording that's sole purpose is to protect students is very upsetting. But I will say this, I hope our students take the time to listen to this. I notice everybody that spoke and vilified me earlier is not here now. So hopefully they're listening and they're able to get a little bit more information. I'm happy they expressed their opinion. I was not happy with disrespect, but I respect the fact that you have an opinion. And all I'm saying is, this is very important for our Jewish students to know that this board hears them. And that's what this is all about. And if there was any other, if we had transgender students, if we had Black students, if we had Latino students, and, I got 2,000 emails, which I did, and I'm happy to divulge them. If there were that many students that had a problem, of course we're going to listen, and of course we're going to want to do something to ensure that they feel safe. And so I guess I'm saddened by the vitriol that was in this room earlier today and down south. And I'm hopeful that this explanation helps those out there who think that we're trying to take away their speech. All we're trying to do is make sure that our students feel safe, that the parents of our students know that their students are safe, and that the advocates who are here know that our students are safe. We hear you. I'm not sure how this vote's going to go, but I hear you, and I'm standing up for our Jewish students on campus as I would any other student on campus. Thank you.
Regent Perkins.
Okay, hold on. There we go. Wow. After listening to all of the comments from both sides, I don't think anybody doesn't want to protect our students. I think we all want to protect our students. However, there's other definitions. And what stood out to me is that this policy change was written in a bubble. The constituent groups weren't at the table. They weren't asked, did we even run it through the IDEA Council, who are our subject matter experts on 8 campuses? Did we even run it through them? I would feel more comfortable if we could take this back to the table so that those constituency groups can weigh in on it, and we can come up with something that is a win-win-win, both for our students, for our constituencies, and for protecting and what we're actually the end result that we would like to see.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'd like to make a motion to postpone the agenda item number 26 until the December Board of Regents meeting, and that an ad hoc committee be formed to craft language for a policy proposal regarding anti-discrimination.
Second.
So I have a motion from Regent Del Carlo and a second from Regent Perkins. Any other discussion?
I'd like to speak first on the motion since
Yes.
I made it.
Regent Del Carlo and then Regent Brooks.
This has been a really, really difficult 2 days. I don't have the background in all of this. I appreciate where you're coming from, Regent Brooks, being a Jewish person and growing up with it all. I watched on the screen all the students down in Las Vegas and the emotion they have into this. I don't think we make good decisions when we're emotional. There's so many facts that this gentleman that has a wonderful, I don't remember your name, but we're listening to his side. What is the other side? I am so confused. I don't know what the Jerusalem thing is. I didn't even know what what was that one? You said it first. I didn't even know what you were talking about. I am not prepared to vote on this. I want to learn. I'm here to learn. And I'm here to protect every student. And I heard many of those students this morning say, we're just looking at the Jewish students. But what about all the other classifications of students and our legal counsel? I don't know if we need to talk about all the other stuff. I'm just think we need to bring the temperature down, get people at a table. We had a lot of stakeholders, a lot of public comment. Let's listen to what they had to say. Why can't we have a fact and a myth? I don't know what's fact and what's myth. I mean, there's so many issues going on in the world. I just don't have them. I just don't feel qualified to even vote on this today without more information or education. So that's why I made the motion.
Regent Brooks.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. First, Chair, I do want to thank you for the latitude that you've provided today, because you have provided latitude on this agenda item. I'm not sure where to begin with the responding to my two colleagues, although I would say this. The board has already adopted the IRA definition. We did that years ago. The problem is that it hasn't been implemented in a manner that institutions can use it as a tool, which was the desired effect of adopting it to begin with. And it's the shortfall of a combination of the system office and others with inside the office where the anti-bias training has never taken place. It hasn't taken place. Just so that we're clear. Again, this is Regent Brooks for the record. Just so that we're clear, it hasn't taken place. The board has not received reporting on any anti-Semitic behaviors on campuses, although we know that they exist. That hasn't taken place either, and that was something that the board voted on and wanted to make sure it came to fruition a year later. We don't have that. This is simply bringing NSHE in line with Federal Department of Education in terms of the Office of Civil Rights. I don't believe that there's anybody in this room currently that could come up with a definition that would supersede the IRA definition, because there are so many folks who have already adopted this. And so I think challenging the definition is futile. Just my observation. And I'm really concerned with the process that the Idea Council would then review the IRA definition, or perhaps come up with a definition of what anti-Semitism is, when I haven't received or heard from the IDEA committee or any IDEA council member or diversity officer at any institution regarding any of the atrocities that occurred on October 7 and the significant effect it's had on the Jewish students who are on our campus. And so it's a little insulting, frankly, to suggest that us adding, the board, a couple of sentences into already existing policy with a definition that's already been adopted by the board somehow calls for a tabling or bringing it back so that we can gain more information. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair.
Before I go to, I'll go to Regent Boylan first and then Regent Goodman, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll let Regent Goodman go first, ma'am, and then I'll say something. You are too kind. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think what we really need to consider here is the optics as well, and I'd like to share that with Regent Del Carlo. I know that you want to protect all students. I'm not taking offense to your motion, but I will say that I read this into the record. It was either November or December of 2023. It was our first IDEA committee meeting that came after the October 7th disgusting attacks. And Regent Perkins did not want to put it on her agenda. And then I read Chancellor Charlton put on her agenda, and then I was notified 18 minutes before the meeting started that Regent Cruz Crawford wasn't going to put it on the agenda and she was going to pull it. I think timeliness is important here. I gave a statistic yesterday. There have been 920 anti-Semitic incidents on college campuses from October 7th through April 25th, a 423% increase, a 423% increase over the same time frame 1 year ago. This is a problem. This is about protecting the students, and although I think that the Idea Council is comprised of some very intelligent and wonderful individuals, I am not sure that they have the breadth of knowledge as the Office of Civil Rights under our Department of Education to come up with a different definition. This is just common sense, and we have so many students who have expressed the fact that they are fearful, and this is not okay. And the hate that was thrown at me today is nuts when I'm just trying to help the Jewish students. And it says to me that there is a real problem, and as a board, I think that we need to say we acknowledge that it's a real problem by this language that has been approved by 98% of Jewish organizations, by multiple United States government organizations, and it's basically the definition that is out there that is commonly referred to, and it is very inclusive, as our legal counsel shared with us earlier. I don't know what the problem is. I feel like common sense has gone somewhere in all of this, and it's very disturbing. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Through you to Regent Del Carlo. Ma'am, you're a lovely person. I love you. But this has been going on for over 1,600 years, and especially since 7th October. And if you still don't have the knowledge about that, then talk to Mr. Brooks. Talk to me. I have a wee bit of knowledge, and I'm Irish Catholic. So I'm not saying it because I'm Jewish. So I'm saying it because it's extremely dangerous of what's happening, what's been happening on the campuses. We are so lucky that we haven't had the problems that UNLV and UNR, that other campuses have had. So this must be taken care of now before the fall semester starts. So we have things in place that we can stop people from causing any damage, or, God forbid, hurting, and I apologize for taking God's name in vain, but I hope no one gets hurt, no one dies. We heard this young man, we should give him more time to tell us more, and then you'll understand what's happening. We heard about the FBI catching this young fellow who said, rape the Jewish girls. All of you ladies there, stand up, get mad, do something, slit their throats. Is that not enough for you to tell you that these people who are anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish are dangerous? We're just getting information from this young man. I am sure President Sandoval will not mind if we decide on his agreement today and his salary or whatever, or any of those other things. This is more, I'll sit here till 12 o'clock at night. We should talk about this so other regions have more knowledge. Thank you for your patience, ma'am. Please give this young man, I know about the Intifada, I know about IDF, I've worked in the Middle East, I respect his opinion, and I respect Brooks's opinion also about this, even though I don't like him, but I love the guy. So give the young man the chance to explain and teach all of them.
Next, I'll go to Regent Brown.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. This is Regent Brown, for the record. I've been listening to all the public comment today and to the dialogue back and forth between our regents. And, you know, not that I think that it's been a necessary thing, but just to reiterate, obviously we want people to feel protected on campus and we don't want anybody to feel unsafe. But what I keep thinking about is the other side of that equation, and it's the faculty. We heard from several of our faculty that this definition could lead to unintended consequences within their classroom. We heard it in public comment, but also the written letters and emails that we got. So where I don't want anybody to feel like this board is not taking action or that this isn't a serious matter, the fact of the matter is that most of our professors are on summer break right now. They're not brought into this discussion. And I don't want to have unintended consequences where we're going to have to redefine and bring this back up at a later date. So I would actually feel more comfortable postponing it, bringing in the faculty into the discussion. And I hear what you're saying, Regent Brooks and Regent Goodman, that this definition has been adopted by several other entities. But I do think it goes back to that whole like business side and academia side and making sure that everyone feels like this is an inclusive way that we are improving our system. And so I too would also be in favor of postponing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question of Ms. King. So not accepting the verbiage that is contemplated by this revision won't change anything. This is not mandated at this time, is it?
Linda King, Senior Associate General Counsel for NSHE. It is not mandated. Where it's mandated is through the executive order, which tells the federal agencies that in enforcing Title VI, they are to consider the definition. I'm just shortening that, so I'll say the whole thing again. They're to consider the definition when they're evaluating, to the extent that it may be helpful or useful as evidence of discriminatory intent when they're evaluating complaints of allegations of discriminatory conduct. So those federal agencies, again, those are the agencies that have jurisdiction over our institutions. So if our offices who are responsible for evaluating conduct are looking for guidance, this is the trail they're going to go to, and looking for that. And I believe this is why we were, originally wanted to put it into the training. Is it's a tool, it's a resource, particularly our offices who are evaluating conduct and to determine if it's discriminatory or not. Need to be aware that this is what the enforcement agency is looking at. So while it's not mandated to put it in our policy, it's our offices who are evaluating conduct are also, on the other hand, not prohibited from looking at it. So, and probably already are. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you. So for training purposes, this information would have to be used for investigators and even for training for those of us within NSHE, correct?
Correct. And I did not review the video from the meeting where it was adopted. The policy revision was adopted. But I believe that the spirit of that, and for you regents who were here and have a different recollection, please chime in, but the spirit of that was for training, not only for the offices and units that are responsible for evaluating complaints of discrimination, but also as awareness and education for our campus communities, staff, faculty, the board office, the chancellor's office, quite frankly, everyone.
Thank you. Regent Breger.
Thank you very much. I'm Susan Breger for the record. If I may ask Ms. King a question also, will this document help our colleges or the whole system as far as our presidents on what they can do if they see or are given reports of the anti-Semitism?
Linda King is Senior Associate General Counsel for NSHE. Will it help on the campuses? It will help I believe that it helps the training is what's I think is probably more on what your question is in reference to, which exists in your policy right now. I think that this footnote, like I said, the policy revision itself is a statement of existing law. I think the footnote itself is a highlight for those offices that are responsible and that would be looking at, if there is an OCR complaint that comes into an institution, it's helpful to know what your enforcers are looking at and what they're considering evidence of discrimination or maybe evidence of discrimination, again, as a resource. But does the definition itself help our presidents and other units? I think that's more of the awareness education piece, and maybe you've got the two buckets there. I hope that that's helpful.
Thank you. No, it was.
Thank you. Carrie, is it possible for you to repeat the motion for us? I think legal would like me to make a clarification, or I should say, ask okay, perfect. Then Regent Del Carlo, can you repeat that?
I'd be happy to, because I thought about it and did write it down. So I make a motion to postpone agenda item number 26 until the December Board of Regents meeting, and that an ad hoc committee be formed, or it could be a task force, whatever we're supposed to do, to craft language for a policy proposal regarding anti-discrimination.
Thank you for repeating that. So the recommendation that I have from legal is that it would be a committee appointed by the chair, and that the subject of this ad hoc committee be limited to policy changes. Would you be amenable to that change in your?
Yes, because this is a policy change.
Right. That the committee that's formed is formed by the chair of the board, and that the committee's work is solely on the work of limited to this policy change.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, in conjunction with bringing the item back to the December meeting, correct?
Well, I was told earlier that if you use the word postpone, you have to specify. It could be sooner than December. I don't know if we'd be ready by September because the students are all on vacation and faculty is too. So if we have a special meeting, do we have a special meeting between September and December? I'm sure we do.
I believe we do.
Would we have time to get it done by October?
I think so. With support from the board staff, I think we can do that.
So to our legal counsel, do I need to then say October or the December meeting or sooner? On or before?
Yeah, I think if it's going to be postponed, I think we need to identify a specific meeting.
Then I would just substitute the word October for December in my motion. If you want me to repeat it again, I will.
The December quarterly meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
until the October special meeting.
Oh, October.
Yeah, they want it sooner.
Okay, we have a meeting scheduled for October 18th.
Okay, October 18th, special meeting.
Okay, thank you. Regent Perkins, would you be amenable to that clarification to the motion?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. So one last call on any discussion.
Regent Brooks, for the record, I think it's important to, I'm trying my best, as I have for quite some time, to help educate folks on the significant need for remnants of safety that a demographic of students have at this time. I feel as though, as I'm sitting here right now, I haven't done a well enough job of articulating to this board how significant this is. The conversations that are happening in the communities that I'm involved with have to do with not where should a parents, their children go to school, but which campus is less anti-Semitic. Those are conversations that members of any community shouldn't be having. And yet those are the conversations that are being had. The outcry from students that you've heard over the last couple of days, and frankly in other meetings that we've had, are a significantly small percentage of Jewish students who have the courage to voice their concerns. As I have stated in these board meetings several times, There are Jewish students on our campuses who do not want to say that they are Jewish. That is a horrible place to be as a student and as an individual. I'm not quite sure how much harder I can beat this drum. I've been beating this drum since the board had adopted the IRA definition in 2022. And so perhaps it's a process where I feel almost like I have to question myself in, has my communication been off? Have I not articulated the importance of the things that we have to do in generating policy to ensure that there's a demographic of students that feel safe on our campuses across the state? In other words, my own reflection of the conversations that I've had for me are, where have I come up short in explaining this? I have been explaining this since October 7. I've had conversations with faculty members, system office personnel, and members of this board. And for whatever reason, it's come up short. I can tell you it's extraordinarily important for this demographic of students to feel like something is being done to provide a resource to our institutions. Because right now, there seems to not be a resource to determine something that's happening on our campus that could be anti-Semitic. And the fact that we already have this definition and that the definition itself now is being challenged, I'm perplexed by that. I just am. I'll close with saying what I have been saying. I speak for those Jewish students who are afraid to speak in front of you. And I'll continue to stand and speak for them. I speak for members of the Jewish community. I'll speak for members of the leaders of our Jewish organizations in this community that are frankly fed up and are seeking some type of support. This was a way that the board could have demonstrated support. The only thing that this does is align us with regulations that already take place federally. So this wasn't a large leap. This was just moving us in a direction that's already taking place. Again, Chair, I really do appreciate your time and the significant amount of latitude that you've given on this agenda item.
Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I just want to end with this. These, I'm not dramatic, but I never really believed that anti-Semitism was a thing, and now I do. These whispers of hate are not new, okay? The same thing happened in Germany in 1933, if you just kind of check your history. And this small little movement to make our students feel safe, the fact that it's being pushed back upon, it says a lot to me. And I'm in a position where I can say it's wrong, and I'm in a position where I can fight it and speak about it and use this as a bully pulpit. But I'm just telling you, what happened today and the vitriol with these students, that a lot of them, I don't think that they know, I know they don't know what they're talking about, and it saddens me, and I'm not mad at them. I wish they would be more aware. I wish we were more concerned about what they're learning in school and why they don't know what has happened in history. It's sad, and I feel sorry for them. And I would just ask my colleagues to not vote for this motion by Regent Del Carlo, and in fact do pass this. I think it's important, and I think it says a lot about who we are as a board and as a state. So thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the vote, I just want to say one more thing. We've gotten a lot of communications from constituents and others on both sides of this. This has been an incredible amount of passion for where people feel the right direction is for this board to go in. But I do agree with Regent Del Carlo in the respect that there was a lot that we don't know about this until we started listening. Regent Brooks, I hear the passion in your voice. I know that this is something, so this is part of you. This is who you are. And I know that. And I want all of our Jewish students who have the love for Judaism and Israel to feel safe on our campuses. I truly, truly do. I feel that way for all of our students. And unfortunately, so often from what I hear is if you don't vote for this, it means something. If you do vote for this, it means something else. And that's not what I want to do. I want to make sure that we have campuses who are safe for all of our students. And so unfortunately, in my personal view, this feels in a way as almost a proxy vote for something bigger. And we're just regents. We as much as I would love to end the violence there, I can't. What I can do is make sure that our campuses are safe and our students and our employees feel safe on our campuses. But this is not a black and white issue here. And I mean that as, diametrically opposed subjects, nothing more or less on that. But I also feel that we have to take everything into consideration with this. And there's so much emotion involved in it. I feel the heavy weight of it. I truly, truly do. But I feel that we need to take a little bit of time to figure out where we go with it. But I don't want our Jewish students to feel that they're not safe. And I know those are just words. But on the other hand, the changing words in our policy, I don't think is going to change anything either. What we do need to do is double down on training, and you have my word that that's going to happen. And making sure that we have civil discourse that can result in something better to stop the violence worldwide and in our own communities, and the hate that comes out of it all. We're humans. We should be able to get along with each other and not think that somebody else across the room from you is an other, because they're not. So I respect you bringing this forward. I just feel like we have a lot more work to do, and it isn't just on this one item. So I want you to know that. And I hope that we can move in very meaningful ways moving forward. And that means the work of committee and making sure that we do this in a way that is very meaningful. Thank you. Regent Breger, did you have something?
Do. I've listened to a lot of different things here today, and with all those that spoke yesterday, and looked at, kind of tallied up who was for something, who was against something. And I think it's unfortunate that school is going to start in August, and we will not have technically, because of all the conversations, something in place till possibly October, when this to me seems important enough at this point in time to move forward on this. The more I looked at it, the more clear it became. At first, I wasn't certain about how I felt, other than I don't like anti-Semitism. I don't like anyone to feel, no matter what your color, creed. I grew up here, and and was not allowed to play with certain children. I'll just leave it at that. So I lived with it as a youngster and couldn't understand it till my parents spoke to us. So I'm not because I do not, there's never about disrespect. It's about gut feelings of how we vote. And I hope as we move through working together as a board, that we take each of our votes as a personal issue to ourselves, not the other person. So our votes are about us, not about what you do or anyone else does. So I'm not at this time going to support waiting because I think it's too long in the future and we need to do something now. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Chancellor Charlton.
Chair Carvalho.
So,
Yeah.
Do you want Regent Ariscotta to go first?
yes. And I don't know if Regent Tarkanian also wants to say something as well. I'll go to her after Regent Ariscotta.
Thank you, Chair, for this moment. Chair, one of the items in which I saw and I felt the most, after 4 hours of public comment, was almost a double standard. And I'm putting all of us on blast on this one, primarily because if it was 4 hours of individuals talking to us that were people of color, regardless if you're looking at Latino, African descent, Southeast Asian descent, or 4 hours of people using wheelchairs, which I've seen people throw themselves out of wheelchairs in order to make a point, to put them on themselves on the Capitol steps just to get the right to actually enter the Capitol building. We would have a change. There would be change. There would be a moment in which all of us would immediately snapshot and say yes and pass this, what is proposed under the revision, on the handbook revision for anti-discrimination. This is not a color, not a disability, not a gender. This is a religion. And students feel unsafe. We need to make a point, we need to take a stand on an item to make each student feel safe, regardless if they're walking or rolling, if they're male or female, if they're black, white, or Latino, or whatever their religion is irrelevant. Catholic, Jewish, Protestant, Mormon, LDS, we need to finally take a stand on something. And this is a strong, strong vote. Thank you for the moment.
Thank you. Regent Tarkanian, did you have something?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Thank you. Chancellor Charlton.
Thank you. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. I want to first acknowledge a point that Regent Brooks had made about the training and the definition that is spelled out in your current policy regarding anti-bias and anti-discrimination training. When I came into this role, that was actually one of the very first things that was discussed, and I know that that was something that the IDEA Council was working on at that time, or that they had done some work with former acting chancellor. It came to my attention that the module that had been selected for the training was not available to all of the units. That has been corrected. That training has been rolled out. The presidents all received communications and have shared that with their respective institutions. We have a little bit of a setup issue that Chief Human Resources Officer Gilliland is working through with his team, because in my mind, the right place for any next steps in inclusion would actually be our affirmative action officers and our EEO officers, who, as Senior Deputy Counsel Linda has pointed out, is that in the cases when complaints and investigations come forward, the best office that we always work with is each of the president's respective general counsels, as well as their EEO and affirmative action officers. And so I would add, and again, it is correct that the training was delayed and being pushed out. We didn't have all of the information, but I will confirm, because I've asked, and Eric did it himself along with Director Williams, to ensure that the compliance with the existing Title IV, Chapter 8, Section 2, which includes the IRA definition for that purpose of the training, is in place. They've confirmed that. It's rolled out to the presidents. The presidents have confirmed that they've got it. They have deployed it out to their institutions. And so, but it did take longer than it should have. But it is in place. That definition is being used for that purpose as a tool in the toolbox that was identified. And as, again, as Linda and as she has mentioned, that this is what we would be, the standard that we would be held up for purposes if a Title VI or the Office of Civil Rights came forward. So I wanted to put that on the record. And I know that Chief Human Resources Officer Gilliland is working through the nuances of the completion for the system and the board for the push out for us as well.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Regent Tarkanian.
I decided I did want to say something. I wanted to say that during the discussions we've had and the students we've had come before us, I personally was very disappointed in the rudeness that was shown. And for example, we have regents who have worked so hard, who give up their own time to try and do this and work it out. And the chair tried to help. The chair says, please don't clap. Immediately, the clapping occurred after that speaker. The chair said, please do not yell out. And immediately, almost after that speaker, they did. That makes you question the maturity of the individuals who are presenting the information. And I feel very strongly that we're over half a year that we haven't done anything really significant in helping in this area. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Regent Tarkanian. At this time, we will take a roll call vote. Carrie?
Just, sorry for the interrupt, just prior to procedures, could you please restate what the motion is so that regents know what they're voting on at this time? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Carrie, would you be able to do that for us?
Regent Del Carlo made a motion to postpone this item until the October special meeting, and in the meantime, that an ad hoc committee be formed to craft a language for a policy proposal regarding anti-discrimination.
And Chair, just for the record, I believe the ad hoc committee appointed by the chair is my understanding.
Correct, and with a limited scope of working just on this policy change.
Thank you.
Regent Ariscata.
This is too important. No.
Regent Boylan.
Nay.
Regent Brager.
No.
Regent Brooks.
No.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Chair Carvalho.
Yes.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs.
No.
Regent Goodman.
No.
Regent McMichael.
Yes.
Regent Perkins.
Yes?
Regent Tarkanian.
No.
The motion fails.
Chair, at this time, Regent Brooks, for the record, with your indulgence, Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 26 as it is written on our agenda. And if council needs me to read specifically what the agenda 26 is, I'm happy to do that. It'll just take me a moment to pull it up.
I second that motion.
Chris Nielsen, for the record, I believe agenda item 26 doesn't need to be reread. I think it speaks for itself in that it contemplates policy changes to the handbook in Title IV, Chapter 8, Sections 1 and 2.
So there is a motion from Regent Brooks and a second from Regent Goodman to accept the revision as written. I would like to offer an amendment or restate the motion to approve as it is presented, and then to also form a committee to talk about that will contemplate this specific part of the handbook. Sorry, I've got to get it in front of me, but so that we can strengthen both the policy for in this regard, because we have so many questions about this at this time, and make sure that it is inclusive of all.
Regent Brooks, for the record, Chair, I appreciate your inclination to offer a friendly amendment. I'm not opposed to what it is that you're trying to do to set up continued conversation regarding this. I believe that's extraordinarily important, and it's something that we should do. While at the same time, I really believe we have things in place to be able to move forward in a specific direction. And certainly, as chair, you could bring an agenda item forward where perhaps a committee is formed to discuss something, but I would not be amenable to doing anything that would disrupt the current language for this agenda item. Thank you, Chair.
Any other discussion on this motion?
Yes.
Please go ahead, Regent McMichael.
Well, I don't have that much to say, but I'm kind of jealous. I'm jealous of the fact that although we can talk about history, we are not really talking about the history of the United States, other than the fact that indigenous people have been treated extremely poorly in this country. They've been slaughtered. They've been set upon with smallpox to try to eradicate them. And then we have blacks who have been brought over here since the 1600s and have been treated extremely poorly. And yet we're still haven't seen complete equal rights, as well as the fact that I can't go around campus and say I'm not black, all right? I can't change my color. So when it comes to this particular issue, I really think that some groups need to take a ticket and get in line, because I want to see a definition first for indigenous people, then for black people, then Mexican Americans, and every other ethnic group that's been here, almost from the beginning. This history is something that the United States still doesn't own up to, but yet we have a small group of people, because they were set upon in World War II, have the notion that they can set themselves up in a higher position than anyone else in the United States. I feel very badly and thought that the Hamas massacre was atrocious, but the United States have been massacring Indians and blacks for a lot longer. So if you really want to have a discrimination anti-discrimination setting for this, I would agree to it. But the way things are going, we're setting aside a group above all other groups. I'm pretty sure that there are Black students that walk the campus and are in fear. We don't have to worry about Palestinians. We have African Americans, Mexican Americans, throughout the United States that have had horrendous acts perpetrated on them. But somehow we've been told we need to have a thicker skin. So these things that we're trying to settle on right now, because some Jewish students are frightful to come to campus, get in line. There's others who have been here a lot longer and have been treated more poorly. And for you to come and say that, oh my gosh, just remember, it had been World War II, we had the Holocaust, and they were in concentration camps. We still have concentration camps here in the United States. Just ask any Indian, Native American. They only exist on these reservations because, for the most part, that's the only place they feel safe. So in this audience that we have as regents, we need to consider everyone, not just one group. I think we're going by those who speak the loudest are the first to be heard. So I think that we need to set this aside and have a committee to go over it. Because if you're going to set one group of people above everyone else, you better know what you're talking about. Now, I'm going to paraphrase an author, George Orwell, and say that all humans are created equal, but some humans are created more equal. Now, just set aside all your emotional outrage about what has happened in October and say, you know what? We really need to be fair about this. We're not the only ones that have been discriminated against, set upon, and had anti-discriminatory practices for all the years that the United States has been in existence. So what happened in October, again, is atrocious. But as far as I know, if any student said that they were harmed physically or they felt extremely unsafe, you know what they do? They go to the authorities. If they've been hurt physically, that individual needs to be arrested and adjudicated in a court of law. So if you don't feel safe and something happened, where do you go? You go to the law. And the law in this country is the First Amendment. And I don't think that we're allowing exceptions to the First Amendment to overrule common sense here. So that's what I have to say. And I disagree with this vote if it takes place, and I will not vote in favor of it. So that's more or less my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I'll keep it short. I would be amenable to this if we could adopt a committee to look at this, because I want to keep bringing up the piece that we're not really talking about, which is the faculty. They're the ones that are in the classroom. tasked with teaching our students and preparing them to enter the workforce, and they should be a part of this dialogue. So if we can add a task force to this so they feel like their voices are heard, and then I think I'd be comfortable moving forward. If not, I won't vote for it for that reason.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I feel the same sentiments as Regent Brown just succinctly stated. Thank you.
Just one more
Make that
thing.
3 for me, Regent Perkins.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Regent Perkins, what did you say?
I said, make that 3 for me. I agree with what Regent Brown so succinctly said.
Thank you. Regent Prager?
in listening to everyone, I think that whatever motion comes forward, there can be, if people feel as strong as they do, Regent McMichael and some others, I think then have 3 people come forward on it for an agenda item, so we're positive that it comes on as quickly as possible and be able to discuss, and I'll just go back one more thing. When on the school board, when we said, we used the word all, we didn't do brown, white, Hispanic, Jewish, because you'll always leave someone out. And this does need to be an all. I do agree with that. This is what's before us right now, but I think getting 3 people together for an agenda item, which forces it, I hate to say it like that, but I've never had one of my agenda items come forward, so I'm going to start using the 3 thing. That way this can be discussed for the all, and I think all is important. All people are important, and all people should feel safe. So I'm still going to vote how I committed to myself on this, but I do think all needs to come forward in a major discussion with 3 people, and I'm happy to be one of them.
Thank you. Anything else? Carrie, can you restate that motion and then take a roll call vote?
The motion made by Regent Brooks and seconded by Regent Goodman is to approve the proposed handbook revision as presented.
Thank you. Please take the roll call vote. Thank you.
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
Regent
My
Brager.
button's slow.
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
No.
Chair Carvalho.
No.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
No.
Regent Del Carlo.
No.
Vice Chair Downs.
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Yes.
Regent McMichael.
No.
Regent Perkins.
No.
Regent Tarkanian.
With respect to others' opinions, I still vote yes.
Regent Ariscata.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We will move on to item number 28, 25-27 biennial operating budget. And for that, I will go to Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton.
Good afternoon. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. Today, we bring forward to you in follow-up to our February 29th, March 1st meeting, in which we provided an overview of the operating priorities as presented through the budget hearings from the institutional presidents and their teams. This is the second step for the process to review operating items. And so as you'll recall at the May 23rd meeting, this board approved the capital priorities, and this is another part of our preparation for the 25-27 session. The board provided some feedback to the system office, particularly the heavy lift from Vice Chancellor Vitone and his team working with the business officers. And so today we wanted to provide that information so we continue that progress in preparation for our submission prior to bringing back to this body at your special August meeting, the final approval for the submission for the governor's office. So with that, I'd like to turn it to Vice Chancellor Vitone.
Thank you, Chris Vitone, NSHE CFO. And Thanks. So we will go through, I'll try to get through this presentation as quickly as I can, but want to make sure we give it your time and take your questions. So wanted to go kind of do a recap of our budget process timeline and the remaining steps from here. Just a quick review of our current legislative approved budget as a starting point for comparison to where we're starting now that we have the next biennial budget cycle's Governor's Finance Office spending limit. And then we'll go over where we are at this point today with the operating budget enhancements that, as Chancellor Charlton mentioned, I've been working with the budget offices and the business officers to keep pulling together. Now these, we do keep refining that as we go, so they're in here as they were when the materials got put together. But with these as we keep working through the process, we'll keep updating them. So this is the timeline, and I know you've seen this in a few prior presentations. Where we are today in June is today's quarterly meeting. The next most important step coming up is at the end of June, when we'll actually have the final spring enrollment data that'll be used to calculate the 2024 fiscal year weighted student credit hours that would be used for a caseload adjustment in comparison to the 2022 weighted student credit hour data. So we do have, at least at this point, we've captured that data through fall 2023, and we are, in comparison to 2022, up about 20,000 or so weighted student credit hours as a system, which translates probably to about $3.5 million of caseload adjustment a year. When we get to the end of spring and add that to that, we'll be able to update that and have that as a starting point. There is a twist in this cycle resulting from the legislature's setting aside of the formula that resulted in the resolution of the 23 budget cycle not having calculated formally a weighted student credit hour value to be used for that caseload adjustment. So we will work with the Governor's Finance Office and the Legislative Council Bureau staff as directed by the legislature to agree on a weighted student credit hour value that we'll use when we get to that caseload adjustment calculation. After June, we go into July. We have the final. As you know, we've been concurrently with, in parallel, working with the Higher Ed Funding Formula Committee, and they have their last meeting scheduled on the 25th of July. They will, as a completion of their work, present recommendations to the Chancellor that will may be incorporated for your consideration at your August meeting. August 23rd, your special meeting will be presenting what we'll hope to be the final operating budget recommendation for your approval so that we may submit it to the Governor's office by their April 30th deadline. And I think I just covered everything on that slide. So just a recap of the 2023 legislatively approved budget. This is where we are today, and I know you've seen these numbers before. Biennial total for this cycle on the system-wide appropriations of recurring funding is the $1.6 billion on the far right, and then the one-shot appropriations that funded a lot of initiatives in the current biennium of about $86 million for a total this session of $1.7 billion. Turning to the next biennial cycle's Governor's Office spending limit, just wanted to cover this legislation really quickly. This is just a technical detail also. Historically, the budget building process and agencies-based budgets were based on the actual expenditures in the even fiscal year doubled. The legislation passed in the 23 session changed that to the legislatively authorized budgets in the odd year doubled. And the main reason for that change was to discourage or take away an incentive to expend all funds in order to drive a spending limit based on actual expenditures. So when the budget building process is based on actual expenditures, it implies an incentive to spend whether necessary or not. So they changed the starting point to be based on authorized expenditures to take that incentive away and encourage the opportunity for reversions and not have them affect agencies' budgets. So just a technical detail and why you'll see the budget being built off the 25 appropriations. So we did get the spending limit. The Governor's Finance Office released that for all agencies last month. And this is where NSHE starts. So it is based on the FY25 legislatively authorized budgets, which you saw on the previous page, doubled. There's some adjustments in 26 that are related to things like incentive compensation that is factored in based on the position rosters longevity. So you see the increase that's actually the increase from the 25 authorization and what that starting point spending limit is on the far right of 1.8 billion. And you may recall the 23-25 base spending authorized being about 1.65 billion. So that is actually about a 10.8% increase over the current biennium as our starting point. And that reflects the cost of living increases, which I'll talk a little bit more about on the next slide. I did want to talk about, this is the spending limit. So this drives kind of the starting point of what we're allowed to request and when we submit our request. It doesn't limit what we can request, but it represents what's essentially authorized as our base budget. The other items we request that are in excess of this limit would be considered an item for special consideration, or we'll talk about them as enhancements. And essentially, all of the requests we'll talk about that come from the campus's budget discussions and our prior discussions here will fall into that special consideration category because our base spending limit is such that it really is absorbed by the COLAs being rolled up from the last session. Wanted to talk about how the COLA adjustment was handled in our spending limit because I know we've talked a lot about the 80% funding level versus the 64% that was authorized in this session and over the last couple of sessions with COLAs. The Governor's Finance Office did actually build our spending limit for the system using a lesser of 80% or the amount authorized. So as you might recall, because they used the percentage of state appropriation by budget account when they authorized and allocated COLA in this session, some were funded actually higher than 80%, some lower. The Governor's Finance Office used a greater of 80% of the actual funding in our spending limit. So that doesn't mean that we're back to 80% as a system because the legislature hasn't authorized that. But it is obviously welcome news that the Governor's Finance Office built our spending limit with that approach because it lets us submit our budget at that level. And it's encouraging, expecting the Governor's Office would continue that approach as they prepare the Governor's recommended budget for the legislature. So just thought that was good news when we saw that in the spending limit calculations and wanted to share that. And so I show this on this next slide. I include this, and I want to talk about it more when we get to the slide that has all the numbers on it for the system's priorities. This slide represents the amount of that remaining COLA, even after getting to the 80% that is not funded because it's only 80% in some cases. It is not a small number. That's the annual amount. It is, in this case, reduced by the fee increases that you approved to address the COLA also. So this is system-wide annual estimate of the rolled up COLA that is still needed to be absorbed just because the 80% funding level is still a limit. Now that, again, is how other agencies are handled. So this is not something that's different for NSHE than others, and that's an important thing, I think, to talk about as we talk about the priorities, because, we have been tracking the COLA, the difference between the 100%, and you'll see that on the slide with the numbers on it, and we'll just want to talk about how that might be considered as we put together the priorities and requests for special consideration. I wanted to talk a little about I think I might have gotten ahead. Before we get into the enhancement requests, I'd also want to give you an update. The Economic Forum had its first meeting of the cycle yesterday. That is not a meeting where they start projections. They were just getting reports from the Legislative Council, the legislature's economists. And the highlight, I think, coming out of that meeting was the status of the FY24 revenues in comparison to their May 23 forecast that the current biennial budgets are built on. That report is good news. The current fiscal year revenues are about 4 to 4.5% above the projected revenues for this fiscal year. That is good news. About half of that is attributable to two things. One being the treasurer's interest that's exceeding the forecast, and that was largely attributed to idle ARPA funds held in the state treasurer's accounts that are generating investment income for the state. And the other piece of that, about half of that excess, was attributed to live entertainment tax on the Sphere activity that wasn't forecast in the May forecast. So those are the good news. Even though the total state revenues are about 4.5% over, and about half of that from those two things. One of the items also to highlight is that the sales tax figures were actually slightly below the forecast. So while there's some good news in the forecast numbers, one of the important tax revenues that we look at did not actually meet forecast. It was not too much under, but it was not meeting it, and that's been fairly consistent as the actuals have been coming in. So I think something to think about with those numbers is just setting expectation. FY24 will likely end with revenues exceeding the state's budget, exceeding the forecast that it was built on. I wouldn't expect that to necessarily trend or continue into FY25. So it is certainly a good place to be at this point, but unlike the last cycle when we were going into the session, there had been significant revenues above the state budget that helped fund some of the activities that got funded in this session. So may or may not be in that similar situation, but probably not at that level. So wanting to start talking about our priorities here. A reminder that the governor released a 3-year plan, and these being the priorities, and again, we'll look at ours, but as you read the governor's priorities, it's easy to see that NSHE's activities clearly check the boxes in the governor's priorities. And I mentioned this earlier, this is the slide with all the numbers on it. I know they're big numbers that are printed pretty small, so I apologize for that. This was what it took to get them on one slide. And this, I know when we met in March and you saw the initial feedback from the campus discussions, I know there was interest in seeing these priorities side by side. So that's one of the things that we've worked on the past few months with the campuses and the budget offices to collect these figures, align them in these categories for your feedback. In prior versions of this slide, I've mentioned the COLA. The COLA has been near the top. I moved it to the bottom and wanted to mention, I explained earlier the comparison, I think, of where we are, what this represents. This shortfall represents that difference between the 100% and what is actually built in the spending limit that we have. The concern about it as a system priority or a request for funding is that this would be a request that is not considered for the rest of the state, the other state agencies. So we did discuss at the business officers the fact that while this does represent unfunded COLA, it is not COLA that it is not COLA that would be funded by the state for other agencies. It represents that that statewide approach to how the budgets are built, and our spending limit base already includes that. So while that's not a small number, and I wanted to make sure we continue to track it and share it with you, we did have some discussion at the business officers about potentially the suggestion to actually pull this out of our priorities because we have a lot of other asks, and this is something that would not be funded otherwise for any other agency. So that is why it's at the bottom of the slide, but still on the slide. Top of the slide is those safety and security items that we've talked a lot about, and they're broken out now for you between items that would be one shot, and generally we would put those in the first year of the biennium. Those are primarily for some infrastructure cameras, security cameras in a lot of cases, access controls, other improvements. And then recurring costs on the second line, which you can see there are some for several of the campuses, but the primary figures there under UNR and UNLV are staffing associated with the commands and some additional resources in positions at UNLV in that regard. The utilities figure inflation, also a significant figure that we've talked about several times. We're waiting to see, that's obviously NSHE is not the only state agency experiencing significant utility inflation. And so we know that's still a continuing discussion at the state level, and we are waiting to see monitoring kind of where the governor's office, where they will go, whether that will, how they will handle that inflation as a statewide inflation adjustment factor or not. And we have other opportunities to look at there if, just in terms of trying to address the difference between what may be considered as our starting point for if there is an inflation adjustment and how that may need to be adjusted because of the inflation that hadn't hit on the starting point. So, and that's, again, where we get into a little bit of work in progress, continuing on these numbers, while looking ahead to bringing them back at your August meeting. So I don't want to talk through all these items, but I'll mention here the WIN funding renewal. It was pointed out to me after this slide was put together and in the packet. This figure is what we collected, and unfortunately we should have updated it to include the full $10 million that was appropriated this session. That $6.8 million you're seeing is how it's been awarded to date, but we'll add a figure to that to bring it up to the full $10 million because that was our intention. One of the other items on here, the Kirk Kerkorian School of Medicine, $9.2 million that was appropriated as one of those one-shots in the last session. That was an item that had been unfortunately handled as a one-shot. I think it was understood to be intended as a recurring appropriation because it was the funding needed to be able to build out to increase the head count at the school and necessary as recurring funding for the accreditation process. And fortunately, it's not reflected in the earlier slide on our spending limit, but we've worked with the governor's finance office and they've agreed to include that one in the spending limit also. So another good news item on how the work with the governor's office is going on starting out our budget building process. So a couple of slides just highlighting some of the larger items. We already talked about the safety and security, so we'll move on to this one where we did capture student housing and food. You've heard about those. I didn't include on this, but I think also related to the housing, certainly on the prior priority slide, there is another request from UNR and UNLV for additional grad support. That is a combination of additional GA appointments and increases in stipends. and then the mental health resources here. And here again, I'm sorry, some of the other items that are the larger items and aligned with workforce, aligned with the governor's priorities. The medical residents specifically called out in one of the governor's bullet points in that priority list. There again, I mentioned the Go Ahead to Win funds, that we would bump that up to $10 million. The med school appropriation here is the one I mentioned that is now reflected in the spending limit, so we can take that off this list. We talk a lot about the unfunded fee waivers, and I know there was some discussion earlier today about the dual and concurrent enrollment. These waivers reflect, this funding request here reflects only legislatively authorized or legislatively mandated waivers that are being absorbed by the system as we provide those waivers to the eligible students. The largest of the two being Nevada National Guard and Native American. Another item that these are both reflected on the system-wide. While DRI is unique, just like the med school on the prior slide. The prison expansion program, several of the campuses involved in that one. And again, these are figures that may update as we continue to build toward the August. There are some items that were only requested by one campus. So the first slide you saw a couple slides ago have items that were common across the whole system. The next couple of slides are priorities that were raised by only one campus. I included here for you all the 2-year institution requests. It is the case, just so that maybe to answer a question that hasn't been asked yet, all campuses were shared the same spreadsheets as we were putting this together, so that campuses understood what was being, how things were being requested across the system, to make sure that if there were opportunities to add requests to collaborate, we could capture those. Here we have the two UNR and UNLV, Nevada State College, Nevada State University, and Desert Research's item. I think I mentioned the cloud seeding program for DRI on a prior slide. Some of these are items that were included in the one-shot funding, and you can see the bill references associated with them there. So I know that we anticipate bringing those forward because they were anticipated to continue those programs. A lot of interest in continuing those programs. I'll mention the behavioral health one, like the School of Medicine bill. That was one that actually, I think that one both governor's office and LCB agreed was a recurring, what was eligible for recurring funding. So that one can come off this list also, because that's now in the spending limit. So I know I'm going through these rather quickly, and I know when I get to the end, we can go back if you have specific questions and cover those. I mentioned that the ad hoc funding formula committee has been meeting in parallel. At the time that I prepared these slides, we had not yet had the May 30th funding committee meeting. So this slide mentions items that were were under consideration. I think these remain on the radar there, but I'm not, having come out of the May 30th meeting, I think more of the emphasis at this point is looking on the allocation of existing resources and the introduction of student characteristics, student populations there, headcount related. And some of this may still come through as recommendations for enhancements, but not necessarily as part of the formula itself. And with that, I've reached the end of my remarks there and would like to hear your comments and questions.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. What's idle funds? And did I notice that there's no graduate student? You said something about that. You were going to go back in, or are they going to amend?
Chris Fatone, Regent Del Carlo, thanks for the question. when I mentioned the treasurer earned more interest, one of the revenue sources that was quite a bit over the forecast was the treasurer's interest at the state. And that's where the state had received federal funds, the ARPA funds, and those funds are being invested by the treasurer while the projects are ongoing. So it's funds that are allocated to projects, but not yet expended. So it's just had an opportunity to generate more investment income than was forecast. And the graduate assistant request is in there. The graduate assistant enhancement that was authorized in the 23 legislative session remains in the base budgets. That was part of the authorization that is included in our 25 authorizations. That is the starting point for our spending limit. What's in our enhancement list here is a new request for additional grad appointment funding, appointment and rate funding.
Thank you.
Regent Goodman.
Thank you for the report. I think it's important to thank our governor for moving in the right direction by funding our COLAs at the full 80%. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And I also want to say thank you to our interim chancellor, Charlton, for really forging that relationship and making things happen there. I'm grateful for your hard work in that space. And I think that it's proof that relationships matter and you're doing a great job. So thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from Regents? I do have one question, CFO Vitone. And perhaps this is more for the institution presidents, but I see the prison program expansion funding, and I'm just curious how the Second Chance Pell weighs into any kind of funding that the institutions are looking for from the state.
We're doing rock, paper, scissors over here. Kyle Dalby for the record. The Second Chance Pell funding would go to students for their support. So the scholarship pieces, which is always minimal in our budget, would be offset. Might be offset, but would go further anyway. The request that we have built for the expansion of prison ed includes administrative costs and more program and adjunct faculty.
Great. Dr. Dinelli, President Dinelli, I'm sorry.
Officially the president not till July. Officer in charge, how about that? Dr. Amber Dinelli, Great Basin College. For us, that Second Chance Pell Grant, obviously this is a pilot program. We just graduated 18 students out of Lovelock Prison, but the additional money is for us projecting additional programs that we can do. We had a conversation with the warden there in Lovelock and her team as to what would be effective programs within that facility. And so that additional money covers our plan to add into that, specifically the Lovelock Prison. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that response. Any other questions from Regents? I do have, I was told that Mr. Dawson Deal would like to make a comment on this agenda item.
Yes, thank you, Chair Carvalho. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents and institution presidents, and thank you for the recognition. My name is Dawson Deal, last name spelled D-E-A-L for the record, and I have the pleasure of serving as the president of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada. I've really only been exposed to higher education budgets, both at the system level and institution level, for about the past year, and have been trying to understand them. And I don't think I'll ever be able to realize the impact of a $1 billion plus budget that we'll have across the state. But with that, I do believe that sometimes when you're looking at these big numbers, realizing the impact of them can be overshadowed or drowned out. So I wanted to express ASUN's strong support for some of these operating priorities for NSHE's proposed biennial budget for 2025-2027. Particularly the allocation of the $2.3 million for student food and housing security, and $4.1 million for mental health resources. These priorities are essential for the well-being of our students and truly critical in ensuring that our university remains a supportive and nurturing environment where all of our students can thrive. Last fall, the ASUN Department of Government Affairs, for which I was serving as the director at the time, conducted an issues and priorities needs assessment in collaboration with the university's Office of Student Persistence Research. And this assessment was a random sample made up of nearly 800 undergraduate students, which provided us with details and insights into the pressing needs of our student body. And the survey revealed that finances are the top issue of students. 74% of students said it was their top issue of concern. And the assessment highlighted significant concerns specifically regarding food and housing insecurity across our campus. Specifically, 41% of students highlighted the cost of food as their number one concern, and 46% reported that the cost of housing was their top concern. And these findings truly underscore the urgent need for this targeted support and advocacy, both from the student governments and the university administration and the system, to address these financial burdens faced by our students, particularly in terms of food and housing. So these proposed allocations for the 2025-27 budget for student food and housing insecurity, as well as mental health resources, are seriously crucial steps in the right direction, and I hope that you all realize that. They align with the needs and priorities expressed by our own students and our administration within ASUN, and they'll make a significant impact on their ability for students to succeed academically and personally. So I just wanted to commend the board for recognizing these critical areas of need and urge you all to continue advocating for these proposed budget allocations. And by doing so, you'll seriously be taking decisive action to support the well-being and success of all of our students within the system. Thank you for your time and consideration, and our student governments really look forward to working with the board over the next year and into the legislative session on making these allocations come to life. Thank you.
Thank you, President Deal. Vice Chair Downs?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
So I have a motion from Vice Chair Downs, second from Regent Goodman. Any other discussion? Regent Cruz Crawford.
I have a question, and that's as Regent Cruz Crawford directed to Chancellor Charlton. I saw there was that $100,000 for mental health from system administration. I knew we had that mental health and wellness grant that was ending in May. Is it going to be that money going to be utilized to keep our mental health and wellness officer at NSHE, or?
So for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, and so as I recall, this is a biennial number, correct? Yes. And so we've actually looked to, provide we won't be able to maintain that position because of the SAMHSA grant, and the cost would be much higher than that. This is a fraction of that cost. We also recommend that the institutions have a significant need where the work needs to be done at the campuses in support of that wellness. Working with Vice Chancellor Archer, we've actually moved some of that support through his office, and so this could be to supplement some staffing that we have and or some other operating types resources such as training and other materials. So it's unfortunate that the SAMHSA grant was not able to be extended, and nor could we get we couldn't get a no-cost extension or a renewal on that.
So the $100,000 is for training and materials?
It's training materials and perhaps part-time staffing as it's needed to facilitate some of that training and or augment. But no, and that's a biennial number, so that would be over 2 years.
So $50,000 a year for mental health at the system office?
Roughly, yes.
That's tragic. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Downs and a second from Regent Goodman to approve the biennial operating budget for 2025-27 as stated.
Madam Chair, Special
Yes.
Counsel Chris Nielsen, I just wanted to jump in. I believe, and I'm new to this process, but the actual budget that the Regents approves that's submitted ultimately for the legislature to consider at next legislative session is done in August. Is that correct, Chancellor?
Yes.
Yeah, for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, yeah, that's correct. We'll be approving those final recommendations. We also wanted to get, obviously, any feedback that might be necessary by the board.
Yeah, I just wanted to outline, in the agenda item itself, it did address certain priorities or any enhancements that the board wishes to consider, and so I just wanted to make sure that that's the scope of the agenda item, so, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. It appears that there are no other enhancements or priorities that the board would like to pursue. I think that this aligns very well with what we've talked about in preparing for the budget. So with that, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Before we go to item number 29, we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break. All right, item number 29. Personnel session, employment agreement, President Brian Sandoval. To present this item, we will go to Chancellor Charlton.
Good afternoon. Thank you. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. In follow-up to our conversation yesterday, where the board accepted the periodic evaluation for President Sandoval, I stand before you today regarding the contract extension or new contract for President Sandoval. I do want to call attention to just what might look a little out of the ordinary. As you will recall, President Sandoval's salary or his contract begins on October the 5th. And so as the cost of living award that was so generously provided by the state and this board's approval to begin that on October the 1st, we did need to change the actual language as it pertains to the base salary. So this base salary of $627,816 is reflective of the 11% COLA that has to actually be called out because the COLA actually takes effect on October the 1st, and so we wanted to ensure that that was adequately presented. This maintains the consistency of the salaries between the presidents, both for UNLV and UNR. There is no performance adjustment consistent with the performance pay that has been basically suspended for all professional employees, so that is consistent. The rest of the terms, again, COLA would be available should the legislature authorize it, and this body would also confer if that we end up in a situation like we did this current biennium. The car allowance, housing allowance, and hosting remains the same. We have worked through a termination without clause provision. Unlike some of the contracts that you saw in February and March, President Sandoval is not tenured within the institution. I think he enjoys the presidency so much that he says he's not ready. He's got too much work to do to go to faculty. And then also, so that this is one that we have negotiated. The chair has with President Sandoval, and we've codified that language within this contract. And then again, this contract would be effective beginning October the 5th, 2024. And would go through October the 6th, 2028, and reflects a 4-year contract. The other provisions of various contract provisions as recommended by this board have been included. And so with that, I will just entertain any questions, and I'll probably phone my friend Eric Gilliland, Chief Human Resources Officer, should there be any questions of specific nature. And then we also have counsel with us as well.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Regent Del Carlo first, and then I'll go to Regent McMichael, and then Regent Boylan.
And then me.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. President Sandoval is a visionary and a transformative leader. And it's an honor for me as a proud Reno native and a UNR alum to make the motion to approve a new employment agreement with the University of Nevada, Reno as president including the contract terms and conditions as provided in the tear sheet.
Second.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. I have a motion from Regent Del Carlo.
Second from Regent Arascata.
Okay, a second from Regent Arascata. Regent McMichael, were you attempting to make a second, or were you going to make a comment?
Well, I was going to make a comment and second. So my comment is, he's a real good guy. He deserves it.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really glad that we have President Sandoval, and he's like Regent McMichael said, he's a great guy. I have an issue with the base salary. I'm not sure that we nickel and dime the students with $3 a year and $80 a year, and I understand that people should be given more salaries, but that's my it just doesn't sit well with me. And the other thing, we don't have at the top anyway. I know I found it down, but what happens when we terminate with cause? Where is that specific description? How does that work? Am I missing something?
Thank you for the questions, Regent Boylan. I will go to Chancellor Charlton and possibly Mr. Gilliland for that answer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. For the record, Eric Gillen, NSHE Chief Human Resources Officer. So termination with for cause is going to be, there's a few places here.
It's way down.
Yeah, 6.1. Yeah, 6.1.c is discipline and termination for cause, and so that aligns with your policies regarding the termination. How that would look. That would stem from the chancellor making a recommendation to the board chair and vice chair with acceptance, then would come to the full board for discussion and decision. So that would be, that's outlined there in 6.1.c. 6.1.d speaks to the employer's obligations for termination with cause. I'm not an attorney, but there's a lot of provisions in here.
Okay. But I'll ask you one more question if you don't mind. Sure. So are we on the lam for if we have to terminate with cause, then is the president due any monetary gains?
Not according to the contract that is presented before you.
So if it's with cause, then he just says bye-bye and goes into the sunset, riding on his horse? With no money from us?
Correct.
I'm terrible about these things. I'm sure you're much better, so help me.
Correct. That's correct. Termination for cause would not result in
for cause.
Yeah, the provision that Chancellor Charlton spoke about in the what I will call the buyout is termination without cause, and so that would only apply to those circumstances. Sorry, Eric Gillen for the record.
Okay, so why don't we have that in writing, that if it was with cause, then we don't owe him anything?
The provisions of the contract speaks to that. So there's no references to any buyout under the provisions for termination with cause.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may jump in, and Regent Boylan, this is Chris Nielsen, Special Counsel. As previously stated, 6.1D, and I'll just read this verbatim. In the event there's a termination for cause, all the employer's obligations under the agreement cease. So that's the language is under 6.1D, and that's the language.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate that. And like I said, ma'am, I'm very much in favor of President Sandoval, but I'm going to have to say no because of this base salary. I don't agree with that at all. For a president's position, it's nearly $1 million a year. I just can't swallow that. Thank you, ma'am. No more.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. As a reminder, this is the current salary before COLAs that were approved by the board. On all of the recent contract renewals that we've done, there were no increases in salary. Just for your knowledge.
Ma'am, yes, thank you. With your permission, thank you. Well, help me here with this then. If the COLA comes through, then the president gets 12% of what his base salary is. Is that so, Mr. Gilliland?
For the record, Eric Glenn, no, as Chancellor Charlton, excuse me, it's been a long 2 days, stated the 627,816 that's listed in the contract already incorporates the 11% COLA, which we are obligated to provide based on the action of the board regarding the COLAs. So there's nothing on top of the figure that you see listed there. And so that will bring him, President Sandoval, into alignment with President Whitfield as well.
Oh, I see. Okay, then that was my mistake. But yeah, if that's the case, then I'll throw in a couple of dollars too. Thank you so much.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And Eric, I know you weren't here then, but I know you were Interim Chancellor Charlton. I think when we did the COLA, I think our former acting chancellor was Dale Urquiagua, and if I remember right, somebody else remind me on the board, he recommended that the presidents not take the COLA. Am I right on that? He recommended they did what? Amy, you remember? Or Chair Carvalho, you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't think that happened.
I believe he did. He did say that during a meeting.
But I would say to that, I mean, I didn't expect anybody not to take it. Come on. They've got a cost of living too and a standard of living.
So I do want to just add for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. And so that was on June 30th where they addressed the FY24 cost of living. We have contracts that had been in place. The FY25 was an action taken by the board at the December meeting. And so this is just continuing that. So we do not know where the legislature will go and what future COLAs look like at that time. And so this reflects the actions that the board has taken. Yes.
Thank you. With that, I will take a roll call vote. Carrie?
Regent Brager.
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
Chair Carvalho.
Aye.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs.
Yes.
Regent Goodman.
Resounding yes.
Regent McMichael. Regent McMichael. Regent Perkins. Regent Tarkanian.
Yes, as I stated yesterday, yes.
Regent McMichael says yes.
Thank you. Regent Ariscotta.
What was wrong with
Yes.
that?
Regent Boylan.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations, President Sandoval. Would you like to take a few moments to say a few words?
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm grateful and thankful for your confidence and trust in me, and I will do everything that I possibly can to continue to serve you, continue to serve this university, its faculty, students, and staff, this community and state. It truly is the honor and a privilege of a lifetime to serve you in this capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and congratulations. Next is item 33, NSHE mission differentiation. And for this, we will go to Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Daniel Archer.
Well, thank you very much again, Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, NSHE. So just some background on this. The term mission creep has come up several times over the last several months, and it's just one of those things that's just not going to go away. And so in light of mission creep being sort of a recurring theme over the last several months, back on March 1st, Chair Carvalho directed us to discuss mission differentiation today. So this is follow-up on that request here. Would you kind of take a step back and look at mission differentiation on the national scale? There's a variety of topics that have been addressed in recent years throughout the country here. States have addressed issues like, can two-year colleges offer baccalaureate degrees? Can non-research universities offer doctoral degrees? Can universities offer associate degrees? Believe it or not, there's been a lot of growth in that space over the last few years. What types of institutions are more open access? Which are more selective? Which institutions are eligible to engage in concurrent enrollment partnerships? Is every institution, is it wide open? Is it just something that's more in the two-year college lane? Does geography play any role in shaping the concurrent enrollment partnership landscape here? Very important to emphasize that NSHE does not have a policy-based infrastructure that addresses these types of issues. So knowing that we have sort of a policy gap here, I think the question then becomes, how have other governing boards that are similar to NSHE, how they address these types of issues? So we're talking specifically about statewide governing boards that have oversight responsibilities over both community colleges and universities. And you'll see here that multiple boards have constructed policies that define roles, responsibilities, and core functions for colleges and universities. These policies provide a framework to formally define which institutions place a significant emphasis on seeking external funds at an elite level through research and fundraising, which institutions prioritize concurrent enrollment partnerships, which institutions can offer skill certificates. That's actually something that came up at a meeting with the provost this last Wednesday here, and everyone talked about the connectivity there to mission differentiation. Which institutions can offer different levels of degrees. These policies often also define kind of the geographic scope for institutional operations. Does every institution have a statewide scope, as an example? Do some have more of a hyper-local focus? Do some have more of a regional scope? The clear lines of demarcation that are in these types of policies do a number of things. First, it ensures that there are guardrails against mission creep. Second, it reduces the probability of unnecessary duplication. And third, it protects against institutions sort of falling to the trap of trying to be all things to all people here. And so these systems set these policies to ensure that institutions are focusing and prioritizing instead of trying to be sort of the jack of all trades. Oops. I'll go backwards here. So much of the mission differentiation discussions have been relating back to the concurrent dual enrollment space here. We've had enrollment shifts that have occurred here. We've had concerns about the geographic settings in which concurrent enrollment is offered. In addition, we don't have any concurrent enrollment policy in Nevada here. And when you look at the states that are west of the Mississippi River, nearly every state has a concurrent enrollment policy addressing these issues. Only the ones in red do not. So the vast majority have already gone down this road and have established policies addressing things like admission standards, instructor qualifications, professional development standards, student support service standards for concurrent enrollment partnerships. Since we don't have a policy, we did survey institutions recently here, and definitely there's some inconsistencies that exist. Some, as an example, have admission standards that are lower than what they require for their high school graduates. Some require concurrent enrollment teachers to participate in sort of an orientation and onboarding training process. So some require that and some don't. Some require concurrent enrollment teachers to be mentored by a full-time college faculty member. Again, some require that, some don't. Some provide support services to concurrent enrollment students that are comparable to the services that on-campus students receive. So again, some provide that, some don't. This is not an attack on any particular institution when we're talking about concurrent enrollment. This is simply to point out that there's a policy gap that exists here. We've also had the Nevada Faculty Alliance point out their concerns with the lack of concurrent enrollment policy and their support for more concurrent enrollment structure in a letter that was sent to the board back in October of 2023. So this just kind of gets into some of the concurrent enrollment trends, comparing fall of 20 in blue to fall of 2023 in orange here. And obviously, you're going to see big shifts here. The universities certainly have employed more efforts in this area here. We've seen CSN go down a little bit too. So we've had some enrollment shifts in this space here in recent years. Other things with the geographic services, I think really important to note that we talk about geographic services in our state here. We at one point had a geographic services area policy. And then in 2016, that went away, and it only applied to two-year colleges. So we defined kind of the service areas or the service parameters for each respective two-year college in the state. And in 2016, online education had really blown up just right there before that. And so the idea was they weren't needed because online education is sort of open and there's no parameters around technology, which is certainly true, but you still have face-to-face offerings. And so consequently, we are at a place now where I think we're revisiting this issue here and just kind of points out some of the issues with some of the geographic settings here. And you'll see UNLV, primarily Clark County, UNR's is kind of unique because they've got a lot of students in Clark County, and obviously they're far away from Clark County. NSHE's primarily Clark County, CSN primarily Clark County. GBC is primarily in the counties in which they have a campus because they're kind of unique in that they have that big territory that they cover and they have campuses in several counties. So we kind of bundled up all of their campuses that have a county in that first category. TMCC, again, primarily in Washoe, and then WNC, 77.3 and their counties, very much like GBC in that they have multiple campuses in multiple counties. So we talk about geographic service areas, and I think the question is, why do states have these types of things? And they have these because they don't want institutions to sort of cannibalize each other. And I've been in those conversations, and that type of verbiage has been used over and over and over. So there are different approaches to having service areas. Some states state that community colleges and regional universities are eligible to offer concurrent enrollment, but research universities aren't. I definitely think that's a bad idea. We wouldn't want to go there, but that's just to point out that that's one approach. Some go with more of a right of a first refusal. And this is where a college that's closest to the high school campus has to say that we don't have the capacity to meet those needs, or maybe we don't have the expertise. And then it opens it up for other institutions that are maybe further away to come in and meet that need. So kind of a right of first refusal is a very common practice that's utilized in this particular space throughout the country. And so it just creates avenues for good communication. It creates capacity to build all kinds of things through more collaborative efforts. So again, that leads me to my closing remarks here. So I think there's definitely some policy gaps that we may want to look at in these two areas. So I'm hoping that this will start some dialogue and we can get some direction on how you may want us to move forward.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Archer. I'll open it up to comments and questions from Regents. It looks like Regent Del Carlo has something to add. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair Carvalho. I think I said this maybe yesterday or in a different presentation, but I'd really like to see down the road put together, I don't even know how many high schools there are, but by county, how many high schools there are and how many schools don't have this, because I know the bill that was passed when President Sandoval was governor, this was supposed to be open to every high school in Nevada. So first of all, I'd like to identify who has and who doesn't have concurrent enrollment or dual or jump start offered to them. That would be my first question that we should do when we're putting this policy together. And then you were saying that the whole idea for doing this was two thoughts: keeping institutions from, quote, cannibalizing each other, or giving an institution a right of first refusal. And I got to thinking of that. Well, what about the customer? The customer is at high school. Do they have a say in this anywhere? Because I mean, I would love to hear what, say, some of our school districts are saying, because I mean, I don't think UNR would have been down south had they not had an invitation to come. I mean, I don't know that. I wasn't part of that conversation, but And I think that's what, we have needed this discussion for a long time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like 2-3 years ago,
Yeah.
we should have had this conversation, but we are where we are and we'll make a policy. So, thank you.
And this is Daniel Archer for the record. I can speak from my experience. I've worked at 2 state higher education offices that had a right of first refusal. So I've definitely been in that space. Certainly when we were contacted by school districts that were dissatisfied, we made efforts to reach out to those higher education institutions and usually would facilitate meetings, and we would be very proactive rather than reactive in those instances to ensure that they were served.
Thank you. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford for the record. I am obsessed with this. It's very sticky. I have asked before, I'd like to ask again on the record, we need to match the school's need and connect to the institution need. So we need to ask all of our high schools in the state of Nevada, each district, to identify the number of concurrent enrollments, load that on a form, and then ask the institutions how many students they can service, like Regent Del Carlo said, so that we can meet the need of our customers. Because here, I feel like sometimes we're starting with the institution. So we need to start with the high schools, because what's going to happen is we're going to actually have a big gap in need versus ability. And then we need to start planning as an organization what we can do to bridge that gap. So reaching out to forecast need at the high school level and connecting is where I'd like to start with this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just add that our NSHE institutional research data dashboard does have a page for dual enrollment. I've played with it a few times, so I think it is really interesting. And perhaps Vice Chancellor Archer, you can at a future date kind of walk us through some of that. That would be helpful. Going back to the items that you kind of tee up for us to get some direction on. I've heard a lot about the geographic service areas, and I've thought about this a lot, and I don't like that idea. I think we're at a time now where I think we're a very large state geographically, but our system is so small. I think that our institutions should be nimble to handle all of the needs of the state. And so I'm just a little concerned about service areas. Or maybe I just need a little bit more information, but at first pass on it, I don't necessarily like those. Like I said, I think that I think we can be entrepreneurial and innovative in how our institutions can meet the needs of our students and our communities. But I do like the idea of the right of first refusal that you brought up. I think that we started on some policies in terms of dual enrollment, but there were a lot of open areas, and we've seen that we need a little bit more definition, because our institutions do things a bit differently as well. So there are some questions among those of us on the board and institutions of what's the right approach, and do we have multiple approaches? Do we have one system-wide approach? I think a system-wide approach is better. But again, if there are multiple approaches that can meet the needs of our communities, then I'm all for that. So I would like to hear from others what they think about geographic service areas. We've also I feel we've defined fairly well the institutional roles of each of our grade 8. I know that there are times where there is some competition, which I think in some ways is good. I think that's important at some points as well. We do have some current policy, and we have our ARSA committee where programming comes forward, and we can hear from others if there are concerns, and of course that also goes through your office. But I'd like to hear from other regions and institutions, and not today from the institutions, but because I know that our presidents are interested in weighing in on this subject. I really want to hear mostly from Regents today about where you want to see this going. Like Regent Del Carlo said, we've talked about this for a long time, and we need to really kind of think about what our system, the direction that our system wants to go in, and how we can best meet the needs of our communities. So I would invite any of the other regents to chime in on this. So it sounds like Vice Chair Downs, would you like to? Okay.
So I have several concerns with concurrent enrollment, the biggest of which would be the instructor qualifications. And I think that there probably should be a system-wide vetting process for that, deciding what it should be, what means they're qualified. And the other part is the rigor, to make sure that these high schools maintain rigor. When I hear things about, so a Chem 101 class, and I may have that number wrong, so I'm not a chemistry instructor, but if someone could tell me, what is the grade distribution in a Chem 101? It's probably not all A's. I've heard of several sections of Chem 101 concurrent enrollment with all A's. So I wonder what the students are getting out of that in the high school. Are they really that prepared in college? So those are some of my concerns. I would like to be able to vet it both for instructor quality, instructor preparation, and what they do in the classroom as well. Now, I don't want to get too much into the weeds on that, but I think it could also involve some level of supervision. That is, the instructor might visit if there's a supervising faculty member, that person could visit the classroom and see what's going on, see how it's being instructed, how students are interacting with the material, and if it's being effective. I know it's never going to be at the college exactly the same as the college experience, but is it something that is worth putting the name of an NSHE institution on, that transcript? And that professor would be willing to put their name on that person's transcript. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brager, did you have something to add? Okay. Regent Del Carlo?
If nobody else wants to speak, I'll continue. I think whatever it is we do, let's put our students first. Always, always, always. That's who we're here for. Put the students first. I think when we're crafting this policy, I think we need to think about not penalizing any institution that's already in a space. That if we craft a policy, that we leave what we have in place and then go forward, say, with what we end up doing. I mean, don't go yanking UNR out of Clark County. I don't think that would be right. I don't think it would be right for the students. I don't think it would be right for the schools. I don't think it would be right for the time and money invested by UNR to be down there.
Okay.
I had mentioned on the rigor in a previous conversation, I think was yesterday, asking if we had any data that on the iPads to see how these students are we following them? Do they go from our concurrent enrollment and our jump enrollment, go up to higher ed and are successful? Are these students, do any of these students need remedial, I'm not remedial, but co-requisite? I would really like to know that.
Yeah, so this is Daniel Archer responding. I think very few are going to need co-requisite. I think that most are going to have some sort of way in which to vet that student. And if they were not college ready, the current policy for co-requisite allows a high school student to take co-requisite. So in all likelihood, by the time they get to college as a full-time student, they're already college ready, or they've had co-requisite. If they're not, they probably had it when they were in high school. So yeah, I think that, to me, obviously it's up to you all as a board, but the dashboard sounds like a really good thing to get into and highlight at the retreat, possibly with some other discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Breger.
You know, I hear so many times we want to do what's best for the student. But I'm going to say this, I don't think we always do that. Because sometimes there's a mentality that they need to go to a university, a four-year college to start with. Are there stats or data on if they do start out there and they were just barely making the grade, what are the dropout rates or those that are not getting the point, I just went blank, it's been 2 very long days. Ability to get a B or an A instead of a C, and a C is not probably very acceptable in some classes at the university level. So to me, I think sometimes we, and I don't want to use the word demean, but I'm going to, if we looked at all students, we need to look at occupational vocational education. We need to look at our CSNs that are absolutely amazing. And more students should probably start there. And I'm not saying they wouldn't go on, but not all 18-year-olds or 20-year-olds even know what they want to do. And if we push them sometimes to the university system immediately, they don't make it. And I know that no one wants to share, like, how many times do they drop out? And if they had been encouraged to start somewhere else, I think we'd see a more educated population, quite frankly. And the other thing that I think we kind of look down on, and because I've heard it, is certificates. So, and I'll use an example of myself. I know a lot of people know I do not have a college degree, but I have 34 years in real estate as a professional. I have to take 36 hours every 2 years. Who does that in what industry? Eventually, you have to take a couple here and there. So a certificate for the plumbers and the electricians and people that cut your hair, if we all want to start doing that stuff, I think we need to respect them more. I would rather the president couldn't be at the college for a day than the custodian. And so I think that we need to look at support staff or classified employees, and I have been one in the past, with a greater outlook and respect. And I've always been a proponent of education. Obviously, I was a school board trustee for 12 years and went on to something else than to this. And I really feel like we haven't looked at the big picture. I wish there was a big vat and a student jumped in and they came out where they needed to go, not where we wanted to go, not because we need money or we have the FTEs or whatever the letters are called. I think it should be more about the student. And I really think we need to work on that more than what we think we do.
Thank you. Regent Cruz Crawford.
A couple more things, Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record. In regard to tracking, I want to track what concurrent enrollment institution they go to. And then if they don't go to that one for their college career, do they graduation rates? So I'm thinking like UNR is at Rancho. Likely a lot of those students will end up going to CSN, so that the institution can better support that handover so we can help those students. So that's one thing. And then the other thing I have is the nice thing about our system is that if a student doesn't do well in a class, they can retake that same class for a better grade and it can get dismissed off their GPA, but it's institutional based, right? So this causes a problem. So we know our students don't do as well in current enrollment a lot of the time than they do in their institution just because they're youth and, So if a student takes English 101 at a course offered by, UNR, I'm going to pick on you, UNR, they get a D. And then as they graduate, they have to go to CSN because they don't meet the requirements of UNR. We really need to look at making that policy go within institutions because a lot of people will do UNR during the school year, or then go to TMCC in the summertime, getting catch up or retaking those classes. And that's not very equitable. And I see there's a problem probably that's going to come up with concurrent enrollment. So if we could look into changing that policy so it's between institutions, I think that will help support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So a couple of things I wanted to address. Regent Del Carlo mentioned looking at iPads data. I think each school could conduct within their discipline an assessment and compare the university students at the university or at the college or wherever they might be to the students at the high school, and just see what is happening there with the same assessment, see what's happening apples to apples. I've done that. It's not a good result so far for me. It's been pretty disappointing. So in addressing, one way to address this, and I think UNR is already doing this, that President Sandoval mentioned, is getting NSHE accreditation. With that, it can cover credentialing, rigor, and other components that would help to ensure that a quality education is being delivered for these students. And it can be helpful for school districts in meeting their goals. So I think that's one, if we want to keep pursuing this area, we probably need to look at some way to tighten it up, and that is an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. I don't know that we're going to solve everything today. There's certainly an awful lot to consider, and it would be great if we had more of these conversations rather than less, because there are a lot of considerations, particularly with dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment. What are the real costs of this? Who's doing what in terms of attracting students? And as interim chancellor and I and others who are on the funding formula committee have noticed, it's that the importance of these conversations regarding what institutions are doing could be directly related to what a future funding formula looks like. Currently, the way things sit, it's very clear that the funding formula entices competitiveness between institutions to try to figure out a way to draw students to their campus. And what's also come out of it is, and what I've maintained for a little while now, just based on my own observations, is we really have to find a way to work as a system of higher education in the state. And if that means including K through 12 with what access looks like and what real direction is for students who are hoping to stay inside our own state for further education, there should be a way that the institutions essentially are working together to be able to support that. Right now, it's very divided in how things move. So that would be, I would invite more conversations about this sooner rather than later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else? Regent Cruz Crawford.
So I went to the NASEP conference, and I just wanted to put this on the record. I was going to different states and asking them if they're NASEP accredited, and all of them were like, no, it's like a pie in the sky. So then I pulled up how many institutions in the whole United States are NASEP accredited. 130. There's 130 in their specific programs. So I do think it's a really good standard. Yes, we want to shoot for the stars. However, I really caution that it's going to close off equity. So I would like to, when we do talk about what standards we want, that we create some supports and timelines and accreditation, but I don't think, I think this is going to cause more harm to our student population than good. Just my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor Archer.
Thank you very much. Daniel Archer for the record. I think what you've seen in terms of state policies is they've integrated a lot of the NASEP principles into the state policy. So I think there's room for that. And We're talking about NACEP, the National Alliance for Concurrent Enrollment Partnerships, which is kind of the national expert on concurrent enrollment related standards, and they have an accreditation process. But I think we could still bring a lot of those quality assurance principles into our state and even use the folks at NACEP as a resource in doing that. They've done that multiple times. I, at one point, was a national policy advisor for them on a team in 2018. So I've worked with them really closely. And so I definitely think there's opportunities to still build on what NACEP has done and bring that back here without the costs. So
That would be great. Thank you. Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Just one last question. And what, like the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities, does that look at this too?
it gets into the faculty qualification piece in particular, and that's obviously a point of contention. And so essentially their stance is that the faculty qualification standard you have for concurrent enrollment should be the same as what you have on campus, and having that as a consistent kind of standard. And so that's another thing possibly, and I realize I'm kind of like retreat building here, and maybe I shouldn't be doing that, but Chancellor Charlton and I have talked about possibly having somebody from the Northwest Commission at the retreat, and that may be good to hear it directly from them and to have a conversation there too.
Were you going to say something in response to that, Chancellor Charlton? Because I have one more question from Regent Cruz Crawford as well.
Go for the question and come back to me. How's
Okay,
that?
sounds good. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record, I do want to share that we do have a concern with high school teachers having enough graduate credits within their what their concurrent enrollment. I've actually went to NACEP, and then Regent Brown and I drafted an idea for a piece of legislation that looks like it might have a lot of support. That's basically an 18 credit graduate level course, summer program for high school teachers to do. So if it's an English teacher, they would get 18 credits in their English. And so focusing first on English, sciences, and math, just because those are the three that everyone needs to take. And I think you and I already developed something kind of quasi like that and developed it for free so that teachers can do it in the summer. This is something I think the legislature is really going to like, because it's also going to impact our high school students as well, because their teacher, even if they're taking 9th grade English, is going to be more in their content area, more knowledgeable. So it really supports field K all the way to higher ed. And so we are working on that. I think UNLV is also working on something like that. Talking to Danica, she's in development with something like that, because obviously only the R1s can do that because it's graduate level. But anyways, that's a way we're trying to kind of bridge that gap. And so I'm excited for that support. Thank you.
Thank you. Chancellor Charlton.
For the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor of the system. So I would just want to add to what Daniel had mentioned, is that we have had conversations in advance of the upcoming workshop in July, and that perhaps between Northwest, we could have somebody that comes in and talks and shares more information with the board. There's more than just the dual and concurrent enrollment space. As we look at the requirements that those very rigorous processes that our institutions go for. I would say that NACEP is very rigorous to go through, as I know at least one institution that had started that, and I think one other one is in the process. And often people think it can be accomplished fairly quickly, but it is very difficult. But that doesn't mean that we can't implement NACEP-like standards and requirements. That might be one of the things that this board looks at. And I just wanted to add to Regent Cruz Crawford's point, is that one of the challenges is it would be nice, similar to and I would call this a very strong recruitment and a retention incentive for our faculty and for our employees, is that we provide significant opportunities for our employees to reach higher credentials, to get their masters, to get their doctorates, to get additional higher education credits. I wish that the school districts across our state had that same, and I'm going to just call it the grant and aid kind of process. And so I think to the point that we can even work with the state superintendent and the governor and his team. I will say, even from conversations that Vice Chancellor Vitone and I have had with the governor's office, is that is something that is very attractive. How can the state look at doing something like that for their employees? That would be a win-win for all of the institutions as well. So I think to the point that we can support increasing those opportunities for school district employees and faculty, and for others that can get into the pipeline to become educators, because we know that in Nevada we have a crisis in just getting enough teachers. I will tell you that the state even comes to us and says that of the annual number of teachers that they need each year, NSHE we are only meeting about a third of the needs. It's about 2,400, and these institutions are doing their very, very best to get as many teachers out as they can, but we're still not meeting the needs. So I think to the point that we can come together and jointly come forward, that would be wonderful.
Thank you. Next, I will go to Regent Arascata.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And our interim chancellor, someone just stole my thunder. I too was going to make a heavy suggestion to collaborate with the Nevada Board of Education, in particular, Dr. Joan Ebert. Dr. Ebert is the state superintendent. In addition to Felicia Ortiz is the president for the Board of Education. Albeit as I was appointed the region representative for the past 2 years, my days are numbered, and as I have this one-year meeting next week and following in August, I unquestionably believe that this collaboration and conversations need to be taking place with the Nevada Board of Education.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that, we can move on to item number 34. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Archer. Revised athletics financial reports for UNLV, UNR, CSN, and TMCC. And for this, we go to Chief Financial Officer Chris Vitone.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Vitone, NSHE CFO. At the March meeting, you received the normal annual athletic reports, which are comprehensive reports of the athletic programs. They include a lot more robust information than just the financial reports. But at the end of the meeting, there was a request for the athletic financial information to be brought back, and in particular asked for a standardized template to be used so that they would be comparable. Taking that request, I worked with the 4 campuses. We really started with something more in the form of what you're used to seeing in a normal or typical self-supporting budget report. So those reports that you receive in March have a lot of detail in them, a lot of sport level detail, a lot of detail around more specific expenditures that are unique to the athletic units. These reports were prepared at a much higher level, more typical to what you're seeing in the self-supporting budget reports, but for the purposes of addressing that request, that they be in a common format and standard. So these were prepared with their assistance. There's some notes in them. I didn't want to try to go through these figures with you necessarily. You have the reports in your materials, and I know the institutions are here if you may have questions on the materials. So I would stop there and ask if you have any questions.
Thank you, CFO. Are there questions from Regents? Will these be the format for all reports going forward?
So I haven't addressed that thought yet. It's certainly, there's other information in the financial reports that you received in the March reports that I wouldn't want to take away. So there's some historical, if there's more longitudinal reporting in those reports where you're seeing multiple years side by side. This is very condensed into just the 1 year side by side format. But I do appreciate the desire to see standard reports. So I want to also work with the campuses looking ahead to the March reports for fiscal year 24's data, there are, as we talked about in the March meeting, you have your normal NSHE campus budget report format, but there's also NCAA reporting requirements that both campuses, that the campuses are following, that was intended to be part of those financial reports that you're receiving also, so that you know that they're the reports that were subject to the NCAA procedures, and that's also related to the timing of the normal cycle for you to receive those reports in March rather than sooner, because that reporting for the NCAA is due in December each year. So it allows the campuses to complete that reporting. And the idea at that point was to try to align it with that so that the campuses would be producing the same reports they're producing for the NCAA. So I do want to circle back with the campuses and kind of revisit that original reporting intention and look at the reports that we're providing in March and see if we can continue to try to use the NCAA report as a basis rather than, or otherwise have some way of using a more condensed format like this that is similar to your budget reports, but still provide the NCAA information and of course all that other information that you're getting in March.
Thank you, CFO Batone. I agree that we need to have some sort of uniformity among all of them. So I think going forward, we should consider that. Next, I will go to Regent Ariscotta.
Thank you, Chair. A couple questions in which I'm pulling them up. I apologize. Is in regards to some of the reports on page 3. Wait, hold on. Let me take that back. Chair, if you could come back to me, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I don't think that there's anybody in the queue right now. Oh, okay. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, because I am the one that asked for this to come back because I was really concerned about it. And yes, I know that the community colleges don't get any state appropriations, but I think it's really important that we keep our eye on this because I think the reports last time, I'd like to see a narrative too. I didn't do all that well in accounting and I don't even handle the checkbook. My husband just tells me when I can spend or not spend. Just kidding, everybody. But that's not my area of expertise, but a narrative I find very helpful. And I would just say to President Sandoval, I know and I did not have time. We had so much material and I'm not trying to make excuses, but we had a ton of materials for this meeting. And I wanted to go back to that prior meeting because I thought your deficit was much, much higher, like 5 figures or whatever. And this one's much lower. And I would just ask what has occurred in between. And I know sometimes it's because there's TV rights and things that get paid later or whatever, but it was so much better. So I see Andrew coming, phone a friend.
I've got 2 friends.
You got Stephanie here too?
Yes.
All right. They're both great friends.
Chair Carvalho, for the record, Andrew Klinger, Vice President of Administration at UNR. So when we originally sent in the athletics report at the last meeting, there was a revised version of that actually adjusted the numbers down. And so maybe you were looking at the original version, and those revised numbers were just refining our forecast on where we're going to be. And I will say, even on this one, we are still showing a deficit, but at the president's direction, I am working with our athletic director, Stephanie Remp, and by the end of this fiscal year, we plan to have that down to 0.
You know what? That is exactly what I wanted to hear today at this meeting. And I'd love to hear from UNLV on the same. I know Eric Harper, I believe, is here too. Because, it's our fiduciary to make sure we're not just, digging a hole big and big and big. We've got to just keep our eye on these things. This is all part of the whole equation. So thank you.
For the record, Eric Harper, UNLV Director of Athletics. We had made some adjustments at the same time on the March report, but since then we have ramped up our capital campaign where we've secured and committed got signed or new cash in the door at 11.5 million, of which about 7.5 million of that is restricted. But we have generated some additional revenues that had not been passed over from the foundation to Workday. So we hope to have this down to the most minimum that we can. With the LCB audit, the 6.1 that's on the FFC will still show up because the 6.1 is scheduled to be paid back to the university starting in July of 25. But we have some commitments that are still coming in to reduce that deficit of 6.1 before we have to start paying back to the university.
Okay, thank you. And how is the Allegiant working out for you? Because it was such a higher cost than Sam Boyd Stadium. And I know we really didn't have much choice on the board. You weren't the athletic director then, and you weren't here then either. But I mean, we really as a board, got backed in the corner. It was like, here's the deal, take it or leave it. And there was really not a whole lot of negotiations on the costs for us. Have they been good partners? And I know something was passed, if I can remember, somebody help me remember this one too, because if you didn't.
The waterfall payment.
Yes, can you explain that to some of the newer regions too?
Yes, on the waterfall payment, based on some data that they had done with Sam Boyd Stadium, UNLV had to be whole at $5 million annually. And whatever we did not meet on that $5 million through ticket sales, parking, concessions, then the stadium authority would make up the difference. So hypothetically speaking, if it's 3.5 million that we made, the stadium authority would give us 1.5. Unfortunately, that 1.5 would not come in the fiscal year that we lost it. It would come into the next fiscal year. So that's how that works out. And the cost, another part of the question you asked, have they been good partners? They have been good partners with us. We have direct conversations with Sandra Douglas Morgan on a regular basis. And obviously she's new, I'm new. Neither one of us was here when the joint use agreement was being done. But costs have increased over there. We have a pass-through cost that they have. And whether it's third-party costs or whether it's Metro Police, whether it's labor costs that are sometimes associated with the union, those costs have increased. But the more ticket sales that we can have and the more parking we can sell, we'll be in good shape. As of today, we're just 24 tickets short of all of our season ticket sales last year. So we're
that's good.
Moving at a really good pace. And as Regent Carvalho said in our last meeting, I think you under budgeted, and it looks like that's the case. But we want to keep pushing along right now to get those numbers up to hopefully we're at 6,052 right now. Hopefully we can get to 7,000. That's the target goal right now, is 7,000 season tickets.
Okay, that's great. And then how long is the waterfall? I thought there was an end date to that.
I did get that figured out, and that was 10 years from the date that we officially said we closed Sam Boyd. So with that being said, we submitted, from what I understand, we submitted a letter in like March of 21 to the stadium authority. So we should have until 10 years from that point. 10 seasons from that point, I should say.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, AD Harper and AD Rumpy and CFO Klinger. I do have Regent Arascata waiting to have his questions. I don't know who he's going to pose those to, but stay in the queue just in case.
The aforementioned individuals. So thank you very much, everyone. I want to extend my appreciation to everybody for the patience. AD Harper, I have a question for you, sir, in regards to gift revenues on page 2. Over the past 12 months, the gift revenues have decreased by 77%. Although described in the footnotes, if you could still please expand on that. And I'm going to piggyback on this question to AD Remp. UNRs have increased by 17 and CSNs by 51%. If I could have all three ADs give a response, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Eric Harper, Director of Athletics, UNLV, for the record. The numbers that show up on our productivity reports are not finalized until the gift commitments are signed and approved by the UNLV Foundation. So at that particular point in time, since that time, we have signed $7.55 million in gift agreements and cash. So that would be where the 77% comes in addition to some other smaller gift commitments at $50,000 and $100,000.
Excellent. When you all come back with another report to us, if you could provide the update, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
AD Remp.
For the record, this is Stephanie Remp from the University of Nevada. So Regent Ariscotta, you are asking about the increase in donations from 3 million to 3.5?
Correct, the 17% increase, yes.
And what's that attributed to?
Yes, just curious what it's attributed to, and how do you foresee your incoming gifts or revenue for the athletic department?
So I think it's attributed to a lot of hard work, and we actually anticipate that it's going to be more than that by the end of June. So it's just putting in place a lot of things to generate more donations.
Excellent. Love the simplicity of the answer. Hard work. Boom, done. And for the AD of CSN, College of Southern Nevada, you had an increase in gift net revenue by 51%. Can you expand on that and attribute it to anything in particular?
Regent Ariscotta, James.
Other than hard work.
Sure. Well, I was just going to take a piggyback off that one and say hard work indeed as well. Our athletic director is not in the room or online, but we do have our Associate Vice President for Budget and Finance Services in the room, Chris English. If he could respond for us, thank you.
Sure, thank you. Chris English for the record. I'm the Senior AVP of Budget Services at CSN. The increase in gift revenue is really attributed to a low budget. When we came to the Board of Regents last December, we projected that gift revenue to be lower than the FY23 actuals. Projected it at $146,000. It was good news. We brought in more gifts than anticipated and brought in $220,000 in gifts this year instead of that first number.
Wonderful. I just wanted to highlight all of these, and I know E.D. Harper is going to be definitely following up with all of us and highlighting that 77% decrease is no longer there. So I really look forward to the future information. Thank you all for your information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. For the, I'm sorry I didn't get the name, Athletic Director from UNLV, Harper, I apologize. Do you have a rough approximation of what you think the end balance will be at the end of the fiscal year, given the deficit that we see? And given your efforts to address that?
Based on the numbers we have, I think we will get down to the neighborhood of probably 4, to be safe. 4.
Okay.
4 million is probably where we're looking at. We've got some monies that are on the books in essence, a pledge, and we're waiting on those payments to come in. And once those payments are in, and once we move everything over into include endowments, which we have endowments to move over as well, to the tune of about $645,000 to cover scholarships or other restricted things coming up in the to close the books with our CFO.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for that added clarification on those reports. Appreciate it. Okay, so we will next move on to item number 35. part-time salary schedules. And for this, we go to Chief Human Resources Officer Eric Gilliland.
Good afternoon again. I know it's been a long 2 days. I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible for y'all. Eric Gilliland for the record, NSHE Chief Human Resources Officer, and Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs and Regents. Thank you for having me here. This is an agenda item that came up on our previous meeting where we decided to lose power. So I'm happy to bring it forward to you, to you all again. Just kind of at the outset, I know there was some public comment around this, and I just want to make sure that we're fully transparent. The presentation today is really to level set for all of us so we can get a common understanding of how PTI compensation is generated, not necessarily to recommend any increases to the actual PTI salaries. My hope is that this is going to be the first of several conversations that we'll be able to have, not only with you as the board, but with the institutions, as PTIs are, quite frankly, the lifeblood of many of our institutions as far as instruction goes. So what are we talking about when we talk about part-time instructors? So you may hear several different terms related to this. Letters of appointment with benefits, adjuncts, PTIs. They all really relate to the same employment classification, and it is an individual employment classification. These are temporary positions, typically contracted on a semester by semester basis, although we may have some PTIs that are contracted on a yearly basis, but they are considered temporary employment. And I know a question came up during a previous meeting. These are not COLA eligible positions. So unfortunately, we do not receive state funding for temporary positions. So when we have the conversations around COLA, that does not impact directly the rates that we pay our PTIs. And we utilize these at every NSHE institution with the exception of DRI. So they are important to our system and important to the instruction and our student success that we strive for and have talked about a lot over the last 2 days. So PTIs are generally compensated on a per credit basis. You will find some differences in the way that they're compensated, maybe by student. For the purposes of this presentation, it really is on a per credit basis. So I want to talk a little bit about who has what role when it comes to PTI compensation. So system administration and through board policy establishes the base PTI salary targets. And so those can be found in Chapter 3, Section 7 of the Procedures and Guidelines Manual. They are published at the per credit level. And really important here, these are not salary requirements. These are aspirational. They help the institutions year over year achieve that target so that we see an increase in the PTI compensation, but they in no means dictate what a PTI will be paid per credit. The decision for actual compensation is established at each individual institution. So they maintain their own PTI schedules. They will determine based on available funding, based on their peers, what compensation should be paid, and then they will make those determinations. Again, with the idea that we move towards the targets that we have set in PGM. And then the president's offices at each of the campuses are responsible for reviewing and updating the compensation that they provide, obviously funding permitted, and the policies dictates that happens every 4 years. Any of those changes does require chancellor approval, and then for you as a board, you receive a report of those updates. So the targets, as I mentioned, are outlined in Chapter 3, Section 7 of the PGM, and we do have a base formula target calculation that's used. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but I will say it's a bit of an archaic system. I'll talk a little bit about that. But we established the targets for the universities, for the R1s, and then the current policy dictates that the state university would receive or have their target calculated at 95% of that rate, and the community colleges calculated at 90% of that university target. And the current targets are listed there for you. And I will highlight that these targets have not been updated since 0809. So we'll talk about why we need to correct that here in just a few minutes. Wanted to provide you, again, the universities established their PTIs, but I wanted to provide you with kind of where we are currently and what we've seen over the course of several years. So on the screen there for you is the current per credit rate that's being paid at the different institutions, provided the percentage of target based on the current targets, and then just the trend lines there. And happy to see that over the course since fiscal year 18, each of the universities, colleges, community colleges have moved in a positive direction, have increased their PTI rates since fiscal year 18, as I mentioned. So looking ahead, for me, this is the important part of the discussion. So obviously we have the salary schedule increases that were previously approved by this board that were going to take place July 1. That's an increase of 10%. So with that, my hope is to bring to this board the policy revisions where we update our targets and we get them current to where we are based on our current calculation. There's also a possibility that we can, and a recommendation, I guess, from me that we look at how we calculate these targets. As I mentioned, it's a bit of an archaic system. For those of you that have been around a while, our full-time salaries used to utilize a calculation where we would set the university amounts and then we would do a percentage for the state college, at that time the state college and then the community colleges. That was an odd process, and this is a bit of a carryover from that. I think we could all agree that each of our institutions, based on their peers, have unique needs, unique compensation levels. So we do have an opportunity that we can look at how we calculate these base targets to be a little bit more directly aligned with our institution's needs. And then what I would look forward to is collaborating with our institutional partners. This is not a decision, obviously PTI compensation that I would want to do in a silo out of my office or out of anybody's office. I would look forward to bringing together all of our institutions, subject matter experts on the academic side of the house, the HR side of the house, so that we can really discuss compensation practices and philosophies and make sure that we are compensating our PTIs at a level that allows them to continue and do the great work that they do to help our students succeed. I got through that quick. I will entertain questions.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I'll go to you first, Regent Boylan, and then Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. It's nice to see that something from new business has come back to us after one year. I have a simple question. Maybe I'm simplifying it too much. When was the last time adjunct instructors got a raise? I mean, when they don't get COLA, they don't get benefits, they don't get blah, blah, blah. They get nothing, just that lump sum that's paid per credit hour or per class. So when was the last time any of our institutions increased the salaries given to adjuncts?
And I would ask
any idea?
The presidents, Eric Gillen for the record, the presidents, if they can speak on, I know some of the institutions just recently increased, but that would be something they could provide. I see my colleague, Melody Dooley from WNC, who's here, so I'd ask her to come up. She can speak for WNC, and then if any of the presidents are.
Thank you.
Good evening, Melody Dooley for the record. I'm Chief HR Officer and Chief of Staff at Western Nevada College. Our LOAs, or part-time instructors, received their last increase on July 1 of fiscal year 2024. We also increased our part-time instructor rate the previous 2 fiscal years.
That sounds good. And do you mind telling me how much percentage you increased those rates? Because they don't get anything else like that.
Yes, Melody Dooley for the record. Our last several increases were not based on percentages. We went from $800 to $825 in fiscal year 22. Then we went to 850 in fiscal year '23. And this past July 1st, we went to 900 credit hour.
Per credit hour. So a 3 credit class, they'll get 2,700 for that class, right?
Correct.
Is that, are they pleased with that? I'm disappointed. I got many letters, emails, I shouldn't say letters, to find out more about this, and I've been after this for a while because I used to be an adjunct instructor 30 years ago. And are the adjunct instructors pleased with this amount? They're okay? Nobody's running away and leaving the job? Because they usually are the ones who have the experience, the actual experience, and they can come to our students and teach them.
Yeah.
So have we had, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yes, I don't have exact numbers off the top of my head. I know that we do lose a few. We do have competition with the other schools in the area. But we did get feedback that the most recent and the previous 2 credit hour increases were appreciated. I think we're very competitive compared to the institutions that are nearest us where they may also teach. And I know that we have many LOA or part-time instructors who come back every fall and spring, and even sometimes in the summer, year after year.
Oh, that's nice to hear. Thank you. I'm kind of disappointed that there are no part-time instructors, adjuncts, or whatever you call them, to speak about this today. That's kind of disappointing. Or even the regular faculty to make a noise to get them a raise. That is disappointing. But anybody else have anything of when they gave? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for that. Anybody else that have information on the increases? I feel all right.
Hi, Chris Heavey, Provost, UNLV for the record. Yes, we've given PTI raises in the last several years. I think we did 3% last year and 5% this year to try to compensate the lowest paid employees on the campus. Not quite to the COLAs that other employees are getting, but we're trying to do everything we can to help them keep up.
That sounds great, Mr. Heavey. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mike Pearl for the record, Vice President for Finance at TMCC. Just want to address that question. So in fiscal year 23, we did a approximately 5% increase. Going into this fiscal year, in fiscal year 24, we did a 12% increase. And over fiscal year 25, we plan another 11%.
Oh, well, that's great. Thank you. You sound like you've given them the best deal.
And so
I remember that you...
In real dollars, we went from our part-time LOA budget from about $4.4 million to $6 million in less than 2 years. So we've definitely value our part-time LOAs and rely heavily on them.
That's awesome. I'm going to apply for a job there soon because that's the best deal they're getting. So really good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that because I remember during my time, it used to barely cover my beer expenses. But that sounds pretty good. So I'm glad. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Gilliland, for bringing this to us. I really appreciate it. You got some numbers?
Thank you.
All right.
It looks like Mr. Gilliland has one more item for us.
And sorry, Chair Caraballo, I could just give you an update.
Sure.
Dr. Amber Dinelli, Great Basin College. And we also, in July of 23, went from 850 to 1,000. That was about an 18% increase. And we hadn't done an increase in several years due to some of our budget constraints. So we also made that change.
Again, for the record, Eric Gillen.
Oh,
sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. No, I'm done. Thank you.
Well, and I can just share with for Nevada State in August of 2018, bumped up from 900 credit hour to 1,000 as well. So we're definitely moving in the right direction, and obviously we rely, as I mentioned, I don't think I can mention it too much. We rely heavily on our PTIs to do the great work we do. So.
Yeah, they're good guys too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, and I thank Regent Boylan for bringing this up because it's been a concern. I hear the complaints from people too of that we just don't pay enough there. And it says here that The president's office at each institution is responsible for reviewing and updating funding permitting schedule every 4 years. So that's our policy, correct?
Correct.
That's our
Correct.
So do you know, Eric, what the best practice is? Should that be yearly or at the very minimum every 2 years? And then if we need to look at that, I'll bring that up under new business.
I mean, compensation is, from my perspective, is always good to look at it yearly because it does change. I think just given the immense cost to the institutions, I don't know that a yearly increase is going to be something that they could support. But I'm always a big fan of looking at compensation on a very much a regular basis, just to make sure that we are in line. And then it's up to really the institutions on where their peers are sitting and where their targets are at. So we may have institutions that maybe want to target the 50th percentile of their peers, which is matching the market. We have some institutions that may want to lag the market, so anything below that or lead the market. So it's those individual philosophies. We don't have a common system-wide philosophy around that. We do want the institutions to be able to have that flexibility in their compensation practices. But I think it's definitely something that we can discuss. Quite frankly, the policy needs some revision. I think it's clear that the calculation's a little strange in how we do it. So that would definitely be points that I think we would want to incorporate into that conversation on how frequently we look at that.
Thank you.
Chancellor Charlton.
For the record, Patty Charlton. And just to follow up on Chief Human Resource Officer Gilliland's comment is we are due for a salary schedule review for FY25. And so our plan was to, again, work with the institutional CHROs as well as the business officers and the presidents to look at the part-time compensation philosophy overall and really look at what that looks like for each of the institutions and focusing on best practices as we can. We do know that we are very dependent, obviously, on the funding that we receive from the state, but also recognizing that the significance and the importance of our part-time instructors throughout the system, and it is a very, very highly competitive environment, just because of the environment in which we're in.
Chair, may I ask one question? Interim Chancellor, may I ask one? Thank you, ma'am. When did you say you're going to do that?
We're going to begin that process for FY25, which actually just starts on July 1st. So it's a part of the next fiscal year, in fact. So yeah, so just in the coming months, and we'll be undertaking that process within the coming months and bringing any policy revisions back to the board.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 36, overview, supervision, and accountability of institution presidents and chancellor. This item comes before the board at the request of Regents Ariscotta, Brooks, and Brager. Chief Human Resources Officer Eric Gilliland will present an overview of the reporting structure established for institution presidents, including information related to the roles and responsibilities of the chancellor and board of regents in relation to presidential supervision and accountability.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Y'all are getting a double dose of me at this meeting. So again, for the record, Eric Gillen, Chief Human Resources Officer. Pleased to bring this to the board as an information-only item, and hopefully this becomes a habit that we have. I love to help share the information that we have and help folks develop and learn, and that's why I love the job that I do. So as noted, the agenda item was brought by 3 of your regents, and provide this presentation, what I'm calling from policy to practice, and really it is based on our existing policy, and that policy has developed the structure that we have, and then what does that look like in practice? What are some of the best practices around that? So we'll get rolling here. I almost hit the wrong button. So start off with a policy and bylaws review. I think this is important, again, to level set, make sure that we are all have a common understanding of where we're coming from. So we have 2 areas of policy and bylaws related to you as a board that kind of outlines the role and responsibility that the board plays. Title 4, Chapter 1, Section 2, which is our ethical code for the conduct of the regents. Just wanted to highlight just one piece of this that is really relevant here, and that's as a board, the decision was made part of this code to put this provision in, which is basically an understanding that the primary role of a board member is policy making and not administration. And then we have Title IV, Chapter 1, Section 8, which is the policy of the Board of the Regents, which includes additional provisions around the role that the board plays in relation to supervision, accountability. Not going to go into all those details, but you can definitely go out and take a look at that, or I'd be happy to have a one-on-one with you. So continuing, policy around the chancellor. So that's outlined again in the bylaws, Title I, Chapter 3. And that dictates that the chancellor serves obviously at the pleasure of the board and is responsible to the board for the administration of the NSHE. So the administration of the system, the implementation of board policies and directives, and the financial management. So what does that mean? What are some of the duties, the roles, responsibilities? Obviously responsible for the operation of the NSHE, making sure that we're efficient, we're effective, and we're doing what we set out to do. Establishes the chancellor as the supervisor of record for all campus presidents. Evaluates the campus presidents on an annual and periodic basis in accordance with policy, and is responsible for disciplining campus presidents. Moving kind of further, Title I, Section 6. So this goes to you as the board. So as the board chair, the vice chair together may impose disciplinary action for cause against the chancellor. And Title I, Section 6C outlines the prohibited activity for which discipline may be imposed. I'm hitting the wrong button again. All right, I know I'm moving kind of quick, but it's been a long 2 days and we all look like we're ready to move on. So Title I, Section 4, again of the bylaws, that outlines our presidents and the supervision, the role that they play. So the presidents, based on your policy, report again to the chancellor for the administration of their respective institutions and are accountable through the chancellor to the Board of Regents. So they serve obviously at the pleasure of the board and with a contract and salary determined and approved by the board. And they, again, are supervised and evaluated by the chancellor in accordance with our established policies. Discipline of the presidents, similar to the section with the chancellor. The chancellor's role here, again, as the supervisor of record, may impose disciplinary action for cause. Again, prohibited activity outlined in Title I, Section 5C. The chancellor has essentially three options when it comes to this, that's issuing a warning, issuing an oral or written reprimand, or recommendation for termination. For warnings and oral and written reprimands, the chancellor collaborates, discusses with the board chair and vice chair to get their consent to issue that. So it's not a unilateral decision by the chancellor, but the chancellor does initiate that process based on the chancellor's determination that discipline is warranted. Termination of employment does require a recommendation from the chancellor, but it does require full action from the board to terminate. So again, that's not a unilateral decision by the chancellor or by the board chair or vice chair. It is a full board decision to terminate a president for cause. Okay, so let's move into policy into practice. So the policy, again, it establishes the structure that we have. And then from that structure, we can identify what are best practices. How do we operate in the most effective way to support our presidents, to support a chancellor, and obviously for the board to feel supported and heard as well. So I'm sure most of you have heard the term supervisory chain of command, and that's really what that policy establishes. And it establishes that governance structure that allows for the board to work with the chancellor to work with the presidents, and then obviously presidents up to chancellor, chancellor to the board. Important to note that the structure is not finite. It establishes some guardrails. It does not mean that as a board member, you can't have conversations with the president, discuss a topic, not that the board can't have those discussions with the president within the best practices of that chain of command. That can absolutely happen, and we'd want that to happen. We want this to be a good flow employment situation. We'll talk a little bit about how the chancellor should be utilized in this chain of command here in a couple of slides, but I just wanted to point out that it does not mean that you cannot have a conversation with the president. I don't want to misconstrue that idea. But with that structure and utilizing our best practices, we have an opportunity to reduce our confusion, misalignment of strategy and effort, a good sound chain of command promotes effective communication and accountability, and it increases collaboration and efficiency. So I know starting this off with the policy about how we discipline a chancellor or president doesn't sound very positive or collaborative, but it really is the structure that we establish to be able to work effectively as a system, and I know we all want that as a goal. So move a little bit into here, best practices. So how does a good, solid chain of command reduce confusion and misalignment? So obviously it allows for a unified vision. So the chancellor, as the primary point of contact for the presidents and the board, has the opportunity to present the system's unified vision, strategic framework, helps establish the cohesive system-wide goals, ensuring campus-level initiatives support those goals and overarching strategic plan. It allows for a consistent policy implementation. I'm sure you can imagine if we had a president that was hearing from every regent and every regent had a different way of thinking with that, it could create some inconsistencies in policy. So our current structure allows for the chancellor's office and the institution presidents to work together on new directives, new guidelines, and have some uniform across our campuses. And Regent Del Carlo, I think I'm going to steal a term you used, that systemness. I really love that. This is what this speaks to. This allows systemness to occur and to occur effectively and efficiently. And streamlined reporting. So as a regent, as a board, instead of managing the presidents directly and spending all your time on that, you're able to focus on the system-wide initiatives and receive comprehensive consolidated reports. I know that has been brought up the last 2 days and in several meetings. This really, when used properly, really allows you to get the information that you need in a timely manner so that you can make the best decisions, policy decisions, legislative decisions to move this system forward. So the promotion of effective communication and accountability, allowing the chancellor to meet regularly with the presidents obviously allows for the dissemination of information in a timely fashion. The chancellor can serve as a liaison between the regents and presidents to make sure that directives and ideas and initiatives are communicated effectively, and it allows both groups to receive what they need in an efficient, timely manner to get the good work done that we do. A clear accountability structure, a solid chain of command allows issues to be addressed at the proper level in a timely fashion and directly with the responsible parties. If we kind of muddy the chain of command, it oftentimes gets confusing as to, well, who's responsible for what? This takes that out of the equation. As a board, you can direct the chancellor in a direction that you would like to see the system or an institution move. The chancellor can direct the president, and it's very clear maybe where there is a breakdown in that communication. Increases collaboration and efficiency. With the chancellor managing those communications with the regents, the presidents can focus on managing their institutions. I think that's critical. I think all of our presidents would want to just manage their institutions and do so in an effective manner. Having just the chancellor kind of giving them that direction instead of the board or 13 regents, you can see that that would really help to allow that president to be successful, to know what's expected of them, and to move in that direction. And obviously, coordinated strategic planning can happen when the chancellor's office is coordinating and centralizing the strategic direction and planning at a system-wide level. It lets you as regents have that bird's eye view. You're getting that information that you need to be able to see where maybe we need to shift, maybe we need to maneuver, and allows the presidents to implement those expectations. All right, I've heard from several people, they were joking about my case studies. So I've got 4 case studies. I've got 2 that kind of demonstrate a misalignment with best practice and 2 that demonstrate best practice. And I do want to do a disclaimer. These in no way are reflective of any of our current institutions or any issues. I'm sure you can imagine that as a system, we probably run across very similar situations, but I just want to make clear that none of this is related to any of our current presidents, any of our current institutions. It's really just illustrative for you as regents to kind of understand what this might look like in the real world as we work. So the first case study here is a unilateral suspension of a campus president. I can say there's a college in Idaho that had something similar like this happen. So if you do see that, I did not pull it from this. This is straight from my mind. So in terms of a circumvention of a chain of command, so this would illustrate where the board receives complaints directly from an institution regarding mismanagement on the part of a president, and the board decides to unilaterally suspend that president without a thorough investigation. So what does this look like? What is the impact to our system? Without engaging the chancellor, we have the potential for a lack of due process on the president's part. That obviously increases a risk to the institution. It erodes confidence. Faculty and staff in this circumstance would be uncertain about leadership and question the board's impartiality. And the chancellor's authority would be undermined. So we would end up potentially in a situation where the chancellor is not able to effectively manage the institution presidents, or it may indicate to institutional stakeholders that there's a lack of confidence in the chancellor's oversight of the president. Obviously, that would create a challenge for the chancellor to do their job effectively. To save time, I am going to skip the outcome. If you want to, you can definitely read that. I'm sure you can kind of guess a little bit about what the outcome would be there. So I'm going to get a drink of water. I'm a little dry. So number two, if we had a situation where the board demands program changes without consulting the chancellor. So this is around the campus's athletic department requiring restructuring to meet performance standards, and the board demanding that to the president directly to reassign or terminate department leaders. So when we see a circumvention of the chain of command here, without allowing the chancellor to lead the decision and the discussion and serve as that supervisor, it obviously directly ignores the chancellor's oversight. Also creates some inconsistent accountability. The staff of the campus may feel compelled to go directly to the regents, circumventing the chancellor's authority and diminishing the chancellor's role in operating the system. Again, in policy, the chancellor's primary role is to ensure the effective and efficient operation of the system. And obviously operational instability, that sudden leadership change disrupts the programs, erodes confidence in the president's ability to oversee internal matters. So this would be a two-layer. So not only would the chancellor's role be diminished, but the president's role would be called into question. All right, let's move on to some positive. Here's how best practice would look. Campus financial mismanagement. After a financial audit, campus level budget management issue, the board consults with the chancellor on corrective actions to hold the president accountable and ensure future compliance. So what does the best practice approach lead to? It leads to the board collaborating with the chancellor to investigate the root causes and allowing the chancellor to work with the president and the finance department. The chancellor is able to develop a corrective action plan, including training, and shares the plan with the board. Again, that's that communication. We're going back and forth on that. Chancellor is able to effectively oversee the president in implementing the plan, and it results in progress being made. And lastly, this will look familiar. We've talked about this. So the board receives numerous complaints about inadequate mental health services across our campuses, and the chancellor, in this case, under a best practice as a board, you direct the chancellor to ensure that each president prioritizes mental health initiatives. This allows the board to serve in the capacity to provide guidance and delegation to the chancellor to address the student mental health issues. Allows the board to direct the chancellor to work with the presidents. Allows for a systemness approach, and allows our presidents to work together and collaborate to overcome challenges and obstacles and learn from one another and use the experiences from one another. And then it allows the chancellor to provide periodic progress reports to the board in highlighting the president's achievements, challenges in meeting the service goals, and results in a shared approach to the mental health services. So again, these are examples of what it looks like. This could be any form that you could think of, but just wanted to give those to you. And so just some closing thoughts here. Based on our current structure of strengthening supervision and accountability across NSHE, obviously we're going to have a unified vision. The current framework and governance empowers us to align campuses and system goals, ensuring the board, chancellor, and presidents contribute to the overarching vision and strategic goals of the NSHE. It allows for effective communication Anytime we can have structured communication channels established and adhere to those between the board, the chancellor, and the presidents, this allows for transparency and consistency in executing policies and system directives. The big one here, clear accountability. As I mentioned before, clear guidelines, performance reviews, and disciplinary procedures ensure that every level of leadership remains accountable to their responsibilities, and that promotes a culture of ethical conduct, effective communication, and best practice leadership. And collaboration for excellence. This is the one I love. So adhering to best practices and maintaining a streamlined chain of command, we create an environment where the chancellors and presidents can thrive and contribute to our system-wide success. With that, I will open it up for questions, comments.
Thank you for that presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Regent Boylan.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm glad you called me so fast because I might forget what I had in mind. Mr. Gill, and that's awesome. I loved it. Your case study number 4, how do you measure, or the chancellor measures, or the board measures, inadequate or adequate mental health services at an institution? How would that be done? That's kind of, I'm like, whoa, how do you, mental health inadequacy, how do you measure that?
Sure, thank you, Regent Boylan, Eric Gillen, for the record. I think in terms of if we saw a real world situation with this, it would come from the reports from students or from the campuses, which we hear right now where we're lacking in resources or we're lacking in support. Mental health that's been a topic of discussion. It was just a topic of discussion in the operating budget. So it would be the reports, just as you get now as Regents, you get reports from the campuses, from students, from faculty, staff, community members with concerns. That's really what that's demonstrating is as you're getting this information, it's ensuring that we're incorporating collaboration with the chancellor and allowing the chancellor and working through the chancellor. And I think that's important as a board to work through the chancellor for implementing initiatives, implementing directives to the individual campuses. So in a real world example, you would get an email potentially from a student who says, I'm concerned about X, Y, or Z, as you do now. And then it's ensuring that we're bringing in the chancellor into that conversation and allowing that chancellor to lead those discussions. Again, not prohibiting any one regent from being able to discuss those concerns with the president. We want that to occur. It's about looping in the chancellor so that the chancellor and the chancellor's staff have the opportunity to use their expertise to assist you as a regent and assist this board as a regent and assist the campuses to put in place what we need to be successful and then to follow up to have that reporting aspect.
Thank you. That was really succinct and simple, and I like simple things. So it doesn't mean that, we didn't supply a psychologist or a psychotherapist or that's lacking on a certain institutional campus. It's not measurable. It's just what we are told by different people. So we're not responsible for bringing in a mental health professional, right?
Eric Gillen, for the record. Yeah, I think it would depend on the individual circumstances of what you're hearing as to what is being requested, what is needed. So it's a little difficult to give you a clear-cut answer, but I think it's understanding the role as the board, as the policymaker, as the legislative arm, if you will, of NSHE. And when you're getting this information, you're receiving concerns or you're receiving this really is focused on maybe more of a negative context, but as regents, you hear positive things and making sure that we're sharing that, making sure that the chancellor and the presidents are hearing that, where they're doing things that are great and where those things, maybe we've got some deficiencies to address.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I would just say to Chief of Staff Nicola Jewski that this is a really great presentation that you should, I recommend you put it in your onboarding. So when we're going to have new regents next year, it's election year. So this would be a really good one because this is the core of what we do, I see.
Thank you for that suggestion.
You bet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you all.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I think I have a comment from Regent Brooks. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it, Regent Brooks, for the record. I appreciate the
the presentation that you provided us. And it really, I hope, I know it's late in the day, and we've certainly gone through a lot, but it serves as a reminder in terms of the levels of accountability and where the board sits with this. I think it was important that this be a reminder for the board and in terms of how things move throughout the system, and that there are levels of accountability. And not to belabor things that we have said in previous meetings and perhaps even yesterday, where one of the shortfalls is the board not getting information in a timely manner from the institutions sometimes perhaps from the system office, to be able to preside over agenda items and really vote in a manner that best serves the institutions and the students. And there has to be at some point a level of an enforcement of accountability to ensure that these things are going on so that we have the information that we need when we need it. It's oftentimes the language of transparency comes up, particularly with this board. And what I would say is this is an extraordinarily transparent board. We are oftentimes confined inside the OML regulatory policies that we have to follow. And it makes it very difficult for us to have conversations in robust manners prior to coming into a meeting, to be able to drive agendas and issues that, again, best serve the institutions and the students. And it is not the, I would say, not the board that isn't transparent, but it is sometimes the institutions themselves that aren't transparent in providing the board all of the information when we're taking a look at something. And there are some examples to that, but again, I don't think I have to, beat this up. We've spoken about it before, but this is a reminder of the structure that we have here. And I'll leave it at that. I thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Okay. Before we go to item number 37, I think we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're going to get started again with item number 37, which is the NSHE registration fees, tuition, and predictable pricing program. For this, we'll go to Chief Financial Officer Chris Vitone.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Vitone, NSHE CFO. And so I have a presentation today that is a overview of your predictable pricing program. And then we'll talk a little bit about the history of that and then also have a comparison of affordability in here. So the predictable pricing program was established by the Regents at the March 2019 meeting. This is in the handbook, and I know that we're quite familiar with this at this point from referring to it when we were working on the COLA proposals and we actually had to set aside the policy. There is a provision in here for emergency situations. In that circumstance, we'd actually gotten ahead of that, and so we did not just use the emergency provision in here, but actually set aside the policy when you approved that COLA. At the time the program was put in place in March of 19, the fees were already published through fall 2020. So the first year that actually experienced that was affected by the conversion to this program was fall 2021, which then of course happened to coincide with high rate of inflation following COVID. So it was a scenario of unfortunate timing because those you saw immediately the impact of high inflation with a delay in the consequence of that inflation on your rate, because the way the program works, I guess this is not on the slide, but the way the program works, obviously you're publishing fees 4 years out, and so you're using current HEPI higher ed pricing inflation for that fee that is next year to be published. So, but going back to the history, how we got here in the first place, in 2018, there was a lot of interest in looking at guaranteed tuition, and we landed on predictable pricing, but the interest actually started with a request to look at and develop a proposal around guaranteed tuition. And that, I think, was something that we saw happening with some other institutions around the country. And so there was interest in establishing some predictability in tuition increases. A working group was established and looked at how predictable pricing, how guaranteed tuition programs were working around it with some peers, and that led to a presentation in November of 18 that included two options. Those two options were option A, a registration guarantee program that was modeled after University of Arizona's guaranteed tuition program, and option B was the predictable pricing program as it was later adopted. Some of the challenges with the, let's see, I may be doing my slides out of order. I think we landed on the predictable pricing model after looking at them because there were challenges with that guaranteed tuition model that the predictable pricing approach helped avoid. And so some of those challenges were complications in our student billing approach because the guaranteed models rely on cohorts being established, and so then you end up with students in the same courses paying different prices, students based on when they started in their program. Because they were guaranteed tuition programs that focused on a 4-year cohort, they looked only primarily at incoming new freshmen, and some allowed transfer students, some did not. But there were differing approaches to how guarantees worked. The advantage of the predictable pricing model that was implemented here was that it looked at and I can tell now. I'm sorry. I'm anxious to get through my presentation, so I'm doing the later part that talked about what we did implement, and I'm supposed to be covering for you first the history before we implemented predictable pricing. Prior to the current model was a much different process, and it was also aligned with your state-supported operating budget cycle. So every odd number year, because it was in looking ahead to the next biennium, there was a committee established that looked at factors that would drive fee increases, and that committee would meet over a series of meetings and come back to the board with recommendations for the next series of fee increases that would be aligned. So two-year proposals aligned with the state-supported operating budget cycle. So similar to, if you will, what you recently approved at this meeting for the professional school programs at both of the universities, you would be getting a similar fee increase proposal at this meeting for the undergraduate and graduate registration fees at all of the institutions, and that process then was very close to the next year. So you had very little time for students to hear about the fee increases or the fee rates for those coming years, and they had no guarantees past that. So they knew that the rates were only published out through that next biennium, and they had to wait till those recommendations came forward. That process was often impacted as in the same way we ran into this with our current program by the impacts of economic conditions in the state when there were fluctuations that led to changes in the state budgets. So I do feel like I was missing something there. I talked a lot about the current program and the benefits of the current program being that all students are eligible. So contrasting that with that that guaranteed tuition model where it was cohort driven and often transfer students weren't eligible. It also limited the opportunity for guaranteed tuition because the programs all had 4 or 5 year limits, where your program is perpetual, and again, all students are eligible at the same rates at all times. So students in classes are paying the same rates, not different based on their cohort. That is the predictable pricing model. And also of interest, at the time we were preparing this presentation, we were talking about the predictable pricing model, because we encountered that situation with the COLA, with the inflation, and we had to talk about whether it was working and whether there might be an opportunity to look at or adjust it to help address that situation. Worth knowing, the guaranteed tuition model didn't avoid that situation either. And at the time we were preparing this presentation, University of Arizona actually came out and announced they were terminating their guaranteed tuition program. So this program, while it has, it did hit that challenge with the very high rate of inflation. It just happened to be timed poorly at the start of our program. I think because it is more, it's intended to be predictable, not guaranteed.
Recording in progress.
It helps sustain ups and downs a little better than that. Predictability is not affordability, and so we did put together some slides also for some to present the comparisons of our costs of enrollment to our peers in the Western states and the WSHE institutions. So this is the 2-year institutions, and you can see us there ranked number 4, being the 4th lowest of the institutions. Compare that with the 4-year institutions, and Nevada's number 5. One note on this slide for that is important to keep in mind is this includes all 4-year institutions for the system, so it's Nevada State University and the 2 universities. And this is graduate education. Here, again, Nevada being ranked number 1 in this case. So, and that is the end of our presentation, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, CFO Vitone. Are there any questions from Regents? I do have a few questions. I appreciate that predictability doesn't mean affordability. I understand that, although we are very affordable, obviously. I think this, for me, there are a few areas of questions. One is when the predictable pricing model came about, the difference between undergraduate 4-year university tuition and the 2-year tuition, I don't know how that got set. I wasn't part of those conversations. And what I fear is our community college tuition is less than 50% of our university 4-year tuition prices. And we hear all the time that our community colleges are really the ones suffering. And maybe this isn't a fair comparison to compare them to our universities, but I've wondered if where those pricing structures were originated from, and by having this sort of structure, we continue that difference in pricing. And I wonder at times if that has hurt specifically our community colleges to just take the same numbers that we started with and then every year increase them based on HEPI, when maybe there should be other movement within there similar to what we had before predictable pricing.
Chris Fatone. And I don't know that I'm able to provide historical context on how the rates arrived where they were when the predictable pricing model was put in place. It was the case, though, in the prior fee-setting process that the increases were looked at for each level differently. So they were proposed uniquely to the level of instruction, and they may be different for the two-year institutions versus the four-year institutions. So the prior approach with the committee assessment and recommendations definitely did allow for different rates to be brought forward. And you know, that was a change moving into this approach where they were all just adjusted from there to inflation. So you're certainly accurate in noticing that from that point forward now we've locked in those increases in that way.
I wonder if at some point we need to consider that. And the other thing that I thought about this is, we've talked before. I remember Regent Carter shared a tuition bill from one of his semesters, and it spells out every single charge to students, and I guess that is definitely transparent. The student sees exactly what they're paying for, but I also wonder if there is some simplification to bills as well. Like I know that some systems in colleges, and I think when I brought this forward as a new business item, there were some other colleges that had kind of a one price kind of model that said, this is, if you're an engineering student, this is what you pay per semester. If you're a liberal arts student, this is what you pay per semester. And that's really where I wanted to focus on with this request, but I appreciate where we went with it, because the more I thought about it, the more I thought maybe my other question with the locking in of the actually three different levels might be something we need to revisit at some point. And I don't know if there is any appetite with others on the board for that, but that was something that I think is worth a discussion at some point. Does anybody else have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing and hearing none, I will move on. Thank you so much for that presentation. Item number 39, special powers of attorney and assignment of land coverage from Sierra Nevada College, a Nevada nonprofit corporation. President Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. I'll try to make this simple, Madam Chair. When you all approved the transfer of Sierra Nevada University and its assets to the University of Nevada, Reno, one of the items that was not included that were land coverage units that belong to Sierra Nevada University. Those were just identified, and there's a wish to transfer those, because it should be done, and second, it'll help us close out the the governance of Sierra Nevada University. I'm happy to answer any questions, but essentially what those land coverage units are, and I'm sure Regent Del Carlo is familiar with this, but if we want to develop in the future on the campus of the University of Nevada, Reno at Lake Tahoe, you have to have land coverage units to accomplish that. And these land coverage units are on lots that are not part of the property at the University of Nevada, Reno Lake Tahoe campus. So we just want to get that into our name. By approving this request, that would allow us to accomplish that.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to accept approximately 20,000 square feet of impervious land coverage rights from Sierra Nevada College, a nonprofit corporation, pursuant to two separate special powers of attorney and assignment of land coverage documents.
So I have a motion from Regent Del Carlo, and I think I heard a second from Regent McMichael. Is that true?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
No reason to even talk about it.
Next, we will go to committee reports. We've already approved the audit committee report yesterday, so I'd like to take items 41 and 43 through 46 as one item. Before we do that, I believe Regent Del Carlo, do you have a disclosure?
I do. On the BFF one, on the purchase of the 16 properties, I'm related to the seller. So I will not be voting on that.
So should we take that, that committee report separately then?
Yes, Madam Chair, I think that would be the cleanest, probably and perhaps the only way.
Okay, so we will take 41 through 45 altogether. Is there a motion to approve those committee reports?
Regent Brooks, for the record, motion to approve.
Oh, my gosh.
Madam Chair, yeah, we already approved the audit.
We already approved audit, yes. So I'm asking for approval of 41 and 43 through 45. Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Brooks, and I'm not sure a second from Regent McMichael. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now I will take item number 46, which is the BFF.
Motion to approve 46.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Regent Brager and a second from Regent, what's that? Vice, yes, you can. A second from Vice Chair Downs, and we have the disclosure from Regent Del Carlo and the abstention. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so now new business. Is there any new business from any regions?
Yes, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Regent Brooks, for the record, thank you. Chair, I'd like to see something in regarding to mental health for NSHE across the board. There was a fee increase for mental health, and I'm interested in understanding what those fees are going towards and what resources the students have on the various campuses. Thank you.
Yes, Regent Cruz Crawford.
Madam Chair.
Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record. Thank you. I'm not sure if this is new business or a regent request, but in an effort for continuous improvement and in light of some of the discussions and our passing and questioning of items toward university presidents, I was wondering if we could have like a quarterly report tracking the passing of institutional items disaggregated by president, race, and gender. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo and then Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'd just like to have a policy review on public comment. I find it odd that the same people were in, I can't discuss it. So just a review on public comment.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, ma'am. We had some difficulties during the day when we couldn't hear or see anything at the meeting. I think a few of us had that. So please forgive me, don't flog me for this, but what happened to item number 30? There's some items, did we skip them, and what happened to the election? Because you already at new business, isn't that the last kind of thing? So I'm getting, did I fall asleep? I'm not that old yet.
I wouldn't say you fell asleep, but I did announce yesterday that there were some items that were being withdrawn and there were some items that were being moved. I did announce that at the beginning of the meeting yesterday. And so.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any new business?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and I do have an item of new business from Regent Brown, who I will read her request into the record. Add specific language to the NSHE handbook to clarify that employees and their family members who benefit from tax abatements granted by the Governor's Office of Economic Development, GOED, and reside in Nevada are eligible for in-state tuition. This clarification aims to reinforce NSHE's role as a pivotal economic development asset and ensure transparency and consistency in tuition policies. Okay, so now we go to public comment. I'll ask for public comment at the meeting sites first. Is there any public comment at GBC? I don't think there's any public comment at GBC, so I will move on to any public comment at the system office in Las Vegas.
There is no public comment in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here at the University of Nevada, Reno?
Kent Irvin, NFA, I'll be quick. Part-time instructors are paid starvation wages. Less than $1,000 per credit is ridiculous for the amount of work involved. There should be a system-wide minimum using the bottom of the salary scales for the lowest paid, lowest ranked instructors and a 30 credit per year full load. The minimums would be $1,245 at the community colleges, $1,411 at NSU, and $1,600 at the universities. There should also be a minimum for concurrent enrollment instructors. Just for comparison, if the university presidents had a 30 credit load, it works out to $21,000 per credit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Villa, CSN Faculty Senate Chair. I just want to thank you all. We've had a great year with you, so appreciate your work, and please keep it going without us.
Thank you. I don't see any other public comment here. Is there any public comment on the phone, SES?
Yes, we have one caller with a number ending in 0100. Please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, it's me. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, Regents, and thank you, everyone. I'll also try to be brief, and I just wanted to circle back and thank everyone on the board for their engagement with constituent voices and the deep care of our students in the conversation around the adjustment to the anti-discrimination policy. During the conversation, I was just hoping to ask one follow-up question that I'm hoping can come up in the continued conversations we have about this, just to hear more about how explicitly and logistically its implementation and Regent anti-discrimination training will actively address student feelings of unsafety or faculty concerns of pedagogical supports in the classroom, because it seemed to hinge between that content definition and its implementation. And I thought that was an important piece to the conversation that I really would like to hear more on. And I think that clarifying that as we continue to talk about it, what will help all of us in the classroom navigate what implementation and safety mean for students in the profession we care deeply about, and assure that we are truly addressing those concerns beyond allowing it to become just a symbolic gesture. The last thing I wanted to say is to ask all of us to just recognize that what makes common sense commonsensical is always deeply tied to our own identities. And that's exactly why we see so many diversities of perspectives of people who feel so passionately that they are in the right on this. I think that the eloquent way that Regent Brooks described the feelings of fear, endangerment, and alienation of our community members really captures the way that all of our historically minoritized students are navigating the spaces of higher ed. So I hope that we can continue these conversations from that place of understanding. And I'll just indulge and say thank you so much to all of you for this year. I've learned an enormous amount from my work and opportunities to develop relationships with each of you, and I wish you very well for the summer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There are no other callers, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Before I end the meeting, I want to just give a huge thank you to President Sandoval and your team for hosting us. That includes Aubrey Flores, Austin Brown, and Emily Rodriguez. And the JCSU partners, Drew Johnson, James Cho, and all of the student workers. Audio visual with Rick Romero, Claudio Osinaga, Ed Boog, Joseph Domingo, Ben Labrador, and James Unfried. SCS, Brian Anzalone and Gargasal, and Tim Shupp. Catering, Christina Zachary, Kathy Bowden, Nate Kite, Jacqueline Taylor, Carol Lux, and Marcia Baker. Security, University Police Services. And of course, Carrie, Winter, Juliana, and Angela. And I just want to thank Julia very much for her time on the board. This is her last meeting. We talk about needing teachers in this state, and Juliana's going back to teaching. So we wish her the very best of luck. And thank you to everybody for sticking it out with this meeting. I really do appreciate the conversation and the work that we all do. So safe travels to those of you going back home in the South, and hope to, well, we'll see you in July. Thank you.